turn challenges into
Reverse sweep down again from Roderick. Can you pick the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point? And right between them, you're right to race away twice and made that shot.
some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Where play is about to begin on day 2 of Worcestershire against Essex in the Rothesay County Championship Division 1. Worcestershire resuming this morning on their overnight score of 354 for 9. Jamie Porter will be bowling from the New Road end, and he is bowling to Yadvinder Singh, who is 5 not out. Ben Allison, the non-striker, on 34. Here comes Porter now, first ball of the day, and left alone by Yadvinder outside the off stump. So, an overcast morning this morning, not here at Worcester. Not as sunny and warm as it was yesterday yet. It's Porter again, second ball of the day, New Road end, bowls, and Yadvinder is hit on the hand, I think, and the ball runs out on the offside. And there's no run. Worcestershire hoping they can add another 15 or 20 this morning, I would imagine. Ben Allison, who's played well for his 34, but not yet on strike. Yadvinder on 5. Waits as Porter is in, bowls to him, and he steers this one down on the offside. He runs behind him, trickles through to wicketkeeper Michael Pepper. And the ball is returned to Porter, who turns again now at the New Road end, comes in and bowls, and Yadvinder is beaten outside the off stump by that one. Through it goes to Michael Pepper. As I say, overcast morning, chilly, no forecast of any rain, and we're expecting things to warm up as the day goes on. Good crowd in yesterday. Porter is in again and bowls, and again Yadvinder is forward and playing defensively into the offside. Decent looking shot from the tail ender. Playing his first game of the season for Worcestershire, made his debut at the Oval last year. Picked up 4 wickets in the second innings there, and then suffered a stress fracture of his back and was out for some time, but coming in today with Jacob Duffy unavailable for this one. Field goes back on the leg side, willing to let Yadvinder have a single off this last ball. However, he is on the back foot and could have had a single as he steers this down to third man, but that turned down by non-striker Ben Allison. So they could have had a run, but Allison decides that he wants to have the strike, which makes sense. Senior player. I think it's going to be Shane Snater to take up the attack from the Diglis end. Snater, who so far has taken 3 for 75 from 23 overs in this innings. Right arm over the wicket. Medium pacer, Snater. Tidy yesterday, got the first wicket, Gareth Roderick, and then also dismissed Kashif Ali and Brett D'Oliveira in the afternoon session. So Worcestershire yet to add to their overnight score, 354 for 9. Ben Allison on strike. 2 slips in place as Snater comes in from the Diglis end. Bowls, and Allison is driving that through the covers. They'll pick up a couple of runs here. So the first runs of the morning added by Ben Allison, former Essex player of course. He moves on to 36. Same field. Man back at deep backward point on the boundary. Snater is in. Bowls and Allison drives. Beautiful shot. Up to mid-off, but a good diving stop by the Essex skipper Tom Wesley. That was a really good shot from Allison. May well have expected 4 for that, but Wesley makes the save. Just the 2 runs added then so far this morning. That last delivery just taking Allison on the pad, running away behind square on the leg side. Here comes Snater again from the Tigley send. He's in, he bowls, and Allison is steering this one out behind square on the offside. And they take a single, so that leaves Yadvinder Singh with 2 deliveries to face in this last over. 3:57 for 9 in this second over of the day, I should say. Worcestershire have added 3 runs. Yesterday at one stage, of course, they were 123 for 5. So they're very, very happy to have managed to get up to 350. And actually their first batting bonus points of the season. Here comes Snater again and bowls, and an appeal for LBW as Yadvinder plays forward. It runs down towards fine leg. They could have gone for a leg bye, but they've decided against it. Still got music playing in our headphones. I am trying to get it sorted out, Victoria, but
that's fine. I thought you were about to do an update, so I didn't want to say anything.
No updates. It shouldn't be there, but it is at the moment. We're trying to get it sorted out in the studio, but as yet no success. It stopped a couple of times, but briefly. But another run that Yadvinder could have had here as he plays forward to the last ball of the over. It goes down to third man, but again they turn the opportunity down. So a couple of good shots from Allison in that over. Probably the best of them. Didn't get any reward whatsoever thanks to that good stop by Tom Wesley. But at the end of that over, we've had 2 overs today. Worcestershire have added 3 runs to their overnight score, and they are 357 for 9. And it's good morning for the first time to BBC Radio Essex's Victoria Polly.
Good morning, Frank. Yes, this is not what Essex would have wanted, to be still bowling on the morning of day 2, and actually some strong words from Tom Wesley, the captain, when I spoke to him last night, which I'll maybe bring to you during this Jamie Porter over from the New Road end. He's got Ben Allison, who's on 37, waiting as Porter is in on the back foot. Allison's turning that one into the leg side for a dot ball. Wesley said to me, I can't use expletives, but that's a very average day by our standards. And he said to have not been able to finish off the tail, as he says they have struggled 5 wickets plus at other points of this season, that it's simply not good enough. He says they ask a lot of their seamers, but it has highlighted that final session yesterday how quickly a game can get away from you. As Porter is making his way into Allison, who's driving to mid-off for no run. Says the wicket has been doing a bit. There's some invariable bounce around, but they need to show the fight and determination that they did from the Yorkshire game to claw this game back when they do get the go with the bat. So strong words from Tom Wesley last night. I was very disappointed, very annoyed at the end of play that Essex hadn't managed to bowl Worcestershire out on day 1.
Yeah, I agree with that really.
Porter in over the wicket. A couple of shuffles down the wicket from Ben Allison, not timed, and he just hits that one to mid-wicket for no run.
the other thing about those quotes from Tom West is they could be applied to Worcestershire on about 3 occasions this season, when the same thing has happened. At Hove last week, Sussex 6 down for just over 100, went on to get 300. It's a problem in Division 1 if you let teams get off the hook, isn't it, really, I think? Well, in any division, I suppose.
Fourth ball of the Jamie Porter over. He's into Ben Allison. He edges that one into the leg side. Decides to go for the quick single. He thought about coming back for the second. I don't know if he slipped there as he thought about making the turn to come back for 2, but he's on his knees at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I wonder. You never quite know with this business of turning runs down, do you? I mean, that's about 4 runs this morning that they could have taken that they've turned down. I can see the thinking behind it, obviously to make sure that Yadvinder Singh faces as few balls as possible, but you turn 5 or 6 down and then somebody gets out, you wonder whether you might as well have taken them in the first place.
In comes Porter to Yadvinder Singh, and that one's just edged into the leg side for no run. It was just dropped by the square leg umpire. There wasn't an Essex fielder near it, but they have elected to not take the run on that occasion. 358 for 9.
I thought we'd lost our cue, but I think it's still there, isn't it? We've just got a slow introduction
It's
to
got
the
some
next
background
record.
noise, I think. I was a bit late for my news update because they were doing a Eurovision sweepstake on BBC Essex.
Yeah.
It's Jamie Porter's making his way into Yadvinder Singh, and he's edged that one to third. He wasn't quite sure where it had ended up, but it's trickled along the ground. The final ball of the over, 358 for 9.
The Eurovision sweepstake to see whether Great Britain or the UK, whatever they call it these days, gets one or none.
Oh, it's more.
Yeah.
I think the listeners are getting countries, and then they'll whoever.
I see. Right. Okay.
I don't think it's a prize, but whoever gets the winning country will get something.
Well, we've got another run turned down by Yadvinder. Isn't it amazing how it puts you off when you can hear something in your ear that you can't, that you shouldn't, and can't concentrate on the cricket? Very annoying. I've sent another message to try and get something done about it. Shane Snater will continue from the Diglis end of the ground. Field is well spread, 2 slips, and one man saving one, all the rest on the boundary as Ben Allison throws his bat at this one from Snater outside the off stump. Misses it comfortably. Through it goes to Michael Pepper. Could get 2 if he didn't hit it too hard out on the leg side. Have to be quick, but I guess, and even the second slip is going back to third man now, because if he'd have got an edge to that, could easily have gone in the air. So 1 slip and 1 man at extra cover in run saving positions. Everybody else on the boundary as Snater is in and bowls, and it's exactly what I was suggesting might happen as Allison swings the ball up in the air, and he's caught by his brother Charlie at backward point. So the Worcestershire first innings ends with the score on 358, and Snater picks up his 4th wicket of the innings. Worcestershire 358 all out. Yadvinder Singh finishes on 5. Ben Allison out for 38, and Shane Snater picks up his 4th wicket. 4 for 78 for him, and that's the end of the Worcestershire innings.
So for Essex to do with the bat, then they would never have wanted to get to this position where Worcestershire are 358 on the board when they come into bat, but that's where they are. Dean Elgar's having quite a chat with the Essex players in the huddle this morning, and hopefully he was saying something along the lines of, I'm going to stick around here because that's what they'll need, the experiences of the likes of Elgar and Wesley, Critchley and Pepper, the way they batted on Monday against Yorkshire, but also, Allison and Robin Das, the youngsters in the team, they've been given the opportunity to have another go in this game, and Essex will certainly need to put in a strong batting display in this first innings.
Well, that's it. Worcestershire's first innings ended on 3:58. We'll have a short break. We'll be back with you just before 11:25 when Essex begin their response. Welcome back to New Road, where Essex are about to begin their reply to Worcestershire's 358 first innings score. Worcestershire adding just 4 runs this morning to their overnight score before losing their last wicket. Ben Allison, the man out, caught by his brother Charlie for 38, leaving Yadvinder Singh 5 not out. Shane Snater, the wicket taker this morning, finishing with 4 for 78. And we are now about to watch Tom Taylor from the New Road end. He will be bowling to the left-handed Dean Elgar. Ben Gibbon on the field as a substitute for Worcestershire. Not sure who he's substituting for. Could well be Matthew Waite, who had that damaged finger yesterday. Here comes Taylor. First ball of the innings, round the wicket to Elgar, and he's steering it down into the gully, and there is no run. Just looking around to see if it is Matthew Waite. Ben Allison just having a word with his brother, saying, "You could have dropped that, couldn't you?" Or something like that. It wasn't an easy catch.
No, it
spiralled up in the air off the outside edge, and he had a long time to get underneath it. I think it is Matthew Waite who's missing. Here's Taylor again round the wicket. Bowls to Elgar, and he's turning this one on the leg side to the 12th man, Ben Gibbon. There's no addition. So Worcestershire wearing those sweaters that you dread.
Going to make it very difficult for me. I'm going to need your assistance.
I'll give you a quick run round. So at slip you have Rob Jones at first slip and Ethan Brooks at second. They're liable to stay in there for the foreseeable future. And then you've got Jake Libby at backward point. Kashif Ali in the covers, Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off, Taylor bowls, and that is Kashif coming in to do the fielding. And then you've got Allison at mid-on.
I'll pick him out.
Ben Gibbon, the 12th man, at mid-wicket, and Yadvinder Singh down at fine leg. You soon get Libby is nearly always behind square on the offside, where he is now in that backward point position. Kashif usually in the covers or mid-wicket. D'Oliveira, the captain, nearly always at mid-off. Taylor may well be at mid-off when he isn't bowling. He comes in round the wicket now and bowls again to Elgar, who's pushing forward to this one rather uncertainly, and Kashif runs in from extra cover to do the fielding. An overcast morning here at Worcester this morning, quite chilly. No rain in the forecast, expected to get a bit warmer later on, but not as warm as it was yesterday. And I'd imagine that it might just be doing a little bit in the air this morning. Could do with it maybe being a little bit warmer. There's Taylor in once more to the left-handed Elgar, bowls, left alone outside the off stump, and gathered by wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick standing back. There's a third slip in there, isn't there? So Rob Jones at first, Rob Jones at second, Ethan Brooks at third, and Henry Nichols at first. There's Taylor in again round the wicket, bowls, and Elgar is on the back foot this time but doesn't time that, jabs it down into the ground. Kashif again the field at the end of the over. First over, a maiden from Tom Taylor. Essex still to open their account, replying to Worcestershire's 358. Shall I give you the quiz question, Victoria?
Go on, yes, let's get it going.
Essex listeners were very keen on this yesterday, and we got some correct answers from them. I'll give the answer later on in the day. Ben Allison about to bowl from the Diglis end. I've tried again to find a quiz question that concerns both counties. So Worcestershire listeners, you can get in touch if you want to on Twitter at FrankWatson58 or BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com for Essex listeners. or Worcestershire listeners could use that email address as well if they wanted
They're
to.
very welcome.
Don't cheat. Don't go on Cricket Archive or getting all your cricket books out. See if you can do it from memory. We will never know if you've cheated, but you're only cheating yourself. Just remember that. And I will give the question after this ball.
Yeah, it's going to be Ben Allison bowling. Charlie Allison ready to face his first ball of the Essex innings, and he defends that one back down the pitch to his brother for no run.
Which player played for Essex and Worcestershire, but also scored 4 first-class hundreds against Essex and 2 first-class 50s against Worcestershire? So this is a player in my lifetime who played for Worcestershire and Essex, but also scored 4 first-class hundreds against Essex and 2 first-class 50s against Worcestershire.
Allison is on his way in, and he's bowled him off stump out the ground. Ben Allison dismisses Charlie Allison in the second over of the Essex innings. Second ball faced by Charlie Allison. He'll go for naught, and Worcestershire have their first wicket. Essex are 0 for 1.
Left it and just got it wrong. Charlie Allison didn't play a shot, didn't bounce a great deal, but it wasn't that did him. It was the fact that he left the ball alone. So we've had 2 wickets this morning. Ben Allison caught by Charlie Allison. Charlie Allison bowled by Ben Allison. And Essex are 0 for 1. Perfect start for Worcestershire. Wicket in the second over, second ball, and big brother gets little brother.
Coming into bat, Tom Wesley.
I think there's a lot of responsibility and a lot of pressure now resting on the shoulders of Dean Elgar there, and now the captain Tom Wesley as well. Thought it may well be this way based on what we've seen from Essex in these opening games of the season, but they really do need Elgar and Wesley to stick around. I was going back through the innings, the first innings score of Essex, and I know we can talk about pitches, but 582 in the first game against Surrey. That involved a century from Jordan Cox and 95 from Paul Walter, both out injured. Centuries for Michael Pepper and Matt Critchley. 367 in the first innings at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire in the draw there. 179 all out against Worcestershire at Chelmsford. And then 206 in the first innings at Somerset on a Ray Green pitch. 123 all out against Yorkshire. So 358 on the board for Worcestershire, with Essex 0 for 1 in reply at the moment.
Yeah, great start for Ben Allison. He didn't celebrate quite as much as he might have done if it hadn't been his brother, I thought. It was fairly muted. Fielders celebrated more than he did.
Ben Allison into the Essex captain Tom Wesley on the back foot. It's going to whip that one off his hips into the leg side and get a run on the board. And I'll swap round for the left-right combination. So
Matthew Waite is fielding now. So maybe he was just getting a bit of work done on that finger before he actually went out. But he is out there now. Just a bit of tape around the finger, so it doesn't look too bad.
Chris has already been in touch. You'll have to tell me whether
Has he
this is
got the
right,
answer?
Frank, because I don't know.
Well done, Chris. Can't beat you. Goodness me.
Allison on his way into Elgar, and he's trying to have a flick at that on the leg side. It's through behind the stumps for no run.
Yeah, that's a good answer, Chris. Very good. If you've done that, and I'm sure you have, without looking in the record books or on the internet, that's a very good effort.
Chris is very involved in the club's history, so I trust Chris.
Yeah,
to
so
know
do
that
I.
he
So do
hasn't
I.
used
So do I.
a search engine.
I'm not casting aspersions at all.
Allison coming around the wicket to Elgar, and again he thought about playing that one down the leg side. Instead, lets it through to Roderick behind the stumps.
I think it'll test people with less knowledge than Chris, perhaps, that question a little bit more. But quite quite a decent one, and certainly initial inquiries in the press box this morning, nobody got the answer straight away. So who played for Worcestershire and Essex but scored 4 first-class hundreds against Essex and 2 first-class 50s against Worcestershire?
Allison into Elgar, gets a bat on this one to defend it. End of the over in which Ben Allison has taken the first wicket for Worcestershire. That'll have his brother Charlie for Essex. Essex 1 for 1.
And I've got a few others. I've got questions for the next couple of days as well. But I'm trying to find ones that are about both counties and sort of, you know, sufficiently challenging. It's quite difficult. My wife was not impressed last night when I got home, and having been here all day, then started
your Friday evening
to try and find questions for tomorrow. But maybe I need to prepare a little bit further ahead. Tom Taylor will bowl over the wicket from the New Road End now to Tom Westley. If you want to get in touch with an answer to that, by the way, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com or at FrankWatson58 on Twitter. Taylor in. Westley drives, thick inside edge, picks up a single wide of D'Oliveira at mid-on. 2 for 1 the score now. Both of those runs to Westley, who's only faced 2 balls. He looked positive, Tom Westley. I know he's only faced 2 balls, but on both of those he's picked up runs, and he's picked his bat up high, and he's gone at it quite hard, and he just looks determined.
I think he has to be.
He looks as though he's going to walk the walk, having talked the talk in that interview last night. Here comes Taylor round the wicket to Elgar, who drives this straight down the ground, and a very good diving stop off his own bowling by Tom Taylor. I've had a suggestion that the answer is Paul Pollard. That's not the answer. Rob Doverston. Good morning to you. Saw Rob down at Chelmsford the other day. Former Worcester Schools player. But no, it's not Paul Pollard. 2 for 1 then. Elgar on strike. Tom Taylor from the New Road End round the wicket, in, bowls, and Elgar is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery from Taylor. Sort of jabbed the bat at it quite late, and through to Gareth Roderick. Just going to have a look at the replay to see exactly what happened on that one.
It looks as if it might have struck him on the glove, because he looks in some pain, Dean Elgar.
Oh yeah, well it does. It hit, well, or on the arm actually. I think it might. I don't know if it might have missed the glove, but off the arm or the glove, and one bounce through to the keeper. He's walked away in pain. Suggestion: it's not that easy out there, as we saw yesterday morning, and particularly in that hour after lunch when it really got difficult. Taylor in again, bowls, and Elgar almost with one hand just pushes this one up to mid-off. Not yet off the mark, the South African. Tom Westley has 2, the man out. Charlie Allison, bowled by his brother Ben without scoring. Had a chat with the groundsman this morning about the pitch, and he was saying that he agreed with me that in that hour after lunch yesterday it really did become quite difficult. I'm not quite sure why. Sort of seemed to flatten out later. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Elgar is beaten again outside the off. It's a good spell this from Tom Taylor so far. Ian York has got in touch on Twitter at FrankWatson58. He says, is it Mike McAvoy? No, not Mike McAvoy. He did play for Essex and Worcestershire, but he is not the man. Good try.
John says, is it Adam Seymour?
No, not Adam Seymour either. Remember Adam, left-hander, made 100 for Worcestershire against Oxford University fairly early on in his time here. Tom Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Elgar is taken on the pad, drops down on the offside. Another excellent over from Taylor. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1. Score remains 2 for 1. Another little thing about Adam Seymour. This is goodness knows why I know this. But you went for a run this morning along the river, and you ran past the Diglis Hotel that we talked about yesterday. Well, Adam Seymour's mum, or parents, or family, or bought the Diglis Hotel at one point when he came here as a player, Well, they certainly ran it anyway. There's certainly a family connection with it. I hope I'm right. I'm pretty sure I am. I don't think they have anything to do with it anymore. It's kind of changed its guise a few times over the last few years.
Alison is into Wesley. He's trying to flick that one into the leg side. It's taken behind the stumps by Roderick because didn't actually get any connection on at the end. Yes, it was looking splendid last night when I went for a walk. Lots of people enjoying having a drink in the late sunshine because we did have that lovely weather yesterday.
I've just been told that the commentary turned off at the end of the innings, hasn't turned back on again, so I'm going to check that.
Okay. As Alison is in and he gets Wesley on the thigh pad that time. People are getting our quiz, so hopefully they're listening to us somehow.
I think the stream
2 for 1 on the board for Essex. Yes, I did run past the Diglis Hotel this morning. Thank you very much, Frank, for the tip on the route. They're listening to us somehow.
We're back on now from what I can gather.
As Alison is in, and that's off the edge of the bat by Wesley. It runs along the ground to the slips.
Had another suggestion of Paul Pollard from Mikey Jordan. No, it's not Paul Pollard.
Tony's right. Neil would like you to repeat the answer to yesterday's quiz because he couldn't listen in the afternoon and missed it.
The answer to yesterday's quiz, which was who links Wakefield, Hobart in Tasmania, Chelmsford and Worcester, and the answer was Rodney Cass, the Yorkshire-born wicketkeeper who played for Essex and Worcestershire and Tasmania.
As Alison is into Wesley on the back foot, he's trickled that one down through the slips and it's gone for 4 runs. It did come off the edge of the bat, so first boundary on the board for Essex and to Tom Wesley, and they move on to 6 for 1.
I'm going to count today how many runs go through third man.
Okay.
Because it's a bit of a, well, I wouldn't say bugbear, but in low scoring games, I think if 30 or 40 runs go off the edge through that area, it is worth thinking about having a fielder in there. I know some captains feel that it's an important position to stop runs. You've got to find that man from somewhere, obviously, but so many do seem to go through there when you're attacking the top of off stump.
As Alison is in, Wesley defends that one.
You know, you're bowling at the top of off stump, you're trying to get the edge of the bat, you're almost deliberately trying to get the ball to go in that direction. Obviously with a view to going to the slips, not to the boundary, but it can be a leak of runs, and I sometimes wonder whether you should look to bring a fielder from the leg side and plug the gap if you're going to bowl accurately.
Alison is in and Wesley moves the bat out the way at the last second. It's through to Roderick. Final ball of the over. Essex 6 for 1 and Wesley has those 6 runs. Elgar yet to score from the 14 balls he's faced.
Yep, 6 for 1. 1 wicket went down this morning. Worcestershire's innings 354 for 9 overnight. They added 4 to that before Ben Allison was caught by his brother Charlie off Shane Snater for 38. Shane Snater finishing with 4 for 78. Didn't take Ben long to get Charlie back for catching him, because second ball Charlie left one from Ben and was bowled without scoring. Taylor round the wicket too. Elgar, who plays and misses at that beauty from Tom Taylor. Dean Elgar on the walk, reaching for it, and it climbed past the outside edge. Good delivery from Taylor, who started very well this morning, giving Elgar quite a few problems around the wicket. Just did a little bit of way off the pitch as well, that one. And well, this is Elgar all over, isn't it? He'll stick it out, he'll grind it out if he needs to. It doesn't matter how it looks, it's about staying in there at the moment. Taylor is in and bowls, and he's leaving this one alone more confidently. this time. 6 for 1. Rob Daveston, who was in touch before, said Rodney Cass played for a while at Worcester Taverners in this city, played for Worcester City as well. Did I ever see the pads he designed himself? I did, and I wore the wicket-keeping gloves and batting gloves that he made. His name, the Arcas brand, ARCASS, was used by quite a few players. Dennis Amish used to wear the gloves and the pads at one stage. Outside the off stump again from Taylor, left alone by Elgar, and there's no run. So yeah, he finished his career here and worked for a company that made wicket-keeping gloves and pads and so on, and sort of brought out his own line, and they were very good leather goods indeed. Quite a few people very keen on them. Those first gloves that had the sort of covering over the two fingers on the bottom, on the top hand. Elgar defends this next one from Taylor back up the pitch. Taylor's right on it at the moment. In his third over, has conceded just one run, making the batsman play, gone past the bat 2 or 3 times, and asking quite a few questions. Worcestershire, I think, will feel, probably quite rightly, that having got 350, this session between now and lunch could be quite important in where this game goes, in terms of perhaps pressing home an advantage. Taylor bowls, Elgar leaves, good leave taken by Roderick. And what I mean by that is, if they can get 3 down by lunch or 4 down by lunch, for a modest 50 or 60, then I think Worcestershire will feel that they're in the box seat in this game as a whole. Odd thing about Worcestershire, haven't won a game, bottom of the table, haven't got any batting bonus points. They've had first innings leads in 2 of the games that they've lost, and I think that hurts a bit when they reflect on them. As Taylor bowls again, and Elgar is again slightly uncertain, steers this one down into the gully, doesn't score. He's faced 20 deliveries, Dean Elgar, and he's still yet to get off the mark. That's a measure of how well particularly Tom Taylor has bowled at him. Taylor 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 1. The wicket taker Ben Allison, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 5.
I think what you said was key there. It's going to be about grinding it out for Essex. They know that the pitch can be unpredictable at times. There's some really good bowling already so far this morning from Worcestershire, so they're going to really have to get the measure of things and play sensibly. Morning to Richard Gidea Park, who has the answer to the quiz question.
They're so good. They're so good, these guys.
As Allison begins a new over from the Diglis end. He's into Wesley. It's outside the edge of his bat and through to behind the stumps for no run.
Yeah, they're very. I'm impressed with these Essex correspondents, with their knowledge. It's not that easy a question. If you use the internet or whatever, it'd be very easy. I mean, a quick search of players that have played for both counties would probably be enough, but if you're doing it off the top of your head, it's not that easy.
In comes Allison to Wesley and strikes him on the pad, I think, as they think about coming through, and in the end it's collected at square leg and they decide to stay where they are. It remains 6 for 1 on the board for Essex. Still overcast at New Road. I think we are expecting some afternoon sunshine when I looked at the weather forecast this morning, and slightly warmer conditions as Allison is in. That's defended by Wesley with a straight bat for no run.
It's a good few degrees cooler out there than it was yesterday. Will the overcast conditions help the Worcestershire bowlers, I've been asked? Well, I fancy they would if it was a bit warmer, but in my experience, I mean, I'm not saying they won't do anything, but ideal swing conditions, it's a bit more humid than this.
Allison into Wesley, and that one is going to be collected on the boundary as they come back for 2-leg byes. I think we're about to see the umpire signal.
Yeah.
Yes, it did come off the pad.
Matthew Waite down there is fielding, so the 12th man has gone off. 4th slip's gone in, that's Jake Libby. Quite wide. So you've got Nichols at first, Jones at second, Brooks at third, Libby at fourth, Kashif Ali at backward point, Oliveira at extra cover.
As Allison is in to Wesley. You heard the sound there of bat on ball, as that's just played into the leg side safely for no run. I have tried to write it down, but I probably will end up needing some help identifying. I said, oh, it's fine. You let one of your colleagues borrow the binoculars today.
Yeah, the spare binoculars. There's a good pair.
Oh.
Your need is probably greater than mine with the fielders. It's not easy, especially Worcestershire have these sweaters that don't have the numbers and names on. So if it's hot and they're not wearing them, it's fine.
As Allison is into Wesley, past the outside edge of the bat through to Roger. There was half an appeal from the slips, but Wesley didn't get a touch on that one. Essex 8 for 1.
Yeah, Ben Allison, tidy, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5, and Tom Taylor more than tidy, 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 1. Good start for Worcestershire. Got that wicket in the first over. Dean Elgar, 20 deliveries faced so far, yet to get off the mark. Taylor round the wicket to him again. 3 slips in place. He's in, he bowls, and Elgar is off the mark now. He's forward. He just squeezes this one away on the offside for a single. So the wait for Elgar is over, and Taylor will come over the wicket again to Wesley, who has 6-9 for 1, and Worcestershire having recovered from 123 for 5 to 358 all out. Very keen now to press home any advantage they can early on day 2. Taylor over the wicket, in, bowls, and Wesley is out, caught behind by Roderick. Wicket for Tom Taylor. Great start from him, hardly bowled a bad ball, beaten Elgar all over the place, and it's Wesley that he gets over the wicket to the right hand. A little bit of movement away, and Wesley done by a good one. He's on his way, and Essex are 9 for 2.
Yeah, good bowling from Tom Taylor. He's been causing problems for Dean Elgar, and the first opportunity he gets to have a bowl at Tom Wesley, he's made him play at that one, and the Essex captain has to depart.
Good stuff from Tom Taylor. And talking about Worcestershire trying to press home an advantage, well, they've got a real chance now to do so before lunch, because they've got the skids under Essex a little bit early in this reply to the first innings, 358. And as I said about 10 minutes ago, if they can pick up 4 or so before lunch, then I think they'll be in a position where they'll feel that the game is there for them to, at least, I'm not going to say go as far as to say for them to win it, but it's certainly, they shouldn't lose it if they get Essex, say 50 for 4 or something like that at lunch, with 358 on the board. You can never say never, but they shouldn't, and they will feel that they are in with a chance of getting into a really strong position. 2 batsmen in deep conversation as Robin Das comes out to join Elgar, the experienced Elgar. You know, we've been saying, Victoria, that Elgar is key. With every wicket that goes down at the other end, the responsibility on him becomes ever greater, doesn't it?
It does, and I think as well, because they have had this change in the middle order. Jordan Cox was in such good form at number 4 before he picked up that abdominal injury. Robin Dass came in for his first appearance of 2025 last week against Yorkshire, made 8 in the first innings and was out for a duck in the second. So there's also pressure on him to show what he can do. He had some opportunities at times last season to open, and he needs runs, and Essex need runs on the board.
Taylor into Das, who is confidently walking into his first ball and pushing it up to mid-off. But there's a real air of expectancy out there at the moment as Taylor comes into bowl. 3.3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2, asking questions. I think prefers bowling at right-handers. He's over the wicket to the right-handers and bowling a good off-stump line. 4 slips waiting. In he comes now, Taylor. Bowls to Dasu, leaves that one alone outside the off-stump. Good carry through to Gareth Roderick. Such an important player for Worcestershire, Tom Taylor, who's only in his second full season with the club and established as a front-line bowler. Quite an important batsman, made 43 yesterday. Important white ball player. Will, if he stays fit, will more or less an automatic pick in all formats. Comes in again now, bowls, and Das is beautifully driving this one through the covers. That could well be 4 runs. In fact, it's picked up just inside the rope by Kashif Ali, but a nice shot from Das, whose feet are moving well. It's always a good sign, I think, when batsman comes to the crease and gets his feet moving early on, and Das has already done that. He's off the mark. He goes to 2, and it's 11 for 2. Quite a tense little period this, I think, as we approach the end of the first hour's play. Worcestershire overnight adding just 4 runs to their 354 for 9. But busy now with the ball. Tom Taylor in again to bowl to Robin Das. He bowls, and Das is edging this one, and it drops just short, I think, of Rob Jones at first slip. Henry Nichols at first slip, just watching replay. But again, good delivery from Taylor. Didn't carry, did it? Don't think so. Worth just having a look. Oh, it did. Did it? Or was it off the thigh? No, I think it was off the bat, was it? Taylor holding his head in his hands, turns round and looks at the umpire, shaking his head. I can't quite decide. Yeah. I will just stress to listeners that we can't see what you can see on the screen. We're commentating from a long way away, and then we can look at a replay. So sometimes it seems as though you might hear us saying things and think, well, what are they talking about? That's not what happened at all. We're looking from long on and commentating for the radio, and they're using our commentary for the pictures that you can see. We only seen one replay. I wouldn't mind seeing another replay of that. I'm not sure. Nichols moved away to his right, didn't he, and left a big gap between himself and the wicketkeeper. It's quite an odd one. It might have come off the thigh, I think.
I think the reaction suggests it wasn't as close as maybe it looked.
Not too much fuss. That one left alone by Olga from Alice.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I forgot I was back on with end of the over. 11 for 2. And
I've lost count of the number of times I've done that. It was quite wide then. Yeah, I don't know. It was Taylor was the only one who kind of reacted, but he might have been thinking, well, why didn't it bowl him? I don't know, but I don't think it was a catch.
Allison making his way in around the wicket to the left-handed Olga. Morning to Chris, who's been in touch. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Get your email in a moment. As Essex look to rebuild after 2 early wickets. Remember, Worcestershire 358 on the ball before they were bowled out inside 4 overs this morning. As Allison is in, that one's left alone by Elgar, moving the bat high out of the way.
Fat lot of good they are in the press box. I don't think anybody was watching, so
They've given up already.
I don't think it was a chance. I think it came off the thigh. If you had a better view of that, and your didn't hit anything. Okay, that's good. Joe Leach has helped out there. Thanks, Joe. He's watching at
Allison
home.
is in, and again, Algar's just moving the bat out of the way to let that through to the keeper for no run.
Joe Leach, former Worcestershire captain and seam bowler, all-rounder. Sorry, Joe. He said didn't hit anything. It came off a crack in the pitch. And just looped away to slip. Never seen anything like it. And Dave Bradley's got the right answer, and he says he didn't Google it. Well done. Yeah. Well, there you go. It didn't hit anything. It shows you just can't sometimes tell at all.
Allison into Elgar, decides at the last second to leave that one. With some movement there from the bowling of Ben Allison, it's through to Roderick for no run. Chris's message, he said the mention of Gidea Park just now reminded me that was the Romford venue in the days of Outgrounds. Yeah, Richard from Gidea Park had been in touch on the quiz. He says it was 1965 that I made the trip from Ilford to Gidea Park to see Essex play the reigning champions Worcestershire. It was a beautiful sunny day, and that Worcestershire side was awesome. Graveney, Kenyon, Gifford and D'Oliveira to name four. Can't remember the result, and as I write, Wesley's out, says Chris. Thank you for your email. As Allison is into Elgar, he was looking to drive. It's edged off the bat, and it will find the way to the boundary for 4 runs. It wasn't the cleanest of shots from Dean Elgar, but he's got the boundary. Essex moved to 15 for 2 at the end of the over. Elgar is on 5 and Das is on 2.
Yeah, he sort of took one hand off the bat, didn't he? Sliced, I think, is the best way to describe that. Sliced away square of the wicket. Dean Elgar looks awkward at the moment, looks uncomfortable. Doesn't matter at all. Doesn't care, I'm sure. Just about digging in and sticking it out, and he's a master of that, holding it together. He goes to 5. He's faced 27 deliveries. Das has 2. 2 men out, Allison without scoring and Wesley for 6, 15 for 2. The Essex response to Worcestershire's 358. Robin Das on strike. Yeah, that was a heck of a side, that Worcestershire side. Taylor in, and Das is just dabbing this one down on the offside. It goes to Allison at 4th slip. Champions in 64 and 65. That Worcestershire side. Some great names. Tom Graveney, one of the true greats. I remember him being called back into the England side when I was a schoolboy at the age of 40. Taylor in, bowls, and Das is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Roderick. Came back into the England side at the age of 40 and made 100 against Australia, I think, in 68. Wonderful player, wonderful man, very popular on this ground right up until his passing. Yadvinder Singh loosening up in the covers, big day for him, only his 2nd championship game for Worcestershire. Be very keen to get amongst it, I'm sure. Here's Taylor again, in past umpire Lloyd Bowles, left alone by Robin Das outside the off stump. Applause from a couple of the slip fielders. I think that one moved back quite sharply after it had passed the stumps. Certainly Gareth Roderick moving away to his left together. Good from Taylor. Again, good line. Good leave, but it did move quite considerably after it had passed the stumps. He certainly found a good rhythm here, Tom Taylor, from the New Road end. Halfway through his 5th over. 1 for 4 so far. Comes in again now. And bowls to Das, who's leaving that alone again outside the off stump.
You're talking of the Essex-London border, those East London areas, those listeners, perhaps Worcestershire fans not familiar with Robin Das. He was born in Leytonstone and he's a product of the Essex Academy. I saw him make a a century on debut, his first class debut against Ireland in a tour match a couple of seasons ago. He's appeared across all formats for Essex.
Waits now, back raised as Taylor is in to him, and he drives very nicely. But Taylor is good off his own bowling, gets his left hand down to his ankle, makes a good stop. Yeah, he just looks as though he's got his feet moving really nicely today, Robin Das. I mean, that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Didn't produce any runs, but just he looks in good order at the moment. Sometimes players come out and look uncomfortable. Sometimes they look as though their feet are moving nicely and they've got good rhythm, and he looks like that at the moment, and just underlines that with a nice square drive off the back foot, which brings him a couple of runs. And there's a real contrast at the moment, if you like, between the two batsmen, in that Das, as I say, he's only got 4, and the total was 17 for 2 at the end of the over. But you got Dean Elgar, who's faced 27 deliveries for 5, played and missed, been hit on the hand, sliced it away off the edge a couple of times, just looked a little bit out of sorts, and yet, as I say, we expect him to get stuck in, and he's very difficult to shift. He's a limpet-like sort of batsman. And then you've got Robin Das at the other end, who just walked out there and appears to be playing with ease and freedom.
Allison's on his way in from the Diglis end to Elgar. Again, just decides to take the bat out of the way of that one. Let it through to the keeper.
12th man's out there again now. We've got Ben Gibbon down here in front of us fielding as 12th man. So again, just have a look who's gone off. It could well be Matthew Waite again with that hand injury. Can't see him anywhere. So looks like it is him. Bit of toing and froing from the fielders.
17 for 2. Allison is in. That's dug out this time by Elgar. Played to mid-off for no run. And both quite diminutive figures, Dean Elgar and Robin Das. Not much between them. More so in age. I don't think Dean Elgar would mind me saying. Allison past the umpire. Elgar leaves that one from Allison outside the off stump. There's a bit of gardening. It's a quieter day over in the hospitality tents, or perhaps more likely people are taking shelter inside.
I don't think that. I'm not sure there's anybody in there today. It tends to be more popular during the week. No, it looks quiet today.
Allison into Elgar. Thought about getting the bat towards that one, but it's through to the keeper. It's making him think about this, Ben Allison. Elgar remaining on 5.
Bit chilly for spectators today, Victoria, I reckon, don't you? You need to. I think I've got it wrong with the shorts on today. Probably could have wrapped up a bit more. You certainly wouldn't want to be out there without a jumper or a light coat of some description. About 7 or 8 degrees colder than it was yesterday.
Allison is into Elgar, who turns that one into the leg side. I've gone for the jacket. I did have a hoodie as well, which I've put in the car, but I might have to,
you have to go and nip and get it.
Go and get it at some point.
Your car in the hotel car park. I hope you've put your number into the iPad.
I have. I've done what I needed.
We've had a few commentators visiting who've been caught out by that. You can usually get them cancelled if you've been staying at the hotel, but yeah.
In comes Allison towards Elgar, beaten outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over. 17 for 2. Elgar's on 5 from 32 deliveries. Das at the other end on 4. Essex not looking comfortable against this Worcestershire bowling at times.
Just watching that last one again. Yeah. Did he pull his bat away? It was one of those where he pulled the bat inside the line. I reckon it was after the ball had gone. He might have actually had a little nibble at that one. Tom Taylor is having a little break after his excellent opening spell. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. And Yadvinder Singh is coming into the attack. Yadvinder, who has played just 1 championship game for Worcestershire before. That was at Surrey last year. Product of the South Asian Cricket Academy. Second Worcestershire player to be given a contract from Saka, the other being Kashif Ali. He comes in now from the New Road End and bowls, and Das is on the back foot playing that defensively down in front of him. So Yadvinder, who picked up a few wickets in second team games at the start of this season, started quite well. He played, as I say, at the Oval last year. Wasn't expecting to play, was sort of taken along for a bit of experience, and found himself in the side for that game. Got 4 wickets in the second innings. He's in now, bowls. That's a bit short and wide, and Robin Das helps himself, cuts that away to backward point for 2 runs. Good bit of fielding by Jake Libby, chasing after that and sliding to flick it back when it looked as though it was going for 4. Yeah, 4 for 103 at the Oval last year from Yadvinder. That's his best bowling. He's 29 years old, I think, so quite a late entrant to the county game. He's in now and bowls. That one comes back quite sharply at Das, just takes him on the thigh pad and drops down on the onside. So yeah, no, he's not a raw youth by any means. He's taken a long time to find his way into the county game. I remember talking to him at that game at the Oval last year, and he was saying that he couldn't quite believe that he was there playing against the county champions, test players and so on in that venue. This one comes back at Das, hits him on the pad. There's half an appeal, no more than that. But yeah, I think sometimes these late entrants to the county game particularly motivated because they've sort of got to make up for lost time, really, having waited so long. Quite sharp movement back in actually from that delivery, and certainly very grateful for the opportunity that he's been given. Comes in again now and bowls to Das, who is going to get 4 this time, I think, because he's chopped this one down to third man.
Add that one to your list.
Yeah, I can add that, can't I? I'll write it down. Keep reminding me, in case I forget. That's 8. So we've got 23 on the board. 8 of them have gone through third man. To be fair, that wasn't really an edge. That was a deliberate shot, but it would have only been a single had there been a fielder there. And Das moves on to 10, the first player into double figures. The men out. Charlie Allison out without scoring. Tom Westley out for 6. Dean Elgar is on 5. He's faced 33 deliveries. Robin Das on 10 off 15 deliveries. Yadvinder in again to bowl to Das. He bowls, and Das plays quite an extravagant drive at this and gets an inside edge, and it runs to mid-wicket where Ben Allison fields, and there's no run the end of the over. 11 overs gone. This is a reply to Worcestershire's 358. Essex are 23 for 2.
Morning, or no, I should say afternoon now. It's 11 minutes past 12. To Keith, who says, enjoying the commentary and the tricky questions. I think I'm wrong with my guess, but actually, Keith, you're right.
Well done.
He says, another footballer / cricketer, which is something we were talking about yesterday on commentary, was Chris Marples, goalkeeper for Chesterfield and wicketkeeper for Derbyshire. Yeah. He played both until a year after Phil Neal.
Yep, that's true. He didn't play anywhere near as much as Phil Neal, but yeah, he did.
As Allison is in, left alone by Elgar. John's been in touch as well, following up on his guess of Seymour, and says, I think it's just come to me. And you are right.
Yeah. Yeah. It isn't that difficult, is it? It's not, I don't think it's as difficult as yesterday's, but yes, it's a nice one. If you're wondering what we're talking about, you've just joined us. My quiz question today: which player who played for Worcestershire and Essex also scored 4 first-class hundreds against Essex and 2 first-class 50s against Worcestershire.
As Allison is into Elgar, plays out into the offside for no run.
And yesterday we were talking about cricketing footballers, because there have been quite a few, and Chris Marples has been added to the list this morning.
Yeah, Tony's been in touch as well about Jim Standen, who we were talking about yesterday, and saying he won the county championship and FA Cup final for my beloved West Ham in 1964, and topped the bowling averages, says Tony in Dagenham.
And the Cup Winners' Cup in 65, I think, for West Ham against TSV Munich.
Allison into Elgar. He's trying to steer that one into the leg side. Doesn't go anywhere, so he remains at the crease.
I don't know why I know that, really, who West Ham played, but it's from some football annual that I had when I was a kid. The other thing they say about Jim Standen, I never saw him play, of course, here, but they say that he was one of the first, really, really great cover fielders, specialist sort of cover fielders.
Allison into Elgar, and he nudges this one through the leg side. It's got good pace on it, and it's going to be chased to the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Looking more comfortable with that shot, Dean Elgar. He moves on to 7. Essex will move to 25 for 2.
He reminds me a bit of Alan Border in a way, Dean Elgar, another famous left-handed test player who played for Essex. The great Alan Border. It could be quite awkward at the crease at the start of his innings sometimes, but absolute nugget, very difficult to dismiss, and would often make teams pay whatever level for not getting him out when he was finding his
as Allison
way in
is
there.
in, and that's played by Elgar with one hand on the back, just removed that bottom hand as he comes through for the single. And it's 26 for 2 at the end of the over, with Elgar on to 8, and Essex trail Worcestershire by 332 runs.
Matthew Waite's back out there now. 1 ball left, actually. They were just changing over for the right-hander. I don't think I've ever seen a player take one hand off the bat quite as often as Dean Elgar has in this innings so far. But he's still there.
As Allison is into Das. It's just wide of third for the single. 27 for 2 at the end of the over. I was ahead of myself there.
Yeah. Well, it sometimes, especially at the
I think
very
it's
end
because
of the
they
over,
start
you think it's the
moving
end,
for the
they all cross over.
left-right hand combination as well, so you get a bit carried away.
Yeah, well, I've done it so many times myself, I know exactly what you mean. So Das keeps the strike with that single. He's 11. Elgar is 8. But it's I just keep going back to saying it. Elgar looks like he's the key man, isn't he? Mangon in short on the drive at short mid-wicket now for Das. As Yadvinder comes in and bowls to him, and he drives nicely, but straight to D'Oliveira at mid-on, and there's no run. He really is moving well, Robin Das. His feet are moving well. He's timing the ball well. He looks in good form. He looks like a player who's quite confident. Only takes 1 ball, of course, but he's made a very positive start. Yadvinder is into him again, and again he's nicely forward. Plays that one up to mid-off. Looks all nicely balanced, and his feet are moving well. Good weight transfer onto the front foot. Looks in good shape. 3 slips in place. Man on the drive at short mid-wicket, quite close. Ben Allison, might be a little bit of inside knowledge being used there, I think, as Yadvinder is in and Das leaves outside the off stump. They'll have played a fair bit, I would have thought, together.
Yeah, they're not too dissimilar in age,
Ben
these
Allison
two.
and Robin Das, and he might just know that he might just remember a game or two where he's seen Das just lift a drive on the onside, perhaps into that area, and he's just had a little word with Brett D'Oliveira and said, I'll just go in there for a couple of overs and see if we can capitalise on that. There's Yadvinder into Das, and again he's driving nicely out on the offside Kashi Fields, but better from Yadvinder so far in this over in terms of his line. A couple of deliveries in his first over that were just a bit too wide outside off stump and gave Das scoring opportunities, but he's tightened up a little bit since then. Tall, right arm over the wicket, medium pace, tends to move the ball back into the right hander generally. He's in now and bowls, and Das is again on the front foot, driving up to mid off. Looks a very technically correct right hander, Robin Das. I have seen him before, but not for a while. Struck by how well his feet are moving today. Just leaning into the shots. There's nice weight transfer. There's Yadvinder in again, bowls to him, and again he's looking to drive. This time just an inside edge ball, just takes the bat onto the pad, runs out on the offside, perhaps just on that occasion collapsing that right side a little bit, the right knee going down and the shoulder coming around, just losing shape on that one. End of the over from Yadvinder. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. Allison 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. The other wicket taker, Tom Taylor, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Worcestershire making Essex work hard. 13 overs bowled in this innings so far. Essex are 27 for 2, and we're going to see Matthew Waite, Worcestershire's fourth seamer, being introduced at the Diglis end.
And had treatment on that finger injury that he picked up while batting yesterday, but he's okay to bowl. Take you through some of the scores elsewhere on the first session of day 2 in a moment. Don't forget you can follow all the action on the BBC Sport website via the live text page. As Waite is in and Elgar's driving uppishly to mid-off for no run. Dharma 70 without loss in reply to Nottinghamshire's 407 all out. Remember Hasib Hamid yesterday hitting that double ton. Sussex 22 without loss in reply to Somerset's 338 all out in their first innings. Surrey are 94 for 2. Dom Sibley's LBW. And by all accounts doesn't sound like he was too happy with that decision in reply to Yorkshire's 255 all out in their first innings, as Waite is on his way into Elgar, who's defending that one for no run. Warwickshire struggling, they're 77 for 4. Hampshire putting 300 on the board on day 1. And I'll take you through the Division 2 scores shortly as well. This afternoon, Essex women in action in the T20 County Cup. They are at Headingley to take on Yorkshire in their first match of that competition. 27-4-2 as Waite is into Elgar, who's driving into the covers straight to the fielder for no run. Glamorgan 171 for 4. Northamptonshire were 185 all out in their first innings. Gloucestershire have just got underway in their first innings because Kent were 424 all out, and Lancashire still going with the bat, 346 for 5 against Derbyshire, while Leicestershire 81 for 4 after Middlesex made 232 with the bat. Waite is on his way into Elgar. Oh, and that was edged, was it, by Elgar? There was some dives in the slip. Not sure if it carried, if it did come off the edge of the bat, but he certainly was having a look to see where that had travelled to, Dean Elgar. I think it might have been a chance, the way in which slip fielders have stayed down. Just see if we can see the replay.
Yeah, Rob Jones, I think, at second slip. Not that clear from the replay. It certainly looked like a chance. Henry Eccles at first, Rob Jones at second. Was it between the two of them?
His Waite is in, and that one is driven by Elgar. It's going to be chased by Allison to the boundary. A sliding stop, which he gets there for, as Elgar comes back for 2. 29 for 2. He moves to double figures to 10. bbcscricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch, whether that's for Frank's quiz question or you've got some thoughts to share. As Waite is into Elgar, he knocks that one into the leg side for no run. Final ball of the over, 29 for 2 on the board now for Essex.
So looks like a chance went down with Elgar in that over, off Waite on Elgar on 8 at the time, just edging the ball out into the slips. Couldn't quite tell. I think Rob Jones might have got a hand on it, and Matthew Waite almost striking in his very first over. How costly could that be? Elgar took 21 deliveries to get off the mark. He's now faced 44 for his 10, but he is difficult to shift. As Yadvinder Singh comes in and bowls, and Robin Das drives up to mid-off. You don't want to miss chances from a batter like Elgar. They don't come along very often. But encouragement for Matthew Waite in his first over. He's been quite consistent with his bowling this season. Batted well yesterday. He's proving a very important all-rounder for Worcestershire. Here's Yadvinder in again, bowls, and given room, Robin Das plays a beautiful drive into the covers, where there is a superb piece of fielding by the 12th man, Ben Gibbon. Really brilliant stop, diving to his left. He's left-handed, and saved a certain boundary there, and got high fives from about 5 or 6 players. Ben Allison running all the way from mid-wicket to congratulate him. Yadvinder in, bowls, and on the back foot this time. Das playing out on the offside. So Waite's on the field and Gibbon is out there now fielding. So I'm now wondering who's gone off, and I think so it's not a slip. Nichols is at first, Jones at second, Brooks at third, Libby's in his usual backward point position. It might. Tom Taylor's at mid-off, D'Oliveira's out there. Yadvinder is in again and bowls, and this is 4 runs because it's width again that he can't afford to give. Third man, another one down. Third boundary through third man in this innings, and the total goes on to 33 for 2. Das has 15, so 12 have gone through third man. I'll keep counting as the day goes on. But it's the width that Das capitalised on. You see Yadvinder is in again and bowls, and he's driving again, and again Gibbon had extra cover. Smart work to prevent another boundary. Yadvinder then coming to the end of his third over, none for 10 so far. And I'm still trying to work out who's not on the field. I think it's Kashif Ali who's actually gone off now. Pretty certain it is. As Yadvinder is in to complete the over, and that one maybe kept a little bit low, and Robin Das just jammed the bat down on it, played it out the offside. End of the over, just the one boundary from it. 3 overs, 1 made and no wicket for 10. Yadvinder's figures, and Essex 33 for 2 off 15 overs in reply to Worcestershire's 358. Oh, it did keep low, that last one.
Certainly feel that chill around. And it doesn't look particularly breezy, it's just cooler, isn't it? It's not any kind of wind making it cooler. As I get weight bowling from the Diglis end to Dean Elgar, who just plays that one down into the ground, drops into the leg side, and he shadows a couple of shots that he maybe would like to be able to play. Dot ball to start the over from Waite. His second over as he's into Elgar, and that flies off the edge of the bat, just loops into the offside for no run. Tony says Worcester seemed to corner the market regarding footballers. Remember Tim Coombs and Ted Hensley as well?
Yeah, Jim mentioned both of those yesterday.
Yeah.
Jim Coombs and Ted Hensley, yeah. Absolutely. Although Jim Coombs also played for Warwickshire, went on to be chief exec of Lancashire, I think, at one stage.
Waite is into Elgar on the back foot, plays that one back past the bowler. It's going to be picked up at mid-off for no run. Bit of a chat in the field before Waite is going to begin his run up for the next ball. He's in over the wicket to Elgar, and he pushes this one through the leg side, thinks about coming back for the second run, but it's stopped in the field, and they will just take the single on that occasion, the Essex batters, as Elgar moves to 11, Essex move to 34, and we will have a swap in the field for the left-right combination. Robin Das comes on to strike for the visitors. Getting to that point on Saturday where there may well be club cricketers going through their warm-ups ahead of 1 o'clock start perhaps. As Waite is into Das, looking to drive, fuller delivery, and instead he's just hit that one to Ben Allison at mid-wicket for a dot ball. We were hearing yesterday from Gary on the emails talking about the East Anglian Premier League. He's a big fan of going to watch Frinton, and we were discussing timed and overs games, and Oscar was telling us, Oscar from the Cricketer joined us, was giving us his thoughts on that as Waite is in. That one's left alone by Robin Das, who was thinking about coming forward to meet it. That's the end of the over. 34 for 2 on the board now for Essex.
Yeah, decent over again from Matthew Waite. Worcestershire, though, being held up by this third wicket partnership. 9 for 2 when they came together, these two. Robin Das has been quite fluent for his 15. Dean Elgar less fluent, but absolutely obdurate for his 11 so far. 48 deliveries. He's been uncomfortable, he's played and missed. We think he's been dropped at slip, but he's still there, and he is the wicket that Worcestershire would most prize, I would imagine, in the this half hour before lunch. As Yadvinder Singh comes into Elgar, and this one's short and wide, and Elgar cuts it for 4. As we said throughout yesterday, on a pitch like this where you are perhaps tested a bit more than usual, when you do get a loose delivery like that, it's absolutely vital that you capitalise on it. And this is it's Elgar all over, isn't it? Struggle, difficult, play and miss, awkward. Put the bad ball out of your mind. Put the bad shot or the good ball out of your mind, and concentrate and stick around and make sure that you're able to capitalise when the bad ball comes along like that. And Dean Elgar absolutely in that mould. Put that bad ball away, goes to 15, holding it together for Essex. Yadvinder Singh round the wicket now to the left-hander, bowls, and Elgar just tucks this one away down to long leg for a single. Takes him on to 16. Took him 21 deliveries to get off the mark. He's now faced 50 deliveries. He's on 16. I doubt he's even looked at the board. I shouldn't think he is bothered about that at all. He just knows that he's got to just occupy the crease, stick at it, get out there and just play. Bat and bat. Back over the wicket to the right-hander, Yadvinder bowls, and that one climbs quite steeply, having pitched, taken above his head by Gareth Roderick, but left alone by Robin Das. Earlier today, Worcestershire adding just 4 to their overnight score before they lost their last wicket. 358 all out, a man out. Ben Allison caught by his brother Charlie off the bowling of Shane Snater for 38. Snater finished with 4 for 78. Yadvinder is in and bowls, and Das on his toes plays off the back foot into the covers, fielded by Taylor. So Yadvinder was left 5 not out, 358 all out Worcestershire, and in reply Essex losing Charlie Allison, bowled by his brother Ben without scoring, to his second ball in just the second over. And 9 for 2 when Tom Westley was caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Tom Taylor. No further wickets. Yadvinder in, bowls, and Robin Das on the walk plays this up to Worcestershire captain Brett D'Oliveira at mid-on. The skies slightly lighter than they were when play began, but it's still quite overcast. We're expecting some sunshine this afternoon. Worcestershire now with 25 minutes before lunch, looking to make a further breakthrough as Yadvinder Singh comes in from the New Road end and bowls, and that one is edged down to third man. There is a man down there now, Ben Gibbon, the 12th man, and they go through for a single, which means that Das will keep the strike. At the end of that over, Yadvinder Singh 4 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 16, and Essex 40 for 2.
Richard on the emails has the answer to the quiz question right.
It's too easy, isn't it?
And also says people will be wearing the right clothes if the forecast was correct. 18 hours ago it said sunny and 22, not cloudy and 15. What can you do?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. That makes me feel better now with my shorts on.
Mick has also got in touch to say about Jeff Hurst, Essex and England. Yeah, that was my contribution to the conversation yesterday. Rob's not got the answer right on the email, as weight is in to Das, who's defending. Rob is an Essex pair, Epping born and bred, Worcester for the past 25 years.
Oh, there you
but
go.
you've not got the answer right, I'm afraid, Rob. Have another go.
Who did he say?
Andy Bishop?
Andy Bickle, no,
Bickle,
not
sorry.
Andy Bickle. That was suggested yesterday as well for the Rodney Cass one, wasn't it?
.40 for 2 on the board for Essex. Das taps his bat. Matthew Waite about to begin his run up. He comes over the wicket to the right hander, and that's just played out to backward point for no run. Wait, just having a chat with his captain, Brett D'Oliveira, before he comes in for his third ball of the over, left alone by Das, through to Roderick behind the stumps. Sussex have lost a first wicket against Somerset. They're now 37 for 1. Haynes has gone. Well, Lancashire are continuing to dig in their first innings. They're 358 for 5 against Derbyshire in Division 2. As weight is in, and that one has come off the edge of the bat from Robin Das, who was looking to drive. It's down to third, but it will be stopped inside the boundary. 42 for 2. Das moves on to 18. And there's a change in the field. as Ben Allison's gonna move round. Das on 18. Weight is in, and that one's hit square of the wicket by Robin Das, and that change in the field hasn't worked because he's found the gap and pierced it for 4.
Yeah, loose delivery from Waite. First really loose one. He's bowled short and wide. Exactly the sort of ball that he himself enjoys when he's batting. See Tom Taylor doing some loosening up at mid-on. Whether he's just keeping loose or whether he's going to come and have another little go at this new road end before lunch, I'm not sure, but the pressure has eased certainly since the bowling changes have been made. Taylor and Allison both quite tidy early on. Taylor 5 overs 2 maidens 1 for 6. Allison 6 overs 2 maidens 1 for 13. Pressure's just eased slightly.
Weight into Das, plays that one back down the pitch. End of the over, 46 for 2. Das is on 22 from 41 deliveries, Elgar on 16 from 50.
That's not to say that Matthew Waite has been loose or even Yadvinder Singh, particularly. Waite 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9, could have had Elgar, and Yadvinder 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16, but Tom Taylor indeed is being recalled at the new road end. So 20 minutes ago, probably going to bowl another 3 overs. First opening spell was just 5. But he is the spearhead, if you like, of this Worcestershire seam attack, with Jacob Duffy missing this game. Comes in there around the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who is forward, pushes up to mid-off. Brett D'Oliveira, the fielder. Elgar faced 51 deliveries now for his 16. But as I have repeatedly said, I don't think he will be concerned, nor will he be concerned that he hasn't yet found any real fluency. There have been a couple of decent shots. The main thing is that he is still there, and I'm sure he is the wicket Worcestershire would most prize. As Taylor is in and bowls, and he's driving into the offside, fielded in the covers by his former teammate Ben Allison.
It's a bit stiff there, knees. Dean Elgar, stretching out the back a bit.
Yeah. Well, he's getting on a bit. He's had a rap on the hand, stretching his back and fretting a little bit, but once he settles down over that bat, focuses on the bowler running up, I'm sure he forgets all those ailments. As Taylor is in and pulls his bat out of the way of that one, I think, at the last minute. Just that sort of curtain rail movement of the bat across after the ball's gone. Sometimes looks as though he might have played a shot at it. Other times maybe he does play at it and then pulls the bat away. That, yeah, I can't tell really watching the replay of that one whether he played or not. Late decisions, a bit like Henry Nicholls yesterday, didn't quite get his bat out of the way in time and was caught behind. Taylor in again to Elgar, bowls, and again slightly discomforted by this one, just leaning forward, and it bounces up and takes him on the glove, drops down on the offside. Pressure's increased as soon as Taylor's come back on, hasn't it? Just a little bit more accuracy, a little bit more purpose, a little bit more threat, and on the hunt for a second wicket. Tom Taylor, 5.4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Comes in again now, round the wicket, bowls to Elgar, taken on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Taylor liked it, umpire Lloyd didn't. Again Elgar is in pain, hit on the inside of the knee, I think, by that one. I don't think I've ever seen a batsman more uncomfortable than Elgar has been in this innings. It was a decent shout, I think. It may be a little bit high. And the other thing, I'm talking about this in the press box this morning, that people often don't appreciate, I think, and particularly when they're watching Oh, what a catch! What a catch that is by Ethan Brooks. Third slip. Goodness me. Superb. I honestly can't remember seeing a better slip catch than that for a long, long time. Edged by Elgar. Diving low to his left, Ethan Brooks. One-handed. Absolute magical catch from Ethan Brooks. Absolutely superb. I will not finish the point I was going to make about bowlers bowling around the wicket. Dean Elgar is out, and Tom Taylor's recall has produced the response that Brett D'Oliveira hoped. But I have to say, I don't often get as carried away as that, Victoria, when a wicket goes down, but that's one of the best slip catches I've seen for a long, long time from Ethan Brooks. Diving to his left. Absolutely brilliant catch. 46 for 3.
Well, I don't think the Worcestershire field could believe it, and I don't think Dean Elgar could either, with the way he is edged that one, and it looked like it was going to be too wide of the slips. And in fact, I've got this pole in front of me, and I was looking the other side of the pole to see it go past Brooks, and it would have gone all the way to the boundary had it, because there wasn't anyone else out there. But Elgar had looked uncomfortable, but you just felt if he could dig in and ride out that pressure, that was going to be key for Essex. But that is the wicket that Worcestershire would have wanted before the lunch interval, and having Essex 3 down, they haven't even made 50 on the board yet.
Yeah,
and it means we see Matt Critchley before 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that was something very, very special from Ethan Brooks. A really magnificent slip catch. Low, I mean, inches off the turf, but not straight at him either. Low to his left. He's right-handed, going the wrong way. They just don't come much better than that. It was a superb grab. And Tom Taylor's figures now: 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 6. And what a good bowling change that was by Brett D'Oliveira, bringing Tom Taylor back. Dean Elgar, key man. But still plenty of batting to come. Michael Pepper got 100 against Worcestershire last year. Noah Thane made 50 against Worcestershire at Chelmsford earlier. Matt Critchley and Robin Das both perfectly capable. But a big wicket.
That's the start of the next over. Matthew Waite is bowling, and Robin Das has just chopped that one into the ground for no run. Yeah, I was just thinking about the batting that Essex have to come, and I think that's always the caveat, is that they do have this middle order with Matt Critchley and Michael Pepper. Have both made centuries this season. They batted crucially for such a long time on Monday against Yorkshire to grind out that draw. As Waite is into Das, who's defending that one back down the pitch, full of ball from Waite, asking questions of the Essex batter. But they just have had this tendency to leave themselves 3 or 4 wickets down, and when they've maybe previously done that in other seasons, they've had the bowling in order to be able to get themselves out of trouble. But as Tom Wesley, the captain, said last night, they've let wickets get away from them, having got sides 5 down. As Waite is in to Das, plays that one out into the offside for no run.
Another one for Worcestershire now would put them in a very, very strong position. I think 4 before lunch. I said 3 earlier. I think 4 before lunch.
You're being greedy now.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to look at it in terms of the shaping of the game, if you like. Building on what you just said about having had Worcestershire at 123 for 5 and then allowing them to get 350, and if they could force home this advantage in this session even more.
Waite is into Das, who's driving back towards the bowler, sticks out a hand to stop it. I don't know if that had been hit into the ground by Das originally, or whether that was a chance for Waite there.
I don't think it was. I have to have a look at the replay. Here we go. Oh, he's hit it into the ground, hasn't he?
Just bounced up.
I think some of them had miscounted and they thought it was the end of the over, and they all started
all
running
the
off towards the other end. There's actually 2 balls left. Changing the field. Edvinder coming over from mid-wicket to short extra on the drive. Maybe they think there is a chance of that ball going in the air. 7-2 offside field now for Waite. Don't bowl down the leg side.
In he comes to Das, and Das leaves that one outside the off stump.
Just going to have another look at that catch if I can. Not sure whether if I can slow it down. Goodness me. They really do not come much better than that. That was absolutely brilliant. First slip catch of the game, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, we had a little caught behinds in the Worcestershire innings for Michael Pepper with the gloves for Essex. As Waite is into Das, who chops that into the ground. And at the end of the over, Essex 46 for 3. Robin Das is on 22, and Matt Critchley will have a chance to face his first ball of the innings after Dean Elgar's dismissal.
Maiden over from Matthew Waite, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9, 46 for 3, 20 overs gone in the innings. Worcestershire dismissed this morning for 358, and Tom Taylor, the spearhead of this Worcestershire attack, will come in now to bowl to Matt Critchley, who's yet to face a delivery, as Victoria was just saying. Here comes Taylor from the New Road end and bowls, and Critchley is steering this one down on the offside. Jake Libby at backward point is the fielder. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Sports app. Every ball of every county championship game brought to you live. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, alongside me Victoria Polly from BBC Radio Essex, and we're watching a pretty enthralling Division 1 county championship game between Worcestershire and Essex, as Critchley is forward and pushing this one out into the covers. It's been hard cricket, I think, in this game both days. There have been very few periods where it's not been highly competitive, where one side has been dominant. Worcestershire perhaps got away a little bit in the afternoon session yesterday. Taylor is in again and bowls, and Critchley is off the mark, clips this one to mid-on where D'Oliveira fields, shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Critchley is home for a single, so he's off the mark. Score goes up to 47 for 3. But you see county championship games sometimes where for a session or two the game is kind of drifting along and neither side is particularly putting the other side under pressure. Not been like that in this game at all. Been highly competitive. No more so than it is just at the moment, as Worcestershire strive to pick up another wicket before the break. Taylor into Das. Oh, and he's edged that down to third man. And you know what I'm going to say, don't you? If I say that everyone that goes through third man, if there was a field there it would be a single, then that's 18 that have gone through there now. 4 fours and 1 2. So if we knock off, that would be 13 fewer on the total had Worcestershire had a third man. Now you could argue that there would have been runs scored elsewhere, because that third man would have had to come from somewhere, but that is 4 boundaries that have gone through there now, and it's a moral victory for the bowler, and it results in 4 runs being on the total. Taylor bowls again, and Das is clipping this one up to mid-on, and there's no run, so 51 for 3 it remains. But I don't know, I'm just people call you old-fashioned, I think, because there always used to be a third man, but when you look at it, 51 on the board and 4 boundaries have gone through third man, then it must bear thinking about. 1 ball left in the 21st over of the Essex innings. Tom Taylor in to bowl it, bowls to Das, and taken on the pad, it lobs out on the offside. No run, end of the over. Probably have 2 more before the lunch break. Essex 51 for 3.
Do you need all the slips if Ethan Brooks just going to take catches like that?
Yeah. Well, I suppose you do. I don't know what the answer is, but I'd like to know what the analysts think, because I'm sure they'd know in the dressing room. The coaches and so on, they think about it, but it's been a topic of conversation, hasn't it, on Test match special, during Test matches and so on, quite a few times. But well, we'll see. You know, if 15 boundaries have gone through there by the end of the day, then I think we've probably got a case.
Waite beginning a new over from the Diglis end to Critchley, who's driving on the walk for no run.
If 15 boundaries have gone through there by the end of the day, I'll mention it to the coaching staff. But it has to be taken into consideration, I think.
Critchley's waiting for Matthew Waite, who's in, and Critchley on the full this time, turns it into the leg side. It's running away towards the boundary. There are 2 fielders chasing. They won't get there. It's over the rope for a boundary to Matt Critchley. He moves on to 5. Essex moved to 55 for 3.
Lovely shot from Matt Critchley, wasn't it? Just eased it through mid-wicket, timed it well. Good player. As Worcestershire know, he's got runs against them in the past, both for Essex and Derbyshire.
In comes Waite to Critchley. That's
less certain, I think.
Yes, it didn't look as aesthetically pleasing as it's edged past the square leg umpire, and Critchley jog up to the non-striker's end for a single. 56 for 3. Critchley on 6. And a monumental effort between him and Michael Pepper on Monday. 246 balls Critchley faced for his 75 in the second innings, where they really had to dig in, him and Pepper coming in. I think Essex were about 40 something for 4 when they came in on the final session of day 3, and he was there till the final session. As Waite is into Das, who drives to mid-off for no run. He was out in that final session, but Critchley and Pepper with a very important partnership, and there needs to be a very important partnership for Essex today if they're going to recover their first innings here. 56 for 3, still trailing Worcestershire by 302 runs. Way in for his 5th ball of the over. On the back foot is Das, just plays that one back past the bowler. Five minutes to go to 1 o'clock. I'll go and update BBC Essex listeners on a difficult morning, a difficult first session of day 2 for Essex, as Waite is in, and that's come off the bottom edge of the bat of Das, squirts out into the leg side, takes the single to keep the strike at the end of the over. 57 for 3, and not a convincing shot on that occasion.
Yeah, and I think probably will be the last over before lunch. Tom Taylor will take might just get 2, and he'll they go by that digital clock on that scoreboard on the 7 side of the ground, so we've got 3 minutes and 20 seconds, 3 minutes and 10 seconds by the time he starts the over. I think the batters will be taking a bit of time out, if they can, to just make sure that this is the last over before lunch. Indeed, under 3 minutes now. I don't think he'll bowl his over quicker than that, Tom Taylor. So it'll be the last over before lunch. It's been a good session for Worcestershire. Essex 0 for 1, 9 for 2, 46 for 3, now 57 for 3 as Taylor bowls, and Das is taken on the pad. Ball just runs out on the onside. So a little bit of extra pep and spice in this last over now, because Worcestershire will feel absolutely on top if they can get one more. They've already had a good session. Just a little bit of extra tension, a little bit of pressure on Das. These next 5 deliveries, Taylor in again, bowls, and lets that one go outside the off stump. Good leave. Ball moving again back after it had passed the stumps, and Gareth Roderick taking it away to his left hand side. But impressive stuff from Tom Taylor this morning. 2 for 11 in his 8th over. It's been good from Worcestershire in this session. Taylor turns again and is in and bowls, and Das is again in a bit of a tangle. Ball nipping back into him, takes him on the pad, lobs out on the offside. It's not easy. Robin Das 27 off 56. Started his innings really well. It's almost been the opposite of what Dean Elgar, who started awkwardly and was beginning to find a bit of fluency when he was out. But Robin Das started well and just looks a little bit less fluent now than he was. Taylor is in again, bowls, and left alone by Das. Good leave outside the off stump. 2 balls left to the lunch interval, and the game has moved on quite quickly. 13 wickets in 4 sessions. Brett D'Oliveira and Tom Taylor just discussing a field change, and that is going to see Jake Libby moving from backward point to extra cover. Ben Allison going from mid-wicket to 4th slip. Yadvinder Singh coming from mid-off to mid-wicket. So an extra slip in there as Taylor comes in to bowl to Das. Bowls. Oh, and he beats him outside the off stump with a good one.
I'm just going to go and update the BBC Essex listeners.
Yeah, thanks Victoria. It's good delivery, that one from Taylor, as he just felt for that Das. 1 ball left to lunch. 57 for 3. Ooh, good leg cutter from Tom Taylor, that last one. So here we go, last ball before the lunch interval. Tom Taylor into Robin Das, bowls, and Das is again taken on the pad. Ball drops down on the onside, and that is lunch here at New Road on day 2 of this game between Worcestershire and Essex. Essex trailing by 301 runs of 57 for 3. Robin Das is 27 not out, and Matt Critchley is 6 not out. We have had 23 overs in this innings, and this is all in reply to Worcestershire's first innings score of 358. The story of the morning: Worcestershire resuming on 354 for 9, lost their last wicket. Ben Allison caught by his brother Charlie at backward point off a Skyer sliced drive. He was out for 38. Yadvinder Singh 5 not out. Snater, the wicket taker this morning, finished with 4 for 78. In reply, Ben Allison removing his brother Charlie. Second ball, second ball of the second over without scoring. That was 0 for 1. Charlie Allison leaving the ball, bowled off stump. Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, next to go, 9 for 2 in the 7th over when he was caught by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Tom Taylor for 6. And the same bowler returning to the attack in the 19th over, ending a partnership of the third wicket between Dean Elgar and Robin Das, when Elgar was quite magnificently caught low down, wide to his left by Ethan Brooks at third slip. Taylor, as I say, the successful bowler. Elgar out for 16. That was 46 for 3, and just 11 runs added to that before the lunch interval came. Robin Das 27 not out, Matt Critchley 6 not out. Essex trailing then by 301 runs, 57 for 3 at the break, and Tom Taylor, the pick of the bowlers, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 11. The other wicket taker, Ben Allison, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage from New Road this morning, and we'll be back when play resumes just before 1:40. Until then, it's goodbye from myself, Frank Watson, and from Victoria Polly. Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to begin on day 2, session 2. Worcestershire against Essex in Division 1 of the County Championship. And the situation at lunch: Essex 57 for 3 in reply to Worcestershire's first innings 358. So the lead is 301. Ben Allison is going to take up the attack for Worcestershire from the Diglis end of the ground, from where he started proceedings in this innings by dismissing his brother Charlie with the second ball of his first over, the second of the innings, and he has figures of 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13 so far, and he will be bowling to Matt Critchley, who is on 6. He's in now and he bowls, and Critchley is turning this on the leg side, and there is no run. The men out in this Essex innings: Allison, as I said, bowled by his brother for no score. Wesley then caught by Gareth Roderick off Tom Taylor for 6, and Dean Elgar quite brilliantly caught at third slip by Ethan Brooks off Tom Taylor for 16. Critchley has 6. Das has 27. Robin Das, who has been out there since the fall of the second wicket. He is the non-striker as Allison comes in under grey skies and bowls to Critchley, who is on the front foot driving up to mid-off. I am Frank Watson of BBC Hove and Worcester, alongside me Victoria Polly from BBC Radio Essex. And Victoria, important that Essex get through this next half an hour or so without further damage.
Yeah, I think so. I think that will probably be the conversation that they've had over the lunch break, having seen those 3 wickets fall in the first session of the day, and we've talked about the capabilities of this batting lineup.
Allison bowls and Critchley playing out on the onside.
And we said about the responsibility of the likes of Dean Elgar and the captain Tom Wesley. Well, I think Robin Das is playing nicely, but Matt Critchley will feel that as well, of being the more senior player to be at the crease and managing this Worcestershire bowling attack.
Yes, still Michael Pepper to come, is very capable. Noah Thane, Simon Harmer, all capable, but yeah, these two with a fair degree of responsibility, as Allison is in and bowls and Critchley is turning this on the leg side. Yadvinder Singh fields at mid wicket and there's no run, and I suppose one Pepper next is a proper batsman. Noah Thane in the all-rounder status, although he did get his first 50 I think in the game at Chelmsford against Worcestershire 3 weeks ago, and then you're into the all-rounders: Harmer, Snater, Rajitha and Porter, probably genuine tail enders. In comes Allison and bowls, and Critchley is again looking to turn this on the leg side, taken on the pad, and they go through for a leg bye. Takes the score on to 58 for 3 and brings Robin Das on to strike. Both these two will have faced a fair amount of Ben Allison in the net, one imagines, particularly in the last year or two. He has been with Essex, of course, for most of his career, just joining Worcestershire full-time this season, having had a loan spell here. Comes in again now and bowls, and Das is just turning this one on the leg side. So a tidy over for Ben Allison to start after lunch. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13 his figures, and it's 58 for 3.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch. Apologies to Mick and Jeff, who didn't get to your emails before the lunch, as Yadvinder Singh is going to bowl from the New Road end. Mick, on the topic of footballers and cricketers we were talking earlier, says 2 greats, Tom Graveney and Trevor Bailey, both played for local club side Westcliff. I remember watching them, enjoying the commentary. Jeff sent us quite the list as well, which maybe I'll get you to have a look at, Frank, because
Okay.
it may mean more to
Probably
you.
some I've got no idea about. He said Tom Graveney played for Westcliff with Trevor Bailey, did he?
I think so. That was a mixed message.
Crikey. Didn't know that.
Harvinder
Yes.
Singh is on his way in. Matt Critchley's waiting and lets that one pass the off stump for no run. Right, Jeff's got county cricketers who also played pro cricket in the mid-60s. Gloucestershire's staff included 6. We've got the likes of Bobby Etheridge, Harold Jarman, David Smith, Ron Nichols, Arthur Milton.
I knew Arthur Milton. He was a postman as well. He became a postman when he retired from football and cricket, I think.
As Yavinder is in, and Critchley just dabs that one down into the pitch.
We haven't mentioned Chris Balderston, who was a test umpire as well. He was a county cricketer and played football for Carlisle United, and then became a test umpire later in his days. No longer with us, sadly. Leicestershire cricketer.
In comes Yadvinder Singh to Critchley. Thought about playing at that one. Just keeps the bat out of the way at the last second as it's through behind the stumps. I think there was a flurry of excitement at Durham over the lunch break because Ben Stokes has been out having a practice.
Yes, having a little run around, I think. Yeah.
Been doing his running. Continued his rehabilitation over the winter from the hamstring injuries, and he's getting ready for the summer of cricket as Yavinder Singh is in, and that one's just played into the pitch by Matt Critchley for no run.
Somebody mentioned Ben Stokes in a message to me about Brooks's catch and said it reminded them of, it was Stokes-like. It was I don't know whether it was Stokes-like, but it was a very, very good catch indeed by Ethan Brooks to dismiss Dean Elgar this morning.
And that one's pulled away by Critchley. There is a man out on the boundary, so they will just get a single for the shot. But that's runs on the board for Essex, 59 for 3.
Excuse me laughing, but I could hear the players laughing. Matthew Waite is fielding on the boundary. Moved smartly to his left, made a good stop, especially considering that he's got that damaged finger. And then he went to throw it back in and it kind of stuck in his hand, and it ended up being the sort of throw that a 7-year-old prep school boy might produce. It went about 15 yards, much to the amusement of his fellow
That
teammates.
one's left alone by Robin Das, and that's the final ball of the over. Essex 59 for 3, Critchley on 7, Das on 27.
So yeah, he was given a bit of stick. It was quite an amusing moment from Matthew Waite. Good bit of fielding, and then a really weak throw on the way back in. But there we are, end of the over. The main thing was that he made the stop. He's got that damaged finger, a bit of tape around it. He must be dreading the ball coming at him hard. They won't be putting him in the slips or in the covers. Especially today, because it's cold, isn't it? It's not a good day to get the ball whacked at you. Allison is in, bowls outside the off stump, Das leaves, Roderick takes, and there's no run. Surprisingly chilly. I think we've all been foxed a bit by the weather forecast today. It's chilly for players, chilly for spectators, and even chilly here in the box. We're told it will warm up this afternoon. Doesn't show any sign of it though, I don't think. Not much in the way of sunshine. Ben Allison from the Diglis end bowls, and Robin Das drives up to mid-on. And it just, for some reason, looks a little bit more comfortable for the batters than it did this morning. Dean Elgar and Robin Das put on a partnership of 37 for the third wicket. Break offers, I say they look more comfortable, and then almost on cue Ben Allison goes past the outside edge. Yeah, that 37 partnership, but it was awkward for them. They found it difficult. Elgar in particular was pretty uncomfortable for most of his innings, perhaps just beginning to find a bit of fluency when he was out. Das, on the other hand, started very fluently and nicely and looked in good touch, and then almost lost rhythm as his innings went on. This next one from Allison, played defensively by Critchley up to mid-on, and there's no run. But I think it's fair to say that both yesterday and today, and it was the impression I got talking to one or two of the players last night and interviewing Rob Jones, who made 50 yesterday, that he described the pitch as being occasionally a bit naughty. In other words, you know, you never really felt totally in on it. Allison in bowls and Critchley drives sweetly, but straight to mid-on. Good tumbling stop by Tom Taylor, who has been the best of the Worcestershire bowlers in this innings so far. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 11. But Ben Allison tidy as well, just 13 conceded by him. And he is 1 ball away from finishing his 8th over. 1 wicket taken. His little brother Charlie bowled without scoring. And he comes again now, Allison, and bowls, and Critchley is working this one away on the leg side for 4. It's a little bit short of length, in at his hip, and he just tucked it away very nicely. Very strong in that area, Matt Critchley. He goes into double figures. He has 11, Das has 27, and Essex 63 for 3.
Yeah, nice shot that from Matt Critchley, well weighted, used the length of the ball, and like you say, the tuck off the hips, you see quite a lot from him, and he gets the 4 runs for it. Yadvinder Singh is ready to begin a new over from the New Road end. He is into Das, and he looked to drive that one. It's come off the top edge and it's gone for 4 down at third. Tally it up.
5th boundary through third man. To be fair, there is a fielder down there, but he was a bit wider than that one went. But I'm keeping a tally today because it is something I've noticed, well, not just recently, but a number of times that the ball is edged.
67 for 3. In comes Yadvinder Singh. That's on the back foot this time from Das, defending.
Edge to third man for 4. It's just the bit I can't get my head around. And we have got a man down there now, to be fair, but he is very wide. But 9 times out of 10, you're encouraging bowlers to look for the top of off stump. So you're asking them to bowl in an area where, if the batsman does get an edge, the ball is going to go. And yet, it isn't locked off.
Third ball of the over, that's left alone by Das.
It just seems an odd kind of combination of thinking that you're trying to get the batsman to edge the ball into that area, obviously into the slips rather than down there, but it's bound to happen. And so far, in a total of 67, we have seen 22 runs scored down there.
Yadvinder Singh is into Das, and that's outside the edge of his bat. He did have a look around to see where that one had ended up.
And if you say that 7 of those, 7 times it's happened, that would be 7 singles rather than 22, then that's 15, isn't it? The score might be 52 for 3 rather than 67 for 3.
Das waits, and this one strikes him on the pads as a big appeal, probably the biggest appeal we've seen, or about a hit on the pads. Nothing given from the umpire. Frank's going to have a look at the replay.
Yeah, my first impression was it might have been going down. Yeah, going down, I think. I was going to talk about that, the business of bowling around the wicket before. When a wicket fell, I'll do it after this over.
Yadvinder Singh is in on the back foot, as that's defended by Das. End of the over, he's on 31, and Essex are 67 for 3.
So this is a point that I was making in the Durham game, and it's worth making again. It happened in the Durham game when a bowler bowling round the wicket, right arm round the wicket, had a left-handed batsman LBW, and I was making the point that when I did my umpiring exams, which was quite a long time ago, they showed us a lot of examples of bowlers bowling round the wicket, either left arm round or right arm round, seam or spin, and they showed us the path of the ball, which break off as Allison bowls to Critchley and beats him outside the off stump. So let's imagine a right arm seamer bowling around the wicket, delivering the ball from fairly wide, obviously, and you track the ball from his hand down to the point of contact with a batsman. And so it's a right arm seamer round the wicket, left-handed batsman, must be hit in line in order to be out LBW if he's playing a shot. Track that ball from the bowler's hand and it hits the batsman in line. If he's not right back on his stumps, Allison bowls and Critchley taken on the pad. If he's not right back on his stumps, that ball is going to go on, hits him in line, missing leg stump. Left arm seamer or even left arm spinner, unless he's turned it, bowls the ball across, hits a right hander. If it hits him in line, unless he's standing right back on his stumps, it hits him in line, say on the crease, 4 feet in front of the stumps, it will carry on and miss the leg stump. Unless a right arm bowler swings it or a left arm spinner straightens it. It's a huge number of times as Critchley drives and Allison beats him again outside the off stump, and Roderick takes no run, 67 for 3. A huge number of times that there are appeals and it looks out, everything about it looks out, and then you see the tracking of the ball and it goes on to miss the leg stump. And I don't think it's taken into account often enough by people watching TV, and you see a batsman hit in line and you think, oh, that's out, but actually it's still got 4 or 5 feet to travel and it would go on to miss leg. In comes Allison and Critchley defends down on the onside. Good over this from Ben Allison so far. Tidy from him. He's in his 9th over, 1 for 17. And he hasn't really given the batsman much to work with. Now obviously, going back to that LBW thing, if it's an off spin around the wicket and he straightens it, or it's a left arm spinner and he straightens it and it pitches in line and straightens, then that changes the line. That's different. Allison bowls, Critchley is forward, blocking this out on the onside. Good stuff from Ben Allison so far since lunch. Very tidy indeed. 67 for 3. So 10 runs added since lunch, and still a considerable deficit. Close to 300, and Allison again is in and steered by Critchley out on the offside. Maiden over from Ben Allison. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17 his figures, and it's 67 for 3. 9 overs, I thought it was right, 9 overs, 4 maidens. Scoreboard has now adjusted itself. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 17. Very tidy stuff. dare I suggest it's getting a little bit warmer. The light's improved a bit. Could the sun be about to break through?
Am I going to be reaching for the sunglasses in this session?
Hope so.
Yadvinder Singh on his way in from the New Road end, and that's up on the toes, Das defending.
I'll just repeat the quiz question. Haven't had anybody from Worcestershire get in touch with me. I'll have one person get in touch with me about it. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter if you want to. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Today's quiz
In
question.
comes Yadvinder. That's lovely drive from Das, and it's going to go for 4 runs. He picked his shot, drove through the covers and found the boundary.
So I've tried to come up with a quiz question each day, and today's question concerning both counties, who played for Essex and Worcestershire but also scored 4 first-class centuries against Essex and 2 first-class 50s against Worcestershire.
Yadvinder Singh is into Das, who drives again, this time to mid-off, and it's fielded for no run.
We've had a good number of correct answers from Essex correspondents. Don't cheat, don't use the internet, you've got to try and do it off the top of your head, otherwise there wouldn't be any point. And see what you can come up with. But we've had a couple of, well, more than a couple of correct answers, which is good knowledge.
That one's left alone by Das, the 4th ball of Yadvinder Singh's 7th over.
Robin Das is not far off a career best here, you know, which was also against Worcestershire at Chelmsford last year. He's never made a first class 50, or a county championship 50 anyway. He's looked as though he could be well capable of that today.
Yadvinder Singh is in, and that's just off the edge of the bat and into the ground from Das. Yeah, like I said, that tour match against Ireland was a first class match, although it did end up with about 3 Ireland players playing for Essex as well, as is sometimes the way with these tour matches, and he did get a century on debut in that, but in terms of county championship,
46 is his highest, I think. BBC Hereford Worcester update
in comes
coming.
Yadvinder Singh to Das, end of the over, 71 for 3.
Yeah, good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon, everybody. Worcestershire having a good day so far. They resumed this morning on their overnight 354 for 9. They went on to 358 before losing their last wicket, but then picked up a wicket with Essex in just the 2nd over. Ben Allison bowling his brother Charlie without scoring. That was 0 for 1 in the 2nd over. Essex then 9 for 2 when Tom Westley was out for 6, and 46 for 3 just before lunch when Ethan Brooks at 3rd slip picked up a quite magnificent low catch off the bowling of Tom Taylor to dismiss the South African test player Dean Elgar for 16. So Essex at lunch were 57 for 3. Since then they've added 14 runs without further loss. Matt Critchley is on 11, Robin Das is on 35, but Worcestershire enjoying arguably their best 2 days of the season so far in the last couple of days, and Essex at the moment replying to Worcestershire's 358, a 71 for 3. As Ben Allison comes in again to bowl a second ball of this, the 30th over of the innings, and Matt Critchley drives a half volley through extra cover beautifully. That's a really good shot from Matt Critchley, easily his best shot so far, and it goes to the boundary, takes him on to 15, and this partnership is flourishing now. They've added 29 so far for this 4th wicket, and they've done it with a minimum of fuss, and probably look more comfortable as a pair than any other pair in this Essex innings so far. There's Allison in again to bowl to Critchley, and he's out, caught behind. So having said that, he's played his best shot and they've looked very comfortable. Matt Critchley is caught behind, just possibly, just have to look at the replay to confirm this, but possibly just feeling for that one a little bit away from his body on the back foot. Disappointed with himself as he walks off. Just watching it now. Allison, oh no, good delivery. I think I'm being a bit unkind, aren't I, to Matt Critchley there. That's a really good bit of bowling. Just angled in, held its line a little bit, and I think he had to play it. Gets an edge through to Gareth Roderick. It's a big wicket for Worcestershire. Just as I said, Essex were looking a little bit more comfortable than they had before, and Matt Critchley, who in particular had looked comfortable, is gone, and that's a big wicket for Ben Allison. Well bowled, good delivery in the end.
Yeah, disappointing for Essex because that Critchley and Das partnership was looking like it was building, and it was looking nice. They were playing some nice shots, and Matt Critchley is an important part of this middle order for Essex in terms of trying to get runs on the board. So he goes for 15, a second catch for Gareth Roderick, and Michael Pepper, who again was part of that recovery from Essex in the draw against Yorkshire last week, will need to play another long innings for Essex. He made 68 from 229 deliveries in a crucial partnership with Matt Critchley, and it was a very mature knock from Michael Pepper. He's a good red ball player. I know a lot of people associate him with that aggressive batting of T20 and all the white ball stuff we've seen from him, but he is capable of sticking around and playing a sensible innings, and that's what Essex need, having lost the first wicket of the afternoon session and a fourth in the first innings. 75 for 4.
Yeah, and he got 100 against Worcestershire last year at Chelmsford, I think, Michael Pepper, from memory. So they know all about his capabilities. I mean, he could get into many sides as a batter alone, I think, without even being a wicket-keeper. But all of that said, it's not easy out there, and it's not an easy time to come in. 75 for 4. And his old teammate Ben Allison coming into bowl to Pepper, bowls, and immediately gets one that bounces quite sharply, and he has to sort of stab it down in front of him. Looked a little bit uncomfortable with that. Allison, not express pace, but lively enough, but mean in terms of his economy. Ben Allison only going at 2 and over, thereabouts. 2 balls left in his 10th, 2 for 21. 4 maidens, and asking a few questions at the moment. Comes in now to bowl again to Pepper, who is nicely forward to this one, pushing up to mid-off. Good from Worcestershire since lunch. Yadvinder Singh a little bit expensive, 7 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 25. Doesn't sound too bad, but in the context of this low scoring innings, a little bit looser than the other 3 bowlers used, and Ben Allison as tidy as any of them. In again now, bowls, and Pepper is forward and playing into the offside. D'Oliveira Fields. End of another very good over from Ben Allison, who now has figures of 10 overs. I think it's 4. Is it 4 maidens or 5? It was 4. Was that a maiden? Or was there one off it?
No, because Critchley hit the boundary just before he got out.
Yeah, so 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 21. So tidy from Allison. Taylor, the other wicket taker, 2 for 11 off 8, even tidier. But Essex in a bit of trouble. 75 for 4.
Looking to rebuild, and Robin Das just taking his time to get in position. Yadvinder Singh to bowl from the New Road end. Das with 47 on his back. as Yadvinder Singh is in, and Das is up on his toes to play at that one. Gets a single, turning it into the leg side. Adds to his total, 36 now. Essex 76. And that was, we were talking about an important half an hour for Essex after lunch, and it's another wicket that's gone down. And Michael Pepper is doing some gardening, which is just holding up the second ball of the over. His first time facing Yadvinder Singh. He's faced 3 balls from Ben Allison. And Pepper is up to defend this one with a straight bat. Frank's having a look through the binoculars. Can you see anything good?
Just noticing and checking something I noticed in the last over, just that Pepper's unusual in his stance, and that his feet very, very close together, isn't he? His weight, his balance is obviously good, but his feet are almost touching each other. His legs very tight together, and then
dabs that one to third. There's a man on the chase towards the boundary, and there was an attempted sliding stop, but it's gone over the rope for 4.
And then his trigger movement is a little step back and across, so his feet do actually separate. And I just think if your feet are really close together in your stance, it's difficult to get your weight distribution even. But having done that, he then moves that right foot back as his sort of trigger movement, so he just sorts himself out. But I mean, I wasn't suggesting that he was unbalanced, because he's obviously a very capable player. I was just working out how he actually does it.
Yadvinder Singh is in. That was defended by Pepper, who was off the mark in that previous delivery with the 4, 80 for 4.
I can see it quite clearly there that he starts with his feet very close together and then moves the right foot back just to get himself ready as the bowler actually delivers. Different players have different ways of getting into the right position. Pepper's he's a really good ball striker. Clearly this is what works for him.
As Yadvinder Singh is in, that's driven by Pepper. He's got Allison diving in the field to try and stop it, running round from mid-off. He won't get there, and that's a second 4 for Michael Pepper. He moves on to 8. Essex moves to 84 for 4.
Yeah, Worcestershire, as you suggested with Essex yesterday, and certainly we've seen it in other games, Yadvinder Singh is very much the 4th seamer. He's inexperienced, it's only his 2nd championship game, and if you look at the figures of the other bowlers, Allison has gone for 2 and over, Taylor has gone for less than that, Waite has gone for just 3 and over.
As Pepper edges that one off the bat into the offside, drops safely, end of the over, 84 for 4.
But Yadvinder now 8 overs, and they've cost 34. It doesn't seem like it's massively expensive, but in the context of this innings, it's just a pressure release from the batter's point of view when that 4th seamer comes on. He's bowled some good deliveries, he's gone past the bat, he's tested the batsman, but too many just slightly loose deliveries, and that pressure is just eased. If you had somebody at the other end bowling at 2 and over as well, and the scoreboard pressure builds and it becomes more difficult. So Worcestershire just missing Jacob Duffy in this game, and paying the price with that slightly inexperienced 4th seamer. There's Ben Allison in to bowl to Robin Das, who steers this out on the offside just behind square for a single, and the score goes to 85 for 4. Das to 37. Pepper 8 off 8, and he's that kind of player, Pepper. I mean, he's a sort of player, I'm not saying he can't play a rear guard as he did the other day, obviously, but in general terms I would say Pepper's the sort of player that if he bats for an hour he scores 30. You know, at least. I mean, it just happens. He would find it difficult not to, is what I mean. Here he is again waiting as Allison is in, and he lets that go outside the off stump. We can see even more clearly now that he's batting down at our end. I'm sure people can see it on the stream, but the way that he sets up in the crease, quite tall for a wicket keeper, feet very close together in his stance, and then as the bowler hits the crease, the back foot moves back slightly and he takes up there's a more conventional distribution of weight between his 2 feet, and there it is as he lets this one go outside the off stump from
if
Ben
you're
Allison.
Coaching that, is there a balance between what feels comfortable to someone and you don't want to change it too much? I guess you could say the same sometimes for bowling actions where it's maybe not as conventional. You don't want to stop the players doing what feels most natural and comfortable, but there's the balance between technique.
Absolutely. I think the most important thing that I would be looking for coaching a batsman in this situation, as Allison bowls lets that go outside the off stump, is that when he gets, I mean, Gareth Roderick's another example for Worcestershire, who starts with his left foot a long way behind his right foot, and then as the bowler bowls he moves it across. As long as they end up in the position they want to be in terms of balance and weight distribution. Some batters prefer to have all their weight on the front foot in their setup because it stops them from moving that front foot too early, because you have to shift your weight back in order to move the front foot. There's different ways of doing it. Pepper has obviously got this sorted out, and it might be in his case, as he plays this one out on the offside, that because he plays quite a lot of white ball cricket and he looks to get after the bowling and maybe clear that front leg a little bit as they do the hitters in white ball cricket, that he's found a way of setting up that works for him. With bowling is a great example. I mean, Jimmy Anderson,
well, I was just going to say,
ever try and coach somebody to bowl like Jimmy Anderson, because it's almost freakish as Pepper defends this one from Allison out on the offside in the way that he drops his head when he doesn't. It's almost like a closed skill. He's not actually looking where he bowls, but it works absolutely brilliant for him. I think, at the start of his career there might have been one or two coaches that tried to change it.
I've heard him talk about it.
Thank goodness they didn't actually achieve that. But no, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about what happens at the end result, really. 85 for 4, by the way. I was talking the other day to somebody about a bowler called Jack Shantry, who's now an umpire, who was here.
He was used to bowl last week,
left arm, and the weirdest action and foot placement that you've ever seen, but the ball came out and went in the right areas, so don't change.
Well, when Das is waiting, Advinder Singh is in, and Das has guided that one down to third for another boundary. 89 for 4. Das moves to 41.
That's 7 boundaries that have gone through third man.
You've heard Jimmy Anderson talking about when he's had people try and change his run up or the way, like you say, the head movement, and it just hasn't worked for him. I think I heard not so long ago Lauren Bell, England women's bowler, talking about how she is looking at changing her run up and technique. So sometimes maybe that's what is needed.
I was going to say that. I mean, I'm not a bowling coach specialist. I mean, I've coached loads of bowlers, obviously, and batters. I'm not a specialist bowling coach. There are obviously some top bowling coaches around.
Advinder Singh is in, and that's driven by Das back towards the bowler.
And I think the key is that the real skill, the top coaches were the ones who know when to get involved and when not to get involved. At the end of the day, if the ball's landing in the right place and doing the right things, you probably don't need to get involved. But you can also take a very good bowler and maybe just improve him by 5%, and it makes a heck of a difference.
Advinder Singh is in, and that's driven by Das straight to the fielder at cover for no run. I mean, it's very different. I've never played cricket to any kind of high level where I've had the time of a coach to look at me, but I have always held my pen wrong. I don't know why. When I first started learning to write, I've always done it differently. I hold my cutlery the wrong way round, so maybe I should have been left-handed. I don't know, but it works for me, and people try to change it, and I couldn't do it as Yadvinder Singh is in, and Das just plays that one into the pitch for no run. And so it just got to the point where I was like, well, what's the point of trying to change it? My writing was neat enough.
Yeah.
I'm not in pain when I'm doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I just couldn't get the technique of it, and I think probably maybe in another life I might have ended up being left-handed.
Yeah.
And maybe I'd been a great cricketer, who knows.
Yeah, you might have been. Well, you just, yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Das is on 41 as Yadvinder Singh is in. That one's turned into the leg side by Das, straight to the fielder, no run.
You get cricketers that, Samit Patel bowls left-handed, bats right-handed, and throws right-handed. And the Glamorgan have got a current player. Don't know if you've seen him. Extraordinary. I'll just see what he's doing in this game actually at the moment.
89 for 4. Yadvinder Singh is in, and that one's hit uppishly into the covers by Das.
Well, there you go. He's 87 not out at the moment. Ben Kellaway. End of the over, by the way, 89 for 4. Well, Ben Kellaway bowls left arm spin, but during the lockdown, I think he decided that he wanted to do something new, so he started bowling off spin, or he was an off spinner and he decided to bowl left arm, and now he can do both. So he can actually literally in a pre-season game against Worcestershire this year, he bowled some left arm spin and then decided one over to change to right arm off spin, and he actually does both at first class level. And bats as well. I mean, that's an extraordinary skill set to have, really. So, according to where the rough was on a pitch, he could decide to bowl off spin or left arm spin or whatever. But at that level, to be able to do that at first class level is quite extraordinary. But anyway, Michael Pepper, the man who prompted all this discussion, waits now with his feet close together as Allison comes in and then moves that back foot back and just turns this on the leg side and straight to Yadvinder Singh at mid-wicket, 89 for 4.
Slightly different, but when Bo Webster came to play one-day cup cricket for Essex, I think I was taken aback the first time he swapped from seam to spin in the middle of an over, and I noticed he did it for Warwickshire as well, and I think it might have been on the BBC Live text page. They thought maybe he'd pulled up with an injury, which is why he'd swapped to spin, but actually it's just what he does.
There's Allison in to bowl, and Pepper is forward to this one, pushing it straight back down the pitch. I mean, there will be many people listening and watching who maybe remember Kim Barnett, who was a absolute Derbyshire legend, captain for many years, and he moved around all over the place, and by the end of his career was almost starting outside leg and literally walking across as the bowler came in to bowl. I've never seen anybody kind of on the move quite as much as he was, but it worked for him. Prolific run scorer as Allison bowls, and Pepper is steering this one out square on the offside. And there have been a few others. There's a batter that I remember, and again older listeners and viewers might remember, called Basharat Hassan, who played for Notts, who used to, something fell down from the sky then, didn't it? I came off the balcony above. He used to have the most incredible crouched stance where he leaned right over his bat. A pair of glasses it was that fell down. Pepper plays this out on the offside from Allison, and there's no run. And even before him, a man who was finished his career as a coach here at Worcester, and then was a groundsman at one of the local schools towards the very end of his life. Played for Hampshire, and actually another one of our footballer cricketers, because he played for Hampshire but also for Preston and Blackburn, I think, or certainly for a couple of professional teams at football. As Allison bowls and Pepper swivels round and pulls this down to Matthew Waite at long leg, and Waite does the fielding. They get a single, 90 for 4, and it's a man called Henry Horton, who was in the Hampshire Championship winning side in the 60s. Blackburn and Portsmouth I think he played for, but he also had a really quite extraordinary stance where he leaned right over and stuck his bottom up in the air. He was quite famous for it, but it worked for him. Prolific run scorer again. Came from Colwall, just over the other side of the Malvern Hills, as Allison bowls, and this one is left alone by Das outside the off stump. Das is 41 not out, Pepper is 9 not out, and Essex are 90 for 4, the man out since lunch. Matt Critchley caught by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Ben Allison for 15.
Tony from Dagenham says Mike Proctor seemed to bowl off the wrong foot.
He did, yeah, he did. Mike Proctor did bowl off the wrong foot. So odd. As did quite a few other people over the years. Stuart Lampitt, who played here and still works here in the offices.
Tom Taylor
bowled off the wrong foot.
Sorry, Frank. Tom Taylor's going to return to bowl from the new road end. Picked up 2 wickets already from the 8 overs he bowled in the first session. 11 runs, 4 maidens. Very effective with the ball, dismissing firstly Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, caught behind, and then a fantastic catch in the slips from Ethan Brooks to get rid of Dean Elgar for 16. He's on his way into Michael Pepper, who gets back down on ball and plays that one into the offside.
And just as I say, Stuart Lampitt bowled off the wrong foot, so Johnny Blaine sends me a message saying exactly the same thing. Yeah, that's absolutely true. There were quite a few bowlers over the years they call it bowling off the wrong foot when you just the timing between your feet landing and the arm coming over is not quite as conventional as it is. And normally a right arm bowler like Tom Taylor would land on the right, go into his stride, land on the right there, and then
he's in, and that's driven by Pepper. Good stop in the covers, no run.
You could sometimes get bowlers who come up and they bring their arms over just a little bit more quickly, so that they appear to be bowling as the left foot goes down before the right one lands, or vice versa if they're left arm, and they call it bowling off the wrong foot. Often in-swing bowlers like Mike Proctor get often chest on, that's what I mean.
Pepper is on 9 as Taylor's on his way in, and Pepper has edged that one. It's going to run away to the boundary. It wasn't a convincing shot from Michael Pepper, but he's missed the fielder and he's got the boundary. 94 for 4. Pepper moves to 13.
8. 8 fours.
Was a bit finer that time.
Yeah. Maybe they wouldn't all have been stopped, but if it gets 10, you look talking about a significant number of runs, aren't you?
Fourth ball of Taylor's over. Here's into Pepper, and that one just straightens up on him through to the keeper. And he's going to come and do a bit of gardening where he felt that one pitched.
He pulled his bat away, but that went a long way off the seam. Taylor's definitely the most threatening, isn't he?
Yeah. He's looked dangerous as he's into Pepper, and he strikes Pepper, who runs away from the crease in a bit of pain as the ball drops into the pitch.
Pepper had an injury against Worcestershire at Chelmsford.
He got hit on the knee, didn't he?
Got hit on the knee, yeah. He's in a lot of trouble. Had treatment, came back out, faced one more ball and then went off. Yeah, not quite a bullseye, but just on the inner thigh, that one, I think.
Yeah, he's okay. He's shaking it off. Taylor is on his way into Pepper. Flicks that one into the leg side for a leg bye. Just came off the pad, and it's 95 for 4. Pepper is on 13. Das is on 41. and Essex trail Worcestershire by 263
He's
runs.
kept the strike.
It's 2:30 on Saturday, the 17th of May, and tea and cakes are for sale in the ladies' pavilion.
Well, Worcestershire have picked up 1 wicket since you were last with us, Andrew. Matt Critchley, the man out, caught behind by Gareth Roddick off the bowling of Ben Allison for 15. So Allison 2 for 23 now for Worcestershire against his old teammates from Essex. Tom Taylor is the other wicket taker, 2 for 15 from him. He's just been reintroduced into the attack as Worcestershire try to force home their advantage. But at the moment we've got Robin Das holding firm for Essex. He's on 41, yet to make a first class 50, so approaching a career best. Michael Pepper, the wicketkeeper, with him on 13. Essex replying to Worcestershire's 358 on 95 for 4. As Ben Allison starts a new over and bowls to Pepper, who plays that out on the onside, and the score remains 95 for 4.
I'm going to go and update BBC Essex listeners.
Yeah, I've had a lovely message from Stuart Lambert who says, I didn't know there was a right foot to bowl off. Well, I think that's absolutely right. The whole point is, if it's right for you, it's right, and that's all that matters, I think. In comes Matthew Waite, who's finding the edge of Pepper's bat, and a good diving stop at third slip by Ethan Brooks. It didn't carry, but Waite, who's just been reintroduced into the attack, finding the edge straight away, and certainly Pepper not in control there, and a good diving stop from Brooks saved what would have been another boundary through third man. 95 for 4 it remains, and Waite comes in again and bowls, and Pepper is beaten again outside the off stump, driving quite loosely at that one. So good from Matthew Waite. He's come back into the attack, bowled pretty well in his first spell this morning. He's in his 6th over. No wicket for 15 so far, and just getting that ball to shape away from the right-hander. Pepper perhaps a little bit loose in his drive to that one. 3 slips waiting, and possibly waiting in a high state of anticipation at the moment, as Waite is in and bowls, and Pepper is more carefully on the back foot to this one and pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. But just finally, to finish this discussion about bowling off the wrong foot, I've never quite myself understood why it's called that, because Stuart's point about not knowing there was a right foot to bowl off is, I suspect, more true than it might sound, in the sense that as Waite comes in and bowls again and Pepper lets that go outside the off stump, in the sense that if the ball comes out and goes where you want it to go, or moves as you want it to move, or whatever, it really doesn't matter what your feet are doing when you let the ball go. It's just that there is this kind of conventional way that people get taught to bowl that works for most people. But if your way of delivering a ball is slightly different, and it ends up with the ball landing in the right place, moving in the right direction, etc., then there is no such thing as right or wrong in terms of your feet. As Waite bowls, and this one is pushed out on the offside by Pepper, and there's no run. That is at the end of a very good over from Matthew Waite. His figures: 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. In fact, 2 maidens, because that was a maiden. 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 15, and a good start to his post-lunch spell. And I'm pleased to say that the sun is actually making an appearance here at New Road. A little bit of blue sky, certainly brighter than it has been, and good news for the spectators. Might be good news for the bowlers. They get a little bit of more movement As the air warms up slightly, here's Tom Taylor from the New Road End, bowls, and Das on the back foot plays defensively out on the onside. And there is no addition to the score. 95 for 4. Worcestershire looking to press home the advantage that has been given them by those early wickets, hoping that they don't allow Essex to recover from a position of difficulty as they themselves did yesterday. Taylor is in and bowls, and Das drives into the offside, and Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding, and there's no run. Definitely more blue sky now, more sunshine. Everybody will feel a bit happier. Quite a chilly morning, but enthralling cricket for all that. Still 3 slips, first, second and about 5th as Taylor bowls, and Das is forward and just steering this one behind square on the offside for a single. 96 for 4. The men out in this innings: Charlie Allison bowled by his brother Ben without scoring, Tom Westley caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Tom Taylor for 6, and Dean Elgar quite brilliantly caught at third slip by Ethan Brooks, diving low to his left. Really superb catch. And then since lunch, Matt Critchley caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Ben Allison for 15. This Taylor in again, bowls, and Pepper is forward, pushing up to mid-on, and again no addition to the score. Three slips now in place, and they're all 1, 2 and 3, so the third slip being pushed wider is particularly for Robin Das, but goes back into a more conventional position for Pepper as Taylor is in and bowls, and Pepper drives up to mid-on, fielded there by Yadvinder Singh, and there's no run. Robin Das then 4 runs away from his career best, 46, made against Worcestershire at Chelmsford last year, in with a shout then of a first ever first class or championship half century. It's been made to work hard by the Worcestershire bowlers. Taylor is in and bowls, and Pepper is again playing and missing outside the off stump. End of a good over from Tom Taylor. His figures: 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 16, and it remains 96 for 4. And the impression remains that batting on this pitch is not easy, quite slow, the odd one bouncing, the odd one keeping low, not so much today to be fair, but quite a bit of lateral movement when the bowlers get things right, as Matthew Waite is trying to do now. From the Diglis end he bowls, and Robin Das is on the back foot defending out on the onside. Yadvinder Singh comes from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Sun definitely breaking through with some purpose now. And Worcestershire striving for a 5th wicket. 38th over of the innings. In comes Waite and bowls, and Das is beaten outside the off stump, shaping as though he might have pulled his bat away from that at the very last minute, but I'm not sure he did. Just having to watch the replay to confirm that. I definitely played at it, and then having missed it practiced the sort of withdrawal of the bat. We've seen quite a bit of that. As Waite comes in once more and bowls, and Das is on the back foot to one that keeps a little bit low. Very late adjustment, brings the bat down quite sharply behind it and pushes that one up to mid-off. Sun shining now, Victoria. Best weather of the day.
Sunglasses on.
Yeah. Good.
Still a bit chilly, but I've got the sunglasses on.
Yeah. Still a bit chilly in here, but at least the supporters in the D'Oliveira stand at the far end will be feeling a bit warmer. Matthew Waite moving away from them. Bowls, and Das is forward and just gets an inside edge down on the leg side. And through they go for a single. Kashif Ali still off the field. Ben Gibbon, the 12th man, down there to do the fielding.
Has he been back on at all?
He is on actually. Kashif is on. So somebody else has nipped off. They're taking it in turns. Not sure who it is. There's Waite again in bowls, and Pepper is on the walk, and that one's fired wide of the off stump, so wide that he, having moved down the pitch a couple of paces, was never going to be able to get a bat onto that one. And yeah, it really was. I mean, he would have struggled to reach it, and probably would have been called a wide if he'd not been on the move. Here's Waite again in bowls, and Pepper on the back foot plays solidly defensively, and there's no run. End of the over. 97 for 4.
Andy's been in touch. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com says, hi Victoria and Frank, really enjoying the commentary and enthusiasm for all things cricket. I totally agree with Frank on the third man fielding position, and without any confirmation, my gut feeling is that shed loads of runs are conceded in this area. Even at my own club level cricket career, I think we always posted a third man fielder, whilst acknowledging county in international cricket is in a different world. Interesting point about Pepper's stance too, and I always felt it was always more important to have your own trigger movement into attacking or defensive strokes. Very best wishes from Andy McElroy, sadly no relation to Rory, though a very keen golfer. As Tom Taylor is in, and that's driven uppishly by Robin Das, straight to fielder at backward point for a single. 98 for 4.
Yeah, sadly no relation to Rory McIlroy
But
or his bank account. Yeah. Now, I've had a message from Margaret. It said, I didn't Google the quiz, but I did ask somebody, and he said, is it? And he was right straight away. So yeah, but knowing who that was, I'm not surprised, Margaret.
Taylor is into Peppo. Looked like he was wanting to play at that one. It's past the outside edge and behind for no run.
Yeah, I think going good, just finishing off about stance and trigger movements and wrong foot and everything else, and mentioning that Stuart Lampert himself had been in touch, who was bowled off the wrong foot, as they say. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what foot you bowl off, it doesn't matter how you stand, it's what comes out at the end of it that really matters, isn't it?
Taylor is into Pepper, and he's edged that one and he's gone. Essex lose a 5th wicket. Michael Pepper looked like he was fishing for that one. Taylor gets his 3rd, and Essex in real trouble now. 98 for 5.
Brooks again, I think, with the catch at 3rd slip, this time a bit more conventional than the last one, where he dived to his left. This one a pretty regulation one. It's sharp, but a good height, good delivery. I don't think, to be fair, Victoria, we can blame Michael Pepper much for that. I think he's had to play it. It's a really good delivery, just on off stump, maybe just outside, a little bit of movement away from the right hander. Just watching a replay now, it's an absolute beauty, and I don't think Michael Pepper will be losing much sleep about that. If you're a batter and you get that one, I think you just walk away and think, well, on a good day I might have missed it, but as it is, I've got a nick, and that's a good sharp catch by Ethan Brooks, and very, very good bit of bowling again from Tom Taylor, who is by far and away the spearhead of this Worcestershire attack, particularly when Jacob Duffy is not in the side, and Michael Pepper has gone for 13, and Robin Das, a lone beacon really with his 44. The other batsmen, the 5 who are out, Allison without scoring, Wesley 6, Elgar 16, Critchley 15, Pepper 13. Now, Victoria, I think the question that Worcestershire supporters will be asking is, can they not do what they did at Hove and what Essex did in this first innings, which is to get into a position like this and not force home that advantage? Because yesterday Worcestershire were 123 for 5, Essex now 98 for 5. Worcestershire want to try and make sure that they don't allow Essex to recover in the way that they did.
Yeah, and it was, as we talked about yesterday, the partnerships that built, that really helped that Worcestershire innings, firstly between Kashif Ali and Rob Jones, 46 and 54 for them, and then later on in the innings Matthew Waite with his 73 and Tom Taylor with 43. At the moment, no one who's been out for Essex has got above 20. So Robin Das, who's there on 44, is struggling to find anyone to stick around with him. As Noah Thane comes to the crease, did make 50 in the game, as Frank mentioned, at Chelmsford earlier on this season. And Taylor is into Thane, jabs the bat down on this one. And Paul's been in touch, and I think Paul did send his email before that Michael Pepper wicket. He says, been sad to see the form of some of the Essex players. A missing Cook, Cox and Walter hasn't helped, but some of the players haven't been good enough. Wesley's never got back to form since he played for England. We'll come back to that in a moment. And even Harmer with the ball hasn't been as good the last few years. Essex have to be careful, otherwise they'll regress, and we may see problems like the 2000 and early 2010 spending time in Division 2. As Taylor is in, that one's defended by Thane. I'm not sure I completely agree with the point about Wesley. Not last season, season before last, he was up there as one of the top run scorers in Division 1, had a very good season. Harmer last year struggled with the back injury, wasn't at his best, but still taking crucial wickets at times, but they haven't relied on him as much as previously. I think as Taylor is in, and that one's played into the offside by Thane, end of the over in which Taylor's taken the wicket of Michael Pepper. Essex 98 for 5, still trailing in this one by 260 runs. But yeah, Essex really haven't been helped by those injuries to Cox and Walter, two of their best performing batters this season. Cook missing as well, with the bowling makes things lighter. So there are certainly members of the Essex side who will be disappointed with their performances. It hasn't looked easy batting out there today. It didn't look easy for the Worcestershire players either in their innings, but they managed to gather what they needed to get the runs on the board.
Yeah, I think there are all sorts of factors. One thing that always strikes me is that when you do this job and you hear comments and receive emails and so on from supporters of other teams, just confirms something I've always thought. Wait, balls, and he gets a wicket. That's a big one. Robin Das has gone for 44, caught by Rob Jones at second slip off the bowling of Matthew Waite. That's another good sharp catch, and Matthew Waite gets his first wicket and it's Rob Jones.
Scored by Rob Jones.
Is a big mate of Matthew Waite. They were next door neighbours for a while, and he's very, very pleased to help his mate out there with that catch. A good sharp one. Waite's first wicket, and Robin Das, who played pretty well actually, particularly at the start of his innings, but he has gone for 44, and Essex now really are up against it. 2 wickets going down with the score on 98. I was going to say what you get when you listen to the comments from people is that the other team, the supporters always seem to see the worst in them, and they think your team's really good, and you look at the other team and you think, oh, they're really good, and you see the faults in the team that you watch all the time, if that makes sense. I think it's the same with football supporters. Many of the things that people are saying there about Essex, about letting the off the hook and not forcing them your advantage, and he's not as good as he used to be, etc., etc. People say them about their teams all the time. I'll tell you one thing about Simon Harmer. I can't think of any other team in Division 1 that wouldn't snap your hands off to have him in their side. So you can say what you like, but there haven't been many better spin bowlers in English county cricket in the last decade or so than Simon Harmer, who has just walked out to the crease as a batsman. Both batsmen now yet to get off the mark, and Worcestershire, as I say, with a real chance here of pressing home an advantage and not allowing the opposition off the hook, as it were, but still some work to do. 98 for 6 as Waite comes in and bowls and starts with a Yorker, which Harmer digs out, plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. And if Worcestershire can pick up the rest of these Essex wickets in this session, they're in with a chance of establishing a first innings lead that really is quite substantial. And they've had first innings leads before, but they've not been more than 20 or 30 this season, and this time it would be something more substantial and give them a real chance. Waite in, bowls outside the off stump, Harmer leaves, and the ball goes through to Roderick. The other thing is that one of the criticisms that's been levelled, well, criticism might even be the wrong word, but observations that's been made about Worcestershire this year, and particularly if you think that Jacob Duffy isn't playing in this game, is where are you going to get 20 wickets from? 20 wickets in Division 1 is not easy to get, and even the Surreys and the Knottses of this world have to work hard. Well, give yourself a chance as Waite bowls and Harmer drives up to mid-on. Give yourselves a chance if you get a first innings lead in excess of 100, 150. You give yourself a chance of basically just chiselling away, don't you, in that second innings. You don't maybe have to have the best wicket-taking bowlers in the division. You just got to have time and that the breathing space that a big lead gives you, and you can just nag away and chip away. Waite in, bowls, Harmer leaves outside the off stump, and it's taken by Roderick. And the other thing is that people have been very quick to point out that Worcestershire haven't got a win this season. I can think was it Warwickshire who stayed up, I think, last season without any wins. You could say there are too many points for the draw, but there have been other seasons where Worcestershire have been in Division 1 and they haven't had any wins. It wouldn't be the first time. They are my final observation. Division 1 wins are hard to come by. Waite bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Harmer. End of the over. 98 for 6. Wicket maiden for Matthew Waite. 8 overs. 3 maidens. 1 for 16. His figures. But yeah, Division 1 wins are hard to come by. And they are hard earned.
Now Thane and Simon Harmer having a chat. Thane having only faced 3 deliveries, and Harmer 5, both fairly new to the crease. As Tom Taylor, with 3 wickets to his name, is into Thane, leaves that one outside the off stump. That's got everyone in the slips with their hands on their head at that delivery. Phil's been in touch, says, I took your advice to get out more. This was after his siblings' research yesterday. And he says, and look what happens. Ben dismisses Charlie, and I tune in and a wicket falls. I'm not sure what's happening with Essex this season. Still, relegation means playing Glamorgan next season. Oh, Phil, let's not go that far yet, as Taylor is in. That's defended by Thane.
Still one of the best. I mean, honestly, if you ask the supporters of other counties, they'd say top 4 in the country. I think I would anyway. Definitely. Just had a little bad trot.
Yeah, and even, you know, from the draw on, maybe we would be having maybe I'd be slightly more pessimistic if we were talking about defeat to Somerset, defeat to Yorkshire, and whatever the outcome of this one. But I felt, as Taylor is in and he wraps Thane on the top of the pad, just walks away from the crease in a bit of pain. I think maybe I would feel more differently had the Yorkshire game panned out in defeat. But you know, looking at the table, Essex 5th, it's not the worst thing in the world. Yes, they have high standards and they'll have expected more, and after the glory that they've had in more recent years, the supporters would expect that as well. But
no, don't worry about it. That's what I'd say.
As Taylor is in and Thane just defends that one to the offside, some might call me naive, but I have seen enough extraordinary cricket that I always have a hope that anything is possible. And I think I had that on Monday when some of my colleagues around me were wondering how early we'd be away, and I just thought, just maybe.
No, I agree.
We might still be here at 6 o'clock, and we were.
I agree. I mean, you can be realistic, but you can also be optimistic, I think. And I just think this, you all see the worst in your own side, I think, or the side you follow or support or whatever.
Taylor's on his way into Thane, drives that one uppishly past the bowler, collected by mid-on running round. Of course, and I know I'm saying this at 98 for 6, but
but the other thing is, as BBC commentators, we are impartial, of course, and we you can't help but be interested in the fortunes of the team that you watch all the time, but you can appreciate the qualities of other teams, and I think sometimes it's easy to forget how good the players are that play for the team that you watch all the time.
Taylor is in. Thane jabs the back down on that one, end of the over. 98 for 6, maiden from Tom Taylor, who's 3 for 17 from his 12 overs.
I mean, if I, as a you know, say a neutral, as far as Essex are concerned, an independent observer, you know, look at their side. You've got Dean Elgar, well, obviously top class. You've got Charlie Ellison's making his way in the game. Tom Westley, experienced player, having a bit of a tough time at the moment. You've got a few injuries. Robin Dass has come in and not yet got a championship 50, but he looked pretty well organised today. Matt Critchley's a good all-rounder. Michael Pepper's one of the best young up-and-coming keepers in the country. Simon Harmer, one of the best spinners that the county game's seen for a decade. Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, who's not playing, and you know, about 900 wickets between them. It's not a bad bunch of players to have on your staff, is it? As Matthew Waite comes in and bowls, and Harmer is forward, pushing this on the offside. And I know, you know, like Worcestershire, some players have gone. You know, Dan Lawrence gone to Surrey, and players do move. I mean, we could pick a team of players that have left Worcestershire in the last 6 or 7 years. 4 or 5 of them doing really well in Division 1. Ed Barnard, Jack Haynes, Josh Tongue, Dylan Pennington, Joe Clark. Just got to get on with it, really, haven't you? And enjoy it. Enjoy the good times when they come. Matthew Waite bowls, Harmer on the back foot plays defensively up to mid-on. And I'm also, you know, I say this to Worcestershire supporters who make comments on social media and stop you when you're walking around the ground, and at the end of the day it's a game, take it seriously, but it's not life and death. Been relegated before, probably get relegated again. Last season Worcestershire was 6th, that's the highest they've ever finished in Division 1, so it's not all doom and gloom. As Waite is in and bowls, and Harmer's beaten by a good one outside the off stump. You can always tell with Simon Harmer, I think, when he thinks it's a good one. He's the most undemonstrative of cricketers when he's batting, isn't he? And he plays and misses that one, and just drops his head down, doesn't make eye contact with the bowler, and just well, he actually did make. He kind of grinned at the bowler, but he just sort of, these things happen, don't they? You've seen it before. Just looking at the live stream on our little monitor here, I mean, it looks like a carpet, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's actually just the way the light is shining on the pitch. It looks like it really does look like somebody's put a big beige rug out there. Harmer off the back foot drives into the offside, and D'Oliveira field. Sun shining brightly now, a lot of blue sky around, best weather of the day, and even more reason just to enjoy the fact that we're watching Division 1 county cricket in good weather. We've got a lot to be grateful for. Find the positives. That's what we've got to do. Whoever you support, find the positives. Everything's better that way. Here's Waite off his 15-yard approach, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Harmer. 1 for 16 in his 9th over, Matthew Waite. 3 for 17 after 12, Tom Taylor. Ben Allison 2 for 23 off 12, and Yadvinder Singh no wicket for 38 off 9. So Yadvinder Singh has gone for over 4 and over, the others have all gone for under 2 and over. Just emphasised the point I was making about depth in your bowling attack, and the fact that the best teams are the ones where they hunt in packs, don't they? The seam bowling unit support each other. Waite bowls, Harmer off the back foot is off the mark with a beautiful shot through the covers. Brett D'Oliveira in pursuit, pulls it up just inside the rope and hurts his knee in doing so. Might have been better off letting it go before Brett, and he's limping back in. That's a worry. At first I thought he might have hurt his shoulder, had a severe shoulder injury which troubled him for a long time, but it looks as though he's going to be okay. Just hobbling back in. 3 to Harmer, end of the over from Matthew Waite. The 100 is up for Essex. They've kind of limped there, but they are 101 for 6, and Simon Harmer's off the mark.
Yeah, Brett D'Oliveira really not moving very well at all after that. Good for Essex to move off that 98 where they'd been I don't mind Thane and Harmer being patient and building themselves in.
Yeah, good afternoon, Andrew. 2 more wickets since you were last with us. Worcestershire absolutely on top. 358 they made in their first innings, remember, and Essex now in real trouble at 101 for 6. The last 2 men to go. Michael Pepper caught by Ethan Brooks at third slip off the bowling of Tom Taylor, who has been absolutely excellent so far. Taylor, he's taken 3 for 17, and then Robin Das, who had top scored for Essex, he was on 44 when he was caught at second slip by Rob Jones off the bowling of Matthew Waite, and that was 98 for 6. They've progressed just by 4 runs since then. Noah Thane yet to get off the mark. The experienced Simon Harmer is on 4, but Worcestershire in control here at New Road at the moment. Essex 102 for 6.
Simon Harmer's taken a single off the first ball of Tom Taylor's 13th over. Essex 102 for 6. Taylor is on his way in from the New Road end to Noah Thane. Digs that one out up to mid-on for no run. Having said all that though about the positivity, obviously I mentioned the Essex first inning scores, and in the past 3 games they've failed to get to that 250 mark for the first batting point, so that there is that to it. Paul has been back in touch on his point. Obviously everything we said, Paul, wasn't aimed at you. He says wasn't wanting to be too harsh or doom and gloom, but Wesley and Harmer have been pivotal to huge Essex success, but they are 2 players who won't be around forever, and Essex do have to plan for the future of the team. As Taylor is in over the wicket to Thane, and that one's past the outside edge of the bat. It's got the slips bouncing as they applaud that delivery from Tom Taylor. He says hopefully returning players in T20 can bring back some form and make a push towards the end of the season, but complacency is what can cost top teams like Manchester United in football, says Paul. Well, I guess that's maybe what we are seeing with reference to Wesley and Harmer, the more experienced older players in the team. Bringing in players like Charlie Allison and Robin Das is giving them a chance, is letting them learn on the job. As Taylor is in, that one's defended by Thane, and they're learning their trade. Das older than Allison in that sense, but they've elected to keep the faith in those younger players and give them that opportunity to keep having a go, to keep trying to get those scores and get that county championship experience. In comes Taylor to Thane, gets wrapped on the pads, just loops into the offside for no run, and Mick says the third slip would be third man, so you weigh up 2 wickets or 20 odd runs.
Well, yeah, would it though? You can have 3 slips and a third man. It's not one or the other, is it? I think you could have your mid wicket at third man, or your long leg at third man. If you're trying to hit the top of off stump, why have a long leg? I don't know. I agree, it's got to come from somewhere. But a lot of runs go through there.
In comes Taylor to Thane, keeps the bat out of the way. End of the over. Thane is yet to score from the 13 deliveries he's faced. Harmer at the other end is on 4. Essex 102 for 6.
Yeah, and again, I don't have a particular view on Essex personnel, but and I don't know enough about the details of whether Tom Wesley isn't as good as he was, etc., etc. But I mean, players do age, players do come to the end of their careers, players do move on, and if you're not one of the big name counties with big budgets, then you have to find a way, don't you? I think that's the real crux of it. You have to find a way. Worcestershire have had to find a way to replace all the players they've lost. This Worcestershire side at the moment out there has only one player who came through the Worcestershire ranks, as it were, and that is Brett D'Oliveira, and that is most unusual for a county that's produced good number of players from its own academy. Matthew Waite bowls and Harmer drives up to mid-off and there's no run. But finding a way is what it's all about. And final thing I'll say is to all the Essex listeners and viewers is that, and I'm not the only one who thinks this, but certainly a couple of years ago or even 12 months ago, if you'd have said to me, or to quite a few people around this place, Worcestershire have got promoted, they're in Division 1, what can they achieve? They always ask that, don't they? They always ask football managers, what do you think? Does this mean you can get into Europe? If you'd have said to people here, what can you achieve? I think a lot of people would have said, and I know they did say, and I certainly did, I just break off as Waite bowls and Harmer drives up to mid-on this time and there's no run. We want to be like Essex. That's what people used to say, because they knew that it's a similar sized club with a similar budget, but Essex over the years have punched above their weight. They've been right up there. It's been helped by having the Harmers of this world and the Alistair Cook, obviously, but we want to be like Essex. That's what we want to be like. And when we finished 6th last year, when Worcestershire finished 6th last year, I think they felt that was happening, and there you go. So don't be too critical. Harmer plays defensively back to Waite. Good bit of football from Waite, who flicks the ball up with his right foot and then gathers the rebound. And I think there are certain teams that are held in high esteem, aren't there, by other teams, and I think generally speaking Essex have been a good model for other teams of similar size to follow, and you'd probably find people at a county like Northants might say the same. If they can do it, why can't we do it? There's Waite in again, bowls, and Harmer just clips this one up to mid-on, and there's no run. So we're all critical of our own, I think. Often to the outsider it doesn't quite seem that bad. 102 for 6 Essex. Waite 1 for 19. They've been good, Worcestershire's seamers generally. They've been tidy, aggressive, they've caught well, and they've made Essex work very hard. There's Waite, it's in again and bowls, and Harmer drives beautifully straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Simon Harmer. Slightly over pitch, to be fair, from Waite. Dead straight, Harmer just punching it down the ground. No great follow through, no great flamboyance. A bit like one or two of the drives we saw yesterday from Kashif Ali, just making sure that he got the full face of the bat on it, just walking into it.
Simple but effective.
Simple game, isn't it, when you play it like that? Absolutely beautifully executed. Second boundary for Harmer, he goes to 8. You know what's going to happen here, Victoria? I can see it coming. And here comes Waite bowls, and Harmer is just getting a single, turning this one off his pads down to long leg. 107 for 6, he keeps the strike. You're going to have all these comments coming through. You should write them down and put a date and a time next to them. Harmer coming to the end, he's going to get 100. He's going to get 100, and who's not as good as he used to be? 107 for 6 at the end of the over. Thane yet to get off the mark. Harmer on 9. 3 men out since lunch. Critchley 15, Pepper 13, and Das 44.
He did face 115 balls for his 32 on Monday.
Well, you've got to play quite well to stay in for that long.
We definitely, we've got more sunshine than we had this morning, but just looking at some of the pictures from Wembley ahead of the FA Cup final, they look like they've got the best of the weather. Very sunny, very warm apparently there, as Taylor begins a new over into Simon Harmer, plays that one out past the square leg umpire, takes the single. 108 for 6. Harmer moves on to 10. Manchester City and Crystal Palace in action in that one.
Where does it kick off? 4 o'clock, is it? Is it 4 o'clock?
I thought it was a 3 o'clock kick-off.
Maybe it is. I'm interested
Traditional time.
I'm interested in the team selection.
Or maybe I might be wrong.
4:30.
Oh, in comes Taylor, and that one's off the toes of Thane into the leg side. No, yes, you're right, Phil. 4:30.
I'm interested in the selection because an ex-pupil of mine plays for Crystal Palace, and I'm interested to see whether he starts or not. I've talked about him before on air, but Will Hughes, who bowled a good left arm spinner for me in the under 15s a few years ago, was in my English class for GCSE as well. Got 2 A's, pleased to say, and he's lost his place through injury recently, but might be in the starting lineup.
Taylor's into Thane, defending that one. Elsewhere today, in League 2, in the playoff semi-final, Wimbledon have beaten Notts County 1-0, so they've won that on aggregate 2-0. And it was Walsall who beat Chesterfield last night, and the reason I've kept my eyes across that one is because it was so close to Colchester United being a part of that for us on BBC. I say so close, they dropped off in the last couple of games, but they certainly had a better season than we've seen, as Taylor is in, and that's defended by Thane.
Well, Walsall would be devastated if they don't go up, because at one point they were 14 points
They
clear,
had
I think,
an
at
excellent
Christmas.
first half of the season, and then it was a bit of a spiral in the second.
That's right. They were. You mentioning Colchester United, as a Norwich fan, the name Colchester still strikes absolute horror into Norwich City supporters. I was there.
Shouldn't mention the 7-1, should I?
I was there. First game of the season, 2009, I think.
Yeah.
7-1, and then Paul Lambert switched sides and Norwich won the league.
In comes Taylor. It's full of delivery to Thane, who just defends that one.
And Norwich had a goalkeeper who was Australian, called Michael Theoklitos, and that was his one and only ever game for Norwich, and he was sent down under again pretty soon afterwards. Had an absolute nightmare.
I think, and then later on the season, Norwich City came back and beat Colchester 5-1. Yeah,
remember that too, on a complete mud bath.
As Taylor is in, and that one's played out into the offside by Thane. End of the over, just a single from the first ball, 108 for 6.
Yeah, bright blue skies now. Lovely sunshine here at New Road. We've had to wait for it, but it is absolutely beautiful. And we're halfway through the day, which seems an odd thing to say at 3:15, but we've had 45 overs, and we've got 45 left in the day, according to the scoreboard. And we're going to see Matthew Waite continuing to bowl to Simon Harmer, who has 10. Noah Thane still not off the mark. He's faced 19 deliveries now. That tells you, I think, that it's been tough going out there. But how long can Brett D'Oliveira keep these two going? I dare say that Taylor will be getting close to the end of his spell. Waite in, bowls. Harmer drives loosely at that one. That's a fairly flat-footed sort of flash outside the off stump from Harmer. And he was possibly lucky not to have got a nick. Just watching the replay of it now. Yeah, not much footwork and well, yeah, lost his shape a bit as well. Not his best shot, shall we say. Waite in once more, bowls, and that is much better from Harmer. That's a lovely shot. That really is a class shot, driving it through the offside, wide of mid-off for 4. And Harmer moves to 14, his third boundary. It's 112 for 6. That was a really top-class shot from Harmer. If he does get 100 now, that Worcestershire supporters will blame me completely. After saying it's unlikely, but top-class shot. Here's Waite in again to Harmer, and this much straighter, and he's forward, pushes out on the offside. Having talked about Michael Pepper's setup and his stance with his feet close together, and how he then moved his back foot to give himself balance, Harmer is a much better, a much more sort of conventional / old-fashioned example. He stands with his feet about shoulder width apart, and maybe even a little bit wider, and then bends the knees and sort of leans forward into his setup with his back raised, stands very still, not really any trigger movement, and then just in behind that one and plays it back up the pitch. And at the end of the day, going back to that conversation we had, and trigger movements are a fairly modern thing. We talk about them. All they are is a way of the player getting himself into the position that he feels is ideal. You look at someone like Harmer, he starts in that position. He doesn't need any way of getting into it. He's comfortable in exactly that position that he's in now as Waite bowls, and he's taken on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW, but it's running down the leg side. and there's no addition to the score. But that's two good examples, I suppose. Pepper, who needs a movement but basically ends up in the same position that Harmer's starting in. Harmer doesn't need a movement, just likes to get that weight slightly forward, which he does by just flexing those knees. Weight again comes in from the Diglis end, bowls, and Harmer is beaten outside the off stump. Really felt for that one. Good delivery from Waite, taken by Roderick. End of the over, 112 for 6. When it gets messy is when you get an example like Gareth Roderick, who, when he first moved from Gloucestershire to Worcestershire, really struggled for a season or so, and tried moving around the crease, tried different things, and until it reached a point where he was all over the place. He was more or less moving around the crease as the bowler was arriving. It got into a real pickle with it, and then sorted it all out again and got some form, and the next season went on, and now has this very solid, dependable sort of setup. But it what you don't want to be doing is moving around as the bowler is actually bowling, and not being confident of what your movements are going to be. They need to be reliable and repetitive. Ethan Brooks, fifth seamer, being introduced at the New Road end.
Ethan Brooks, who's picked up 4 wickets so far this season, is into Thane, who's got the bat over his head as he watches that one past him. The first ball of Ethan Brooks over. $112 for 6 as Brooks is in, and that's driven by Noah Thane, and that's beaten the fielder out in the deep for 4 runs.
Yeah, so Thane is off the mark, off his 21st delivery. It's exactly the same as Dean Elgar earlier today.
Nice shot. 116 for 6. As Brooks is in, and Thane plays that one into the pitch. The bounce just takes the pace out of it. They will get a single though. 117 for 6. Thane moves on to 5.
Yeah, Brooks very much the fifth seamer. It's a sort of batting all-rounder really, but occasionally contributes, and he's not a part-timer, but he's not a fully fledged bowling all-rounder.
He's in and up on the toes this time from Simon Harmer to just knock that one into the covers straight to the fielder.
I think he got a wicket down at Chelmsford, didn't he? I'm just trying to... He got 2 actually in the second innings at Chelmsford. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 37. So, done a bit of bowling.
Into Harmer. Harmer jabs the bat down on it this time. Rich has been in touch on the emails, and was first of all talking about the third man position and saying it was sustainable for over 100 years without leaving a gaping hole elsewhere. It's fashion. And then he goes on to say, in the past most batters had the bat between their feet in their stance. Now nearly all of them have the bat behind the back foot. As Brooks is into Harmer. Harmer defends that one back down the pitch.
Yeah,
End of the over, 117 for 6.
I'm not entirely in agreement with that last point. I think when I was growing up, almost everybody had the bat behind the back foot, and that's how I was taught and how I generally teach. I think now you get more people with the bat between the feet. But at the end of the day, again, it's another one of those things. It doesn't matter, because it's when you pick the bat up and the fact that it goes up straight, comes down straight. That's what really matters. Whether you settle it behind your back foot or in between your feet. I'm not convinced is of any great significance. But yeah, it's an individual game. It's interesting that, I mean, there you go. The Thane, the bat is between his feet when he actually puts it down on the ground, but it's up in the air anyway as the bowler Ben Allison comes in and bowls, and Thane plays this one up to mid-on. What you don't see very often, which I don't know if you've ever seen in Victoria, you might see it in old cricket books sometimes in this country, but you still see it, I've seen it with my own eyes in India and in Sri Lanka, is rows of young cricketers standing with bats and a coach at the front demonstrating, and all the boys or girls repeating and copying doing exactly what they're saying. And I've seen that in India at a cricket college, as it was called, where there'll be 30 boys lined up, each with a bat, and the coach stands at the front and picks the bat, and they all pick the bat up in exactly the same way. Allison bowls, Thane drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. And again, I think that would be starting off. Let's get the basics in place, and then obviously as players develop and become better, more skilled, they can add in little quirks and variations that suit them, maybe work with a particular coach on a certain thing, but there's so many ways of doing it, aren't there? Ben Allison in, bowls, Thane drives up to mid-off again, and there's no run. We were talking about this the other week, about stance and where your feet actually point. So most players stand with their feet across the crease, parallel to left shoulder or right shoulder if they're left-hander facing the bowler. But I mentioned Kim Barnett before. He used to walk in almost from leg stump. My first cricketing hero when I played as a schoolboy in the 60s was Ken Barrington, who played for Surrey in England. Here comes Allison again. Thane plays up to mid-off again, and there's no run. And Ken Barrington used to stand with his feet pointing to mid-off. It was a very sort of open stance. So I did, because Barrington did. That's what I did. Probably even more famous than Barrington for doing it later on, as late as the early 80s, was Peter Willey, who became an umpire, father of David Willey, who plays for Northants. And Peter Willey used to almost stand facing the bowler. Allison bowls and Thane defends on the offside. By the end of his career, Peter Willey was almost standing with his feet pointing straight at the pitch, but then as the bowler bowled, he would turn. And Kim Barnett, who I talked about at Derbyshire, who kind of stood outside leg stump by the end of his career, actually moved across. They're all doing the same thing, really. It was their, we would now call it their trigger movement, is what they did. They just at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, does it? It's what you do with it when the ball comes down that matters. As in comes Allison and bowls, and Thane again pushes out on the offside. Another tidy over from Ben Allison, right back on the mark straight away. He's bowled 13 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 23, and it's 117 for 6.
Yeah, 6 trailed by 241 runs.
I'll give out the quiz question once more in case anybody's joined us this afternoon, and then I'll give the answer just before tea, which is in 10 overs time. Today's quiz question: Worcestershire, Essex. Who played for Worcestershire and Essex, but also scored 4 centuries in first-class cricket against Essex and 2 50s in first-class cricket against Worcestershire?
Brooks from the New Road End. That's defended by Harmer.
No cheating. Worcestershire fans, you can get in touch at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, or at BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Essex fans, you know, anyway, I think, and most of the right answers we've had have come from Essex supporters.
Brooks is in, and that's flicked by Simon Harmer. He's caught behind, and he will depart, caught in the slips, I should say. 117 now for 7, and just as Noah Thane and Simon Harmer look to be trying to steady the ship for Essex, Harmer departs for 14. Essex continue to be in real trouble, trailing by 241 runs.
Yeah, it was the keeper. Yeah, a real bonus, wasn't it, for Worcestershire, really, with the 5th seamer picking up the wicket.
Bowling of Ethan Brooks for 14. Caught by Gareth Roderick.
I was going to say caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Ethan Brooks for 14. It's another teen score. 16 for Elgar, 15 for Critchley, 13 for Pepper, 14 for Simon Harmer, and the 5th seamer gets the wicket. Ethan Brooks just getting that one to nip away a little bit. Bonus wicket as far as Brett D'Oliveira is concerned.
Shane Snater.
117 for 7. Now this is going to be interesting because, in my experience, Shane Snater only knows one way to play Victoria, and he won't be messing around out there. I think he'll try and put a bit of pressure back on the bowler. The way he tends to go about his business, I think.
Yeah, Shane Snater's a positive batter. I haven't seen an innings of note from him this season, but he is certainly capable of it if history dictates.
He got some runs against Worcestershire at Chelmsford in the second innings. He got 48.
I did him a disservice there.
And he got them pretty quickly. In the first innings, he got 24. So yeah, he did.
Well,
he did okay.
I think. What have I seen him get for Essex before? 80 plus maybe. He's a very capable lower order batter, and he.
But what I mean is,
but he's positive with it.
Yeah,
he's not. Last week he went for when Essex were losing their flurry of wickets after tea in the Yorkshire game. He managed to stick around, but I think he felt the pressure because he wasn't able to get off the mark with it. So he wasn't making the runs when some can cope with that at the crease. As Brooks is in, Snater gets wrapped on the pad. Just drops and he walks away from the crease. Essex 117 for 7.
Yeah. Well, they're in a bit of trouble here. And it's a bit like Worcestershire were early on. They just keep losing wickets.
Brooks is in and Snater looked to drive at that one. He's beaten.
Just keep losing wickets when you think they're getting a little bit of control back, don't they? Oh, update coming for Hereford and Worcester. Well, it continues to go well for Worcestershire this afternoon. The latest wicket they've taken, that of Simon Harmer, the experienced Essex off-spinning all-rounder. He was on 14 when Ethan Brooks introduced as a 5th seamer by Worcestershire skipper Brett D'Oliveira in his second over, induced an outside edge, and Gareth Roderick behind the stumps completed his 3rd catch of the innings. So Worcestershire well on top here. 358 they made in their first innings, and Essex in reply with Noah Thane on 5 and Shane Snater yet to get off the mark after 49 overs of their innings are 117 for 7.
Applause there for Ethan Brooks as a wicket maiden, 1 for 5 his figures, and I'm going to go off and update the BBC Essex listeners, although I'm not sure they want to hear from me.
Ever the pessimist, Victoria. I'm sure they do. There we go. 117 for 7, and I'll give you those full bowling figures. Tom Taylor 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 19. Ben Allison starting his 14th over, 2 for 23. He's in now and bowls, and Thane is defending this up to mid-off. Yadvinder Singh, the only wicketless bowler, 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 38. Matthew Waite, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 28. And Ethan Brooks, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. Essex up against it at the moment as Ben Allison pounds in from the Digless end and bowls to Thane, who is forward to this and plays it down into the ground, then looks around slightly worriedly as he thinks it might pop up and go onto the stumps, but it bounced safely over the stumps. Give you an idea of what's going on in games elsewhere during this over. So Somerset against Sussex. Sussex are 146 for 8 in reply to Somerset's 338. Comes Allison, and this is a sliced drive by Thane out on the offside, no run. So Sussex 192 behind, just 2 wickets left in their first innings. Hampshire against Warwickshire. Hampshire in a good position, 131 ahead with 9 wickets remaining. They're 25 for 1 in their second innings. Bowled Warwickshire out for 194 today, which was in reply to Hampshire's first innings 300. Allison bowls. Thane is beaten outside the off stump, and in that Warwickshire 194, top scorer, guess who, Worcestershire fans? Ed Barnard, 58, top scorer there. Also 40 for Bo Webster, I should say. And then elsewhere, what have we got? Notts against Durham at Chester Street. Allison bowls. Thane defends, no run. Notts 407. Durham going well in reply, 204 for 2. Minto 67, Lease 82 not out, McKinney 28, and Emilio Gay 26 not out. So they're going quite nicely. Also in Division 1, Yorkshire against Surrey. Yorkshire 255, Surrey 231 for 4. In reply, that's at the Oval. Allison again to Thane. Thane plays defensively out on the offside. End of the over. Another maiden. 117 for 7. Allison 14 over 6 maidens. 2 for 23. Very tidy. Back into Division 2. Kent against Gloucestershire. Kent 424. Gloucestershire 144 for 4. Middlesex Leicestershire. Middlesex 232. Leicestershire 173 for 4 in reply. Peter Hanscom 58 not out there. So they're doing quite well. Northants Glamorgan on top in this one as Ethan Brooks starts a new over, bowling to Snater, who plays out on the offside. There's no run. Northants 185. Glamorgan 358 for 6 in reply. Ben Callaway, I was talking about him, 95 he was out for. 67 for Sam Northeast, 54 for Kieran Carlson. Morgan doing well there as Brooks bowls and Snater drives up to mid-off where D'Oliveira tumbles to his left to do the fielding. And the final score in County Championship, Lancashire finally dismissed by Derbyshire for 458. Luke Wells made 141 as Brooks bowls, and this one is defended off the back foot by Shane Snater. So you're up to date with scores from elsewhere, and here at Worcester, Essex remain on 117 for 7. Brooks in bowls, and forward comes Snater, plays out on the offside, and there's no addition. So Thane 5, Snater yet to get off the mark. The men out in this innings: Allison without scoring, Westley for 6, Elgar for 16, Critchley for 15, Pepper for 13, Das for 44, and Harmer for 14. Snater is now off the mark with a slightly mistimed drive on the onside, thickish inside edge, really taking the ball through mid-wicket for a couple as Tom Taylor runs round to do the fielding. 119 for 7. Snater off the mark. 40 overs remaining in the day, 39 after this one. Brooks finishing the 51st of the innings with the delivery which beat Snater outside the off stump. End of the over from Ethan Brooks. His figures now: 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7, and it's 119 for 7. And Ben Allison will continue from the Diglis end. He comes in now and bowls to Thane, who was beaten outside the off stump, and this is a good spell from Ben Allison. He's hit a really nice rhythm in this afternoon spell. He's in his 15th over. He's conceded just 23 runs. Very tidy indeed. Not trying to do too much, just trying to nag away and induce an error from the batsman, which he thought he had done there, or at least Ethan Brooks at third slip did, as that one went through to Roderick. Brooks set off a running appeal, only to strangle it when he realised nobody else was really joining in. It's quite a close one, I think. But yeah, really good delivery from Ben Allison, he's just nagging away around off stump, making the batsman play, working hard and asking questions. He's in bowls, and Thane edges this down on the offside. It's fielded by Jake Libby, moving to his left at backward point. They're limping along, aren't they, a bit at the moment. Victoria, 119 for 7. The runs have really dried up. We've had, just checking it, so something like, in the last 12 overs, just 20 runs, I think. Allison bowls and Thane on the back foot plays defensively out on the offside. And again, there's no run.
Yeah, it's 21 runs since the 5th wicket fell.
Yeah, the runs have really dried up, haven't they? Just looking back through the last few overs, 2 off the last over, maiden the one before that, maiden the one before that, maiden the one before that, 5 the one before that, and then going back 4, 1, 5. Allison bowls, Thane edges, Brooks diving stop at third slip, 1, 3, maiden, 1, 1. I mean, runs have really dried up and been hard to come by since lunch. Yadvinder Singh, noticeably more expensive than any other bowler. He's gone for 4 and over. Wait for 2.5 and over. Everybody else for fewer. And Taylor and Allison 1.3 and 1.5 and over. Allison in short, and that is a loose one. First, I've done him there, haven't I? Absolutely done him. Last ball of the over, bit tired maybe, dragged it down, swivelling pull shot from Thane. His first shot of any authority for quite some time, and it goes to the boundary. 123 for 7. Ben Gibbon fielding as a sub, has sent Jake Libby off with the sub's bib, and Libby going off presumably for a comfort break, as Gibbon, he's done his fair share of fielding today, hasn't he?
He's been quite busy. Ethan Brooks to begin a new over from the new road end. He's into Snater, who defends that one. I just went off to do my BBC Essex update. I had to wait a little while for Lionel Richie to finish, so I was just listening to a conversation, earwigging on a conversation going on outside the commentary box, and they mentioned the F word. And I don't know when we need to start talking about the F word in commentary.
Is it a word or is it a phrase?
Well, two words maybe. As Brooks is in, that's slapped away by Shane Snater. I didn't even see that drop, but it's bounced inside the rope for 4.
Yeah, well, he won't hang around. I've just seen the FA Cup lineup, and my former pupil is on the bench. He'd be gutted about that, I would imagine. I suppose it's all part of being a professional, but he's started about 70% of the games this season. He even had the captain's armband at one point, but on the bench this afternoon.
127 for 7 as Brooks is into Snater. He's on one knee driving. It's fielded at backward point for no run.
Yeah, Snater's had enough messing around, I reckon, and he's decided to let the arms go a bit. Both of those shots, really. I'm not suggesting it'll be irresponsible. I just think some players are better off playing their normal game than trying to do anything else, really, I think.
In comes Brooks, and that's played down the pitch by Snater.
Lovely afternoon now. Bright blue sky, sunshine. Cathedral just somehow takes on a different hue when the sun shines.
Snater's on 6 as Brooks is in, and he looks to turn that one down the leg side, take the bat out of the way, through to Roderick.
If you'd have been staying overnight, Victoria, which I know you're not, you could have had a nice Sunday morning stroll into the cathedral tomorrow instead of going for a run.
Brooks is in on the back foot this time. Snater lets that one pass the outside edge. 127 for 7. The one boundary for Shane Snater from the over.
I wasn't aware until this season, my visit to Chelmsford, that Chelmsford has a cathedral.
Yes, it does.
And
but it had
city.
a cathedral long before it was a city. It was only awarded
city
status when it was the Queen's Diamond Jubilee.
Right.
That was 2012, wasn't it?
Yavinder Singh.
Well, it is a city and it has a cathedral. I didn't realise until I went wandering into the city 2 or 3 weeks ago. Yavinder Singh reintroduced into the attack, this time at the Diglis end. He hasn't bowled at the Diglis end before in this innings. He comes in now and bowls. His first delivery is a good one, and it beats Thane outside the off stump. I think we might see some fireworks here because Yadvinder is less likely to nag and stack up the good deliveries than the other bowlers. By that I mean he can bowl good deliveries, but he has been a little bit looser than the others. And this one's a good straight one which Thane defends. I think it's quite good captaincy from Brett D'Oliveira because he hasn't bowled at that end, and also he's got to give the big guns a bit more of a rest. And I think if Yadvinder does give any room to these two, particularly Snater, then he will take him on, I think. As this one is cut by Thane down to Libby at third man for a single.
Just a single.
Sorry, yeah, just a single. Yeah, because there was a man there. Yeah, funny that. As for the F word,
yes,
or phrase, I I don't know. There was a time when I always thought, nearly every time the follow-on should be enforced if there's an option. Edvinder bowls, Snater defends, good straight delivery. But if your seam attack is heavily dependent on 2 or 3 people, in this case I would say Taylor, Allison and Waite probably, and they've bowled, I don't know, 12, 15 overs each. That's what I was talking about, a bit of width, and Snater jumps at it but gets into a mess, flat-footed, and doesn't time it at all, doesn't pick up a run. There might be a case for giving them a 24-hour breather before having to bowl again. Whereas if you've got 5 seamers or 4 who are all really fit and capable, then the follow-on might be more of an option. I think that's more of a consideration these days than it used to be. Yadvinder Singh in bowls and Snater on the walk, and that's the sort of thing I was talking about. Turns that one into a half volley by using his feet and drives it square of the wicket on the offside for a boundary, which takes him into double figures, and it's 132 for 7. I mean, I can remember a Worcestershire attack here that had, Dilly, Newport, Botham, Radford, all top class, high achieving bowlers. And I mean, Radford, if you bowled a team out, you couldn't get the ball out of his hand. He'd refused to come off, sort of thing. Well, you'd enforce the follow on there because they just wanted to keep bowling these guys, just bowl and bowl and bowl. But it's not. We're much more aware of workloads and that kind of thing these days, and I don't think follow-ons are enforced quite so frequently as they used to be.
Brooks is into Thane on the walk into the leg side, straight to the fielder. I mean, we saw that last week for Essex when they were bowled out for 123. What was that, 90 odd short, and Yorkshire went on to declare in their second innings as Brooks is in, and that one's just turned into the leg side. I think, forgive me for the spectators who were talking, my microphone was picking it up, which isn't on air, but would you want to bat last on this pitch? Is that, does that come into the thinking? As Brooks is in, and as Thane was looking to take a swipe at that one, he's beaten outside the off stump through to the keeper.
I said yesterday, and I'll stand by it again, I don't think it'll change much, this pitch. I honestly don't. I don't think it has, and I don't particularly think it will. It's not going to break up, and it'll turn for Simon Harmer, but it'll turn now, I think. It'll turn whether you bat next or last.
Brooks into Thane, driving on the up into the covers, stopped by the fielder for no run. They've had 4 dot balls so far.
So I don't know. I mean, it might get slower, I think. I don't know, but I don't think it'll change hugely in character.
In comes Brooks to Thane. He's offending.
I think, let's say it took another 20 overs and you could enforce a follow-on. So you've bowled 75 overs and you enforce the follow-on, and you get then asking your seamers to do it all again. I don't know. I can understand why you give them 24 hours off and
Brooks is into Thane, takes the bat out of the way of that one. It has Roderick diving behind the stumps. End of the over, maiden from Ethan Brooks, 132 for 7. His figures 1 for 11 from the 5 overs he's bowled. Essex trail by 226.
Yeah, Ethan Brooks pretty disappointed with that last one. That didn't get anything. Went past the off stump, came back a yard or more after that as Roderick sprawled across to his left to get it, but I think when it passed the off stump it was still comfortably 6 or 7 inches outside off stump. Yadvinder Singh to continue. It's a funny thing, isn't it, the way that cricket causes you to... Yadvinder bowls, defended by Snater, no run. Cricket causes you to mix up your imperial and metric, doesn't it? Because we still talk about 22 yards, and I said that came back yards, and I mentioned somebody in their trigger movement before. I know it was when I was talking about LBWs, and I said it's still got 4 feet to go on to hit the stumps. And then when you talk about boundaries, you talk about metres, and somebody said how many metres away from the ground is the river. As this one is heaved up in the air by Snater, and that's gone all the way. Not really middled it, top edge really, short from Yadvinder, and Snater heaves it away over deep backward square leg for 6. And Brett Oliver has got to think about this, because he's got to use Yadvinder Singh. He's in the side, he's got to have a bowl, but pressure will be eased considerably if he gets taken on by Snater. And I did think it was an interesting bowling change, and I said I thought Snater would go after him, and that's exactly what's happened with that one. First 6 of the innings, I think.
And there's a ball hunt going on over by the hotel.
Yeah, it's gone under the hotel somewhere, I think, in the catacombs down there, and they'll be having a look round, and then they'll come back, and the umpires will have to have a look at it to see if it's been damaged. Meanwhile, they're sending for another one just in case. 138 for 7. Snater has gone to 16 for 21 deliveries. And that's a circumspect Snater, actually, if you ask me, the way he's played today. He's only really played one lovely drive for 4, but that one just picked up over the leg side for 6. Matthew Waite down there at fine deep backward square. Initially looking at it, thinking he might get underneath it, but actually it was well clear of him. Landed in the seats or behind the seats and has disappeared under the hotel. 2 players have gone looking for it. Now they've disappeared. Well, they've come back, and one of them's got the ball. Yeah, Ben Allison has found the treasure and returned it. They'll inspect it now to see how damaged it is, and then they'll probably give it back to Yadvinder and say, get on with it. Pitch it up. Just giving a good shine to it. The mid-off fielder Kashif Ali gives it back to Yadvinder Singh. Comes in again to bowl to Snater. Bowls, and down the leg side Snater lifts his bat clear of that. It's taken by Roderick, tumbling to his left. Another update for Hereford Worcester coming soon. Haven't got a wicket to tell them about this time. We've not had a wicket now for a few overs, 7.5 overs since these two came together. Yadvinder bowl, short and wide, cut away by Snater for 4 more. Brett Oliveira will not want this to go on for much longer, although, as I say, Yadvinder Singh has been picked for this game as the 4th teamer, and he's got to be given an opportunity. He is currently going at nearly 5 and over, and in the context of this game, and we have talked about relieving pressure and forcing home an advantage, and the lead is now 216, I think, but it's dwindling, and you can't afford to be relieving pressure in this way. Yadvinder bowls, and Snater is out, caught behind, so he's got his man. Snater trying it once too often. Lots of congratulations for Yadvinder from all his teammates. They're very pleased for him, because it was reaching a point where Oliveira might have been thinking, well, I've got to take him out of the attack because I just can't afford to let them get away. And that might sound a bit ridiculous when you're still leading by over 200. If you want to get a lead that gives you a real opportunity, and you've got to take another 10 wickets, it needs to be, I would say, over 150. And he would have been thinking about that, but Snater lived by the sword and died by it. He made 20 off 24 deliveries, but he is gone, caught behind, and it's a 4th catch of the innings for Gareth Roderick, and I will have a wicket to report in my update.
Yeah, disappointing, because Shane Snater was starting to hit big. It was looking like it was handy runs for Essex in what's been so far a disappointing innings for Essex, just creeping towards that 150 mark, and there hasn't been too much to shout about in terms of the innings apart from Robin Dasney's 44 and Shane Snater hitting a couple of boundaries. I was feeling hopeful that maybe he could add some lower order runs, but Essex still in trouble.
Yeah, they are in the 57th over, I think, 56th over. They are 142 for 8, so still trailing by 216 runs, and we're into the tail now, in all fairness, with Kasim Rajitha coming out to join Noah Thane. I wonder what Thane's approach will be now. Obviously want to face as much of the bowling as he can, and Brett D'Oliveira, I guess, smelling blood now, and hoping they can wrap this innings up by tea. 2 overs left after this as Yadvinder bowls, and that one is pushed back up the pitch by Rajitha. End of the over for Yadvinder Singh. 1 for 53 from 11, his figures. I thought it was indicative of the team spirit, the way that he was congratulated when he got that wicket, because I think they would have been hurting for him a little bit, given that he was being punished and the other bowlers were a lot tidier, but got his wicket and got massive congratulations from his teammates. What will Noah Thane's approach be here now against Brooks, I wonder?
Brooks to begin a new over from the New Road end into Thane, who's on the swivel trying to play at that one. Doesn't make any connection, it's behind for no run.
Right, 2 overs to go to tea. Answer to the quiz: who played for Worcestershire and Essex and scored 4 first-class hundreds against Essex and 2 first-class 50s against Worcestershire?
As Brooks is on his way into Thane, jabs the bat down on it back to the bowler.
The answer is that those runs against the 2 counties were scored for Northants. That's the 3rd county that this guy played for, and it was Stephen Peters. So well done. Quite a few Essex correspondents got that right. If you got that without looking at any books or the internet, then well done. A few Worcestershire people did too. Yeah, Worcestershire continue to make good progress. They were held up briefly. Partnership of 25 for the 8th wicket between Shane Snater and Noah Thane, but Snater out just a moment or two ago, giving Gareth Roderick his 4th catch behind the stumps. The successful bowler Yadvinder Singh, who hadn't to that point taken a wicket. All the Worcestershire bowlers that have now been used have got wickets now. Snater out for 20, and Essex still trailing by 215 runs, or 143 for 8, with tea just a few minutes away.
Rajitha has faced 2 dot balls from Ethan Brooks. Who's on his way in, and that's hit uppishly and will roll away towards the 3rd man boundary, chased by a fielder who will get it and stop it inside the rope as Essex come back for 2. 145 for 8. Rajitha on the board with 2 runs. Somerset have enforced the follow on. Sussex all out for 152 at Taunton.
Topsy-turvy, both those two teams, aren't they?
Brooks into Rajitha, down the leg side, through to Roderick behind the stumps. Final ball of the over. Essex 45 for 8, trailing by 213.
Tea in 1 over, I would say. Good afternoon session for Worcestershire. They've taken 5 wickets. I think you'd always settle for 5 in a session. Oh, tea will be delayed, of course, won't it? Or will it? No, it's not 8 down. Delayed at 9 down, isn't it? So, it's been a good session. You had Vinder to continue. Noah Thane just assessing his options. 3 slips in place. Man back at deep backward point, wide third man. You had Vinder in, bowls. Thane on the back foot, plays defensively out on the offside. And there's no addition. So Worcestershire this morning losing their last wicket in adding 4 runs to their overnight score. 358 all out. Shane Snater finished with 4 for 78. The man out this morning, Ben Allison, caught by his brother Charlie for 38. Edvinder Singh in, bowls, then blocks up to mid-on. And then Essex immediately in trouble as Ben Allison dismissed his brother Charlie this time without scoring. Second ball of the second over, left the ball alone and it hit the off stump. That was 0 for 1, 9 for 2 then when Tom Westley was caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Tom Taylor for 6, and Taylor then followed up with the wicket of Elgar. Singh again bowls and again defended by Thane. Elgar brilliantly caught by Ethan Brooks at third slip for 16 off Taylor. 46 for 3, 57 for 3 at lunch. Since lunch, Critchley caught behind off Allison for 15. Pepper caught at slip by Brooks off Taylor for 13. Das caught by Rob Jones at slip off Matthew Waite for 44. Harmer caught by Roderick the keeper off Brooks for 14, and Snater caught by the keeper off this man Yadvinder Singh for 20. This next ball from Yadvinder is sliced out square on the offside by Thane, and they come back for 2 runs, which annoys Libby slightly because he hadn't got that far to come in from his position fielding on the ropes through to the non-strikers end, but the long striding Rajitha was home. So 2 more, 147 for 8 now. 2 balls left in the 58th over. Yadvinder Singh from the Diglis end is in and bowls, and Thane is somewhat deceived by that one. Was it? I'm not sure. It looked to me as though it might have slipped out. A slightly slower ball, but no score off it. Every time I look at the replay, it's just like they're playing on a rug, isn't it? It just looks very strange. Just looking at it. Oh no, it was not at all. It was in fact, it was an absolute beauty, wasn't it? Probably as good a ball as anybody's bowled all day. Pitched off and went away, and you'd have had to be a very, very good player to get a nick on that. And that is tea. 147 for 8. The lead is 211. Noah Thane has 13. Kasim Rajitha has 2. Essex are metaphorically Victoria very much on the back foot.
Yeah, it's been difficult to watch from an Essex point of view. They've limped towards the 147 for 8 at tea. Robin Das was playing nicely for his 44, but couldn't go on to get that first championship half century. Shane Snater's come in, hit a few boundaries. There have been... The big thing has been the lack of partnerships from an Essex point of view. That was where we were yesterday with Worcestershire, that was what was so key for them in their innings, and particularly recovering from those 5 wickets down to go on and make the 358. And we just haven't seen the same from Essex. When they have lost wickets, they've either fallen in clusters, or then they've struggled to get back to scoring runs following the wickets. So yeah, disappointed from an Essex point of view, but they have made it to tea, and you've got to then look at those small increments, those small victories, I guess, when you're in those situations of where can we get to, where's the next milestone, is it the runs, is it the time, and we'll see how this final session unfolds.
Thank you very much. That's Victoria Polly from BBC Radio Essex. I'm Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage this afternoon, and we will be back at just before 4:30 to bring you the final session on day 2 of this game between Worcestershire and Essex. Until then, thanks for being with us.
Hampshire are batting in their second innings at Edgbaston. Warwickshire all out for 194. Hampshire in their second innings 44 for 1, lead by 150. Bristol, where Kent made 424, Gloucestershire 156 for 4 in reply. At Old Trafford, Lancashire made 458, Derbyshire are 40 for 1 in reply. At Lords, Leicestershire are 185 for 6. Middlesex made 232. At Cardiff, Morgan building up a big lead here. They lead by 184. They're 369 for 6 against Northamptonshire's 185 all out.
season. Another stone to go. mentioned a couple of times.
I recognise your face, especially in the summer. Yeah. Thanks for that. Thanks for the photo. A year or two back. Yeah, really appreciate it. You're most welcome. Most welcome. Okay, thanks a lot. Cheers. Cheers. Thanks, y'all. McFarlane. What year are you starting to want? Yeah. In Blackwell are our umpires heading for the middle. Brett Oliveira heading out, leading the Worcestershire team. Resuming the Essex innings, Noah Thane, Hassan Rajita.
Good afternoon and welcome back to New Road in Worcester. A play's about to get underway in the evening session of this game between Worcestershire and Essex, with Essex 147 for 8 in their first innings reply to Worcestershire's 358. Tom Taylor will take up the attack for Worcestershire from the New Road end, and he is bowling to Kasim Rajitha, who is on 2. Taylor in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Rajitha, and there's no addition to the score. I am Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. Alongside me is Victoria Polly, BBC Radio Essex, and Victoria, Essex up against it, not for the first time this season, but hopeful, I would imagine, that they can get past the follow-on target to start with. Taylor is in again, bowls, and there we are. Rajitha slices a wide one away, square on the offside for 4, and bring us up the 150, so 151 for 8. I don't. We've talked about the follow-on, whether it would be enforced anyway or not. I'm not sure, but I think they'll probably get past that, and then it's just a case of whether they can minimise the lead, I suppose. Just do another update for BBC Hereford and Worcester, where players just got underway after tea, so there hasn't been that much activity since you were last here. Essex are 151 for 8, so they still trail by 207 runs. Noah Thane is 13 not out, Kasim Rajitha is 6 not out. For Worcestershire, Tom Taylor has taken up the attack after tea. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far, a remarkable 3 for 23 his figures. He's in his 15th over, and Worcestershire will be hoping they can wrap things up fairly quickly in this first innings and get a first innings lead of real significance, which will give them a chance of pushing for a first victory of the season. But it's gone well for them today, and at the moment Essex 151 for 8. Yeah, I think it's as I was saying, it's well, I guess picking up on what I've said in that update as well, Victoria, it's a chance to get a lead that is really, really significant, as Taylor comes in and bowls and Rajitha defends back up the pitch to him, and there's no run. If you get a lead in excess of 150 and there's still 2 days left in the game, then I would think you've well, I mean, games have been lost from that position, obviously, but you've got to fancy your chances, I think. if you get a lead of 150 and there's only a day left, then it's different, isn't it? But you've got a chance to bat a second time, extend it, and then give yourself 4 or 5 sessions to get those 10 wickets. Second time around. Outside the off stump from Taylor, I thought Rajitha negotiated that over pretty well for a number 10. He is on 6, Thane is on 13, and it's 151 for 8.
Elsewhere, by the way, in the Women's T20 County Cup, this is the knockout competition for the women's game. Essex are 57 for 2 at Headingley in reply to Yorkshire's 188 for 4. We've had 7 overs of the Essex innings so far. I am going to go and update the BBC Essex listeners, so I'll be back hopefully for the next over.
How long does it take you to get it? It is Matthew Waite to roll from the Digley centre of the ground.
On a good run or that's a best ball.
Matthew Waite to bowl from the Digley centre of the ground, bowling to Noah Thane, who's on 13. 3 slips in place, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, long leg and deep mid-wicket, the field. First ball is blocked out on the offside, so they're happy to give a single to Thane and bowl at Rajitha, but as yet Rajitha has conducted himself pretty well out there for a number 10. He's made 6, he's faced 10 deliveries, hasn't looked in too much trouble. As Waite comes in now and bowls again to Thane, who is on the walk and slaps this away through the covers for 4. Is it going to go? In fact, it's not for 4, it's for 2 as Kashif Ali flicks it back just inside the rope. So 2 more to Thane. Waite not quite getting that one in the right place, but he's been pretty tidy. 1 for 30, he's in his 12th over. He picked up the wicket of Robin Das, the top scorer, who made 44 before edging to Rob Jones at second slip. Worcestershire looking to just finish off this innings now. 153 for 8. The lead still over 200 just, and Matthew Waite has picked up a wicket, nips that one through the defences of Noah Thane. It's taken the middle stump, and the 9th Essex wicket is down with a score on 153. Matthew Waite has his 2nd wicket of the innings, and yeah, it's a good delivery, just nipping back a little bit at Noah Thane, and he is gone for 15. And it's interesting how many batsmen have been removed for scores of sort of between 10 and 20 in this game. If you look down this Essex scorecard, Noah Thane out for 15, Harmer made 14, Pepper 13, Critchley 15, Elgar 16. Batsmen they've not really got in. They've not been dismissed very cheaply, but they've hung around for a while. But just goes along with what we've been saying really for most of this innings, that never really in. Nobody has ever really got in to the point where they've looked absolutely comfortable. Even yesterday, Matthew Waite made 73, Rob Jones made 54, Kashif Ali made 46, but it always felt that there was still occasional play and misses and opportunities being offered, and balls that were testing and pitched. Good cricket pitch in many ways, a pitch on which Worcestershire managed to get 358 in the first innings. Can't be called a bad pitch, but a pitch which has offered assistance to the bowlers throughout, kept everybody interested, and probably deserving of the title, a good cricket pitch. So Worcestershire lead by 204 5 at the moment as Jamie Porter comes to the crease. Matthew Waite into bowl 2 and from the Diglis end bowls, and Porter is pushing that one up to mid on, and there's no run. 153 for 9 then. Porter yet to score. Rajitha on 6. Matthew Waite 2 for 30. 2 balls left in his 12th over. And he comes in now and bowls to Porter, who edges wide of third slip down to third man, and that is another boundary.
Disappointing. I think I said in my update on the BBC Sport Live text page, how long can Noah Thane stay at the crease after tea? That'll be key for Essex. Second over after tea, he was bowled again. Worcestershire having the best of it with the ball.
Yeah, but that 4 has taken Essex to just 1 run away from the 200 deficit, so 201 behind. As Matthew Waite comes in and bowls again to Porter, and he is out, caught behind. Gareth Roderick, a 5th catch of the innings, and Essex are all out for 157. Jamie Porter, the last man to go for 4. Kasim Rajitha remains unbeaten on 6. And Worcestershire's first innings lead is 201.
I think we've seen that so much in this game, not just in this Essex innings, but in the Worcestershire innings as well, with the caught behinds. It's been a mixture of the good balls which players have had to play at, to those fishing outside the line, but yeah, disappointing from Essex, and just having been so close to getting that deficit under 200 on that occasion. And an applause, rightly so, for the Worcestershire fielders and bowlers.
Well, there we are, 157 all out. Jamie Porter, the last man to go in the 60th over. Kasim Rajitha left unbeaten on 6. 4 extras only compared to 32 in the Worcestershire innings. 4 leg byes this time. Tidy from Worcestershire, and the full bowling figures I'll give you now. Tom Taylor, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 23. Ben Allison, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 27. Yadvinder Singh, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 55. Matthew Waite, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 wickets for 34. Ethan Brooks, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Worcestershire have not enforced the follow on, not at all surprised by that, and they will be beginning their second innings in around about 7 or 8 minutes. Do join us then.
Ethan Brooks, 6 overs.
Welcome back to New Road, Worcester, where Worcestershire are about to begin their second innings. They lead by 201 runs, but have decided not to enforce the follow-on, and I can understand why that is. Still over 2 days left in the game, and their seam bowlers having just bowled 60 overs. Probably he could have argued that if they'd have gone out there tonight and taken a couple of wickets, it would have made a massive difference. You could equally argue if they'd have gone out there tonight tired and conceded 50 odd for no wicket, the lead would have been whittled down significantly. I think the thinking is that they can score runs in the second innings, put the game out of reach of Essex, and still leave themselves with plenty of time to take the last 10 wickets. You could be looking, Victoria Polly, at a similar situation to the one you had in the last game, where Essex have to bat for a long time to save it on a pitch which is perhaps not going to be ever as flat as that one was.
No, so Essex in a difficult position once more, and they'll be desperate, I think, with the ball as well, to just not let things get away from them like it did in the first innings. Jamie Porter to start from the New Road end. In he comes, and that one is outside the off stump to start with. Gareth Roderick just walking away from the crease to reset himself. We did see some really accurate, really threatening bowling from Jamie Porter in that first innings, but you would maybe say not necessarily getting his rewards at all times for it.
Yeah, I would definitely say that, when you think that he only ended up with 1 wicket from 25 overs for 57. He did bowl very well.
He's on his way in to Roderick, who gets bat on ball this time, turns it into the leg side, and Das comes across from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Yeah, Jamie Porter's figures from the Worcestershire first innings: 25 overs, 6 maidens, 57 runs for the 1 wicket. He's in for the third ball of the over to Roderick, who slaps at that one, and again Robin Das is on hand to do the fielding for Essex. Crystal Palace in front against Manchester City in the FA Cup. Eza with the goal there.
Wonderful player.
In the County Cup T20 for the women, Essex are 84 for 3. As Porter is into Roderick, straight back defending that one. They need 105 runs to win from just under 9 overs. Chasing 189. Lissy McLeod's 57 not out, and Joe Gardner, who's joined her at the crease. Keep our eyes on that one for you. Got a new show starting on BBC Essex next week with a few of the Essex women's team. Have more details for you on that on BBC Essex as we get nearer to Friday. As Porter is into Roderick, that's bottom edged into the leg side along the ground for no run. I've got all the Essex bowling figures written down from the
I've got them from the last innings.
Yeah, I'll just scribble them in.
You mean from the Worcestershire first innings?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I need to write down the Worcestershire ones as well from Essex, but I can do both at the same time. As Jamie Porter from the New Road end, now in the sunshine, is into Roderick, who just knocks that one into the offside. It's a maiden to start with from Jamie Porter in the first over of the Worcestershire second innings. Yeah,
bang on it straight away, Jamie Porter, as we always expect from him. As Vicky said, he was perhaps more deserving in the first innings than his figures actually suggested. It was Shane Snato who picked up 4, including the last wicket to fall this morning. Seems a long time ago now, the Worcestershire first innings. So Essex actually bowled out in just 60 overs, and they find themselves out in the field for the second time, with Worcestershire not having enforced the follow-on. And Snater, who took 4 wickets in the first innings, is now going to take up the attack from the Diglis end in this Worcestershire second innings. Yet to open their account, the Worcestershire batters. Jake Libby will be on strike, and he waits now as Snater is in to him, and he is working this one away on the leg side, but straight to fielder at mid wicket, and still no runs in this Worcestershire second innings, which I think from their point of view is one where they hope just go along sedately tonight. Nothing too serious. 20 odd overs, get through it, only lose a wicket or 2 at the most. Snater bowls, Libby leaves, through to Pepper, and I think they'll feel, I don't know, let's imagine that off these 27 overs they're 50 for 2 at the end of the day or something like that. I think they'd settle for that. They'd feel that gave them a lead of 250 and 8 wickets still in hand. You'd have to fancy your chances from that position, but they won't be counting any chickens. Snater is in, and that's exactly why they won't be counting any chickens, because that one is a good one which beats Jake Libby outside the off stump and goes through to wicketkeeper Michael Pepper. And the batsmen often, they have little phrases they use, don't they, to describe situations and pitches and so on, and one of the things they say is there's always something in it to keep you honest. And as Snater comes in and bowls to Libby, who's off the mark with a clip down to long leg, ball to the fielder, they get a single. And what they mean by that is, there's always something in it to just make sure that you don't get sloppy and you don't get lazy and you stay focused, because there's something in it for the bowler, and that's the way it's been throughout. In that Essex innings, if you're just joining us, 157 all out. Snater into Roderick, and Roderick is out, caught at second slip. Very, very good diving catch at second slip by Matt Critchley. Was it
Matt Critchley? Yeah.
Matt Critchley's very good slipper, and Roderick has failed for the second time in the game. He got 17 in the first innings, out for naught this time, and it's a very good catch. Third slip actually, Critchley coming across in front of Simon Harmer at second. Just having another look at it. Snater picking up his 5th wicket of the game. He's in, bowls, it's a good delivery, he has to play. That's a great catch. It's a really,
on the turn,
really
tumbling down to the ground. You have to be careful with those ones, that it doesn't bounce out of your hand as you hit the ground quite hard.
Very, very good.
He sort of almost had to cradle it into his stomach to make sure he was able to hold on to it there.
Left hand, low down, third slip, moving across to his right. A very, very good catch by Matt Critchley. And Gareth Roderick, well, his batting is done for this game, and Worcestershire are 1 for 1 in their second innings, in the second over. You can't take your eyes off this one, Victoria. At no point throughout this game have you ever kind of sat back thinking, I don't know where the next wicket's coming from. You're all the time expecting it, really. I mean, partnerships have been... There were 3 partnerships of real significance in the Worcestershire first innings. None, really, in the Essex innings. 37, I think, the highest. So... it has been really, really tough for the batters, and Shane Snater has picked up his 5th wicket of the game. I was going to say earlier, in the Essex first innings there were 3 wickets for Taylor, 3 for Waite, 2 for Allison, and 1 each for Yadvinder Singh and Ethan Brooks. But a good start to the Worcestershire second innings for the visitors. And Shane Snater in now round the wicket to Henry Nicholls, and Nicholls is defending this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. So there was me suggesting that Worcestershire would be happy if they only lose 2 wickets. Well, they've lost 1 already, only 2 overs gone. They are 1 for 1 second time around.
And I think that will just give Essex some hope that Worcestershire are going to find it difficult, just as they did with the bat, and that if they can get things right with the ball, then they'll be able to find the wickets they need to keep this Worcestershire lead down as much as they possibly can, and give themselves a chance when it comes to getting back out there for their second innings as well. But they won't rest on their laurels with that early wicket, as Porter is into Libby, looking to drive that one, does so to mid-off for no run. And as well, you said you can't take your eyes off it. We've had maybe four of the wickets that have fallen were bowled. Just the one LBW. Everything else has been
caught in slips.
Yeah, maybe 2 caught in the deep. Everything else has been very close to the bat, as Porter is outside the off stump on that occasion. It's been those caught behinds and those very good slip catches that the majority of the wickets have been. And Folks has just picked up 50 for Surrey. They're 283 for 5 against Yorkshire, as Porter is into Libby, and that one has beaten him outside the outside edge.
There's absolutely no way you can feel completely settled out there, as it would appear.
Lots of encouragement around the field, and I think you can hear that from the spectators as well. Worcestershire 1 for 1. Jamie Porter into Libby. He's flicked that one, has he? No, beaten him. But again, encouraging signs for Essex. Yeah, it was down the leg side from Porter. Libby deciding to leave it alone at the last second. Yeah, the chimes of 5 o'clock as Porter is in, and that one's defended by Libby. "26 overs remaining in the day." Nice to see more sunshine around. The spectators look much happier with these temperatures as Porter is into Libby. He's wrapped on the pads. Half-hearted appeal. End of the over. Worcestershire 1 for 1. And they're all intrigued by how this contest is going to pan out.
Yeah, it is the best weather of the day now. Very pleasant evening. Cathedral looks absolutely beautiful when it's bathed in sunshine like this. Trees in full leaf on the Severn bank away on the far side of the ground, and it's nice for the spectators in the sunshine now. A little bit chilly until about 3 o'clock this afternoon, but very, very hard work out there for the batters. Henry Nicholls on strike now, left-hander facing Snater round the wicket from the Diglis end, and Nicholls is forward, pushes this up to mid-off. Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, the fielder. Wesley with a fair few worries, I would imagine, at the moment, given that although Worcestershire are 1 for 1, they lead by 202 runs, and given that his team have just been dismissed for 157, that's probably something of a concern. Snater is in round the wicket to Nichols, who tucks this away on the leg side and picks up one. He'll come back for two. It's good running as Das comes in from long leg to do the fielding. So 3 for 1 Worcestershire. Nichols, who was dismissed for naught in the first innings, be relieved. He's been consistently scoring 30s really for Worcestershire since his arrival. Could do with a bit more from him today. Test player, of course, very experienced. Here comes Snater to him. Pushed out on the onside. Update for Hereford and Worcester coming now. Thank you for that. Worcestershire dismissed Essex for 157 in their first innings, wrapped up by Matthew Waite with 2 quick wickets after tea. Had Noah Thane out for 15, bowled him, and then Jamie Porter caught behind by Gareth Roderick for 4. Having said that, Worcestershire have not made a good start to their second innings. They got a first innings lead of 201, and they were hoping to extend that quite considerably tonight. They decided not to enforce the follow on, but they have lost 2 early wickets and they find themselves 3 for 2 in their second innings. Gareth Roderick out for naught, Henry Nichols out for 2, Shane Snater, the successful bowler who's picked up both of those wickets. So Worcestershire now, they're still in a commanding position in the game, but started badly in their second innings. They're 3 for 2, 24 overs left in the day after this one. Worcestershire's overall lead though is 204. Well, Shane Snater's having a game to remember with the ball. Picks up Henry Nichols for just 2, and Worcestershire 3 for 2. As I say, they still have a commanding position in the game overall, but they are faltering in their second innings, and Shane Snater is enjoying himself as he picks up his 6th wicket of the game, and Kashif Ali comes out to the crease, and that makes me think of that conversation we were having earlier, Victoria, about right arm seamers bowling round the wicket and hitting batsmen in line, and it's Henry Nichols who was the subject of that discussion that I had in the game against Durham when he was out to Jake Paul, who was bowling round the wicket, and just makes me wonder about how far forward he might have got on that occasion. But umpire Graham Lloyd, in no doubt, gave the decision, and Snater 2 for 3 in 1.4 overs. I
did just catch the end of the replay. It's a pretty good shout to me. And it's 2 of the batters who didn't get runs on the board in the first innings. Roderick with 17, Nichols made naught in that, naught for Roderick in this one, 2 for Nichols, but it brings Kashif Ali, who did make 46 in the first innings, to the crease.
No chance whatsoever. And then next day,
yeah, it's. I mean, the good thing about it, as Kashif Ali survives an LBW appeal off his first ball, the good thing about that one in terms of the line and that discussion that I had this morning is that it hit him. If it hit him in line, it was just on off stump. It really was. I mean, if there's any doubt about it, it's possibly that he might have been absolute fraction outside the line. No, he's just on off stump. And I think in that sense, in terms of line, it was probably going on to hit. Snater bowls and Kashif plays and misses outside the off stump. Just looking at it again, trying to slow it down. Yeah. I agree with you, Victoria. I think it's a good one. Just about off stump, isn't it? And therefore, probably would have carried on. He wasn't very far forward. Anyway, it was given. It was a good bit of bowling from Snater. Super bit of bowling. 2 overs. no maidens, 2 for 3 Snater's figures. Jamie Porter, immaculate, 2 overs, 2 maidens, and Worcestershire, having got that first innings lead of 201, are 3 for 2 second time around.
Essex will be boosted by early wickets in this Worcestershire second innings. Jamie Porter wants Robin Das to come in closer at mid-wicket. 3 for 2 as Porter is coming into Libby. He's struck on the pads. Big appeal from Essex, having seen that one given in the previous over to Shane Snater, but there was a shake of the head from the umpire.
Libby looking at his bat, I think, suggesting he thinks he might have hit it. I don't know. But pressure's on out there at the moment. I was thinking, Victoria, just before this innings started.
As Porter is making his way into Libby, who has a swipe at that one through to Pepper for no run.
I was thinking, how different it would be if 2 players just walked out there in the second innings and thought, well, we've got a first innings lead of 200, no pressure, and just started to stroke the ball around and extended that lead by 40 or 50 in the space of a few overs, and where the heads would go down. It's never going to happen, was it? On this pitch, was never going to happen against Snater and Porter particularly, but it's just not that kind of game. It just hasn't been that kind of game at any stage.
No one's being allowed the time to settle as Porter is in. That was left outside the off stump by Libby. Even I think we've talked about the difference, the contrast between the two sides' innings, first innings, and that being the Worcestershire partnerships. Even I think in the early stages of those, it was really a case of having to grind it out and get yourself past some difficult spells of bowling, get yourself in on the pitch. As a shuffle down from Libby decides to take Porter on that occasion, it's going to be chased to the boundary as they come back for 2 runs on the offside.
Yeah, definite change of tactic by Libby there. Thought, I've had enough of this, just sort of sitting there and absorbing pressure. I've got to try and do something about it. So he decided to go on the walk.
Five for 2. Libby's on to 3 as Porter is in, plays that one with a straight bat. Dot ball. Essex women struggling now in their pursuit of 189 in their T20 Women's County Cup match. They've only got 4 overs to try and find 62 runs. They've really been harmed with the 5 wickets that they've lost. 127 for 5 in the 16th. Porter in his 3rd over, final ball of it to Libby, turns that one into the leg side. Worcestershire 5 for 2.
Yeah, another excellent Porter over. I mean, Sam Cook's another classic example of this, but Jamie Porter, I mean, that, and I know we'll get more of those Essex fans saying things like, oh, well, you don't watch them all the time, and believe me, it's not as good as you say, and all that kind of thing. But you look at Jamie Porter in this game, and then in the last game at Chelmsford a few weeks ago. So in this game, 25 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 57 in the first innings. Snater bowls to Kashif, who gets off the mark rather fortunately with an outside edge here out on the offside, 6 for 2. 25 overs, 1 for 57 in the first innings. So far in this innings, 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 2. And so he only got 1 wicket in the first innings. Snater managed to get 4. Snater's got 2 in this innings. But there's no let up when you face Porter. There's no easy balls. There's pressures on all the time. Consequently, I think, when the batsman faces the bowler at the other end, who might be Snater, might be Rajitha, whatever, they're more likely to try and play shots as Libby actually does here, and to good effect, picking up a couple of runs. Charlie Allison in hot pursuit, good bit of fielding. They pick up a couple, 8 for 2. They're more likely to try and play shots against bowlers like Snater and Jutha because of the tightness of Porter. So he actually gets wickets for the other guys to some extent, and there's no doubt about that. He's such a tight bowler, gives you nothing at all, and he's just been metronomic really in his accuracy in this game. Snater bowls and Libby plays defensively back up the pitch, and there's no run. And good evening to listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra, with the news that Worcestershire are struggling in their second innings, 8 for 2, having decided not to enforce the follow-on after establishing a first innings lead over Essex of 201. Shane Snater, who has both the wickets to fall, bowling from the Diglis end to Jake Libby, who plays this up to mid-on, and there's no run. Earlier today, Worcestershire resuming on their overnight position this morning of 354 for 9, bowled out for 358, but then bowling Essex out in 60 overs for 157, with 3 wickets taken by Tom Taylor and Matthew Waite. There's Snater in again, bowls, and Libby is pushing this one back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. The top scorer for Essex in that 157 was Robin Das with 44. Shane Snater made 20. Nobody else reached that milestone, and it was a disappointing effort by the visitors, but good bowling, particularly from Tom Taylor, also from Ben Allison and Matthew Waite. Snater in once more, bowls, and Libby is pushing this up to mid-on, and there's no run. And it has all been played out on a pitch which has offered assistance to the seamers throughout. Essex may feel that they conceded that first innings lead of 201 mainly because they allowed Worcestershire to wriggle off the hook when they were 123 for 5 at one stage in the afternoon yesterday, but went on to manage 358 in that first innings. So the overall position is that Worcestershire currently lead by 209 runs, but they are up against it in their second innings. In the evening sunshine here at New Road, they are 8 for 2. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. Alongside me is Victoria Polly from BBC Radio Essex.
As Jamie Porter is about to begin his 4th over, he's just sent back to his mark. Kashif Ali now ready for it, and the key difference, as we've been talking about all day, between the first innings was Worcestershire's partnerships they were able to build. As Kashif Ali defends that one, he was a key part of that, scoring 46. Rob Jones with 54, Matthew Waite with 73, and Tom Taylor 43, and even towards the end Ben Allison with an important 38 as well. And it will be really frustrating, and was very frustrating from an Essex point of view, that they did allow Worcestershire to get away from the 123 for 5 to make 358, because it could have been a different story. As Porter is in, Libby defends that one into the offside for no run, because had they been able to keep that discipline and finish off the lower order of Worcestershire, then that lead would be looking a bit kinder to Essex. Might even be talking a completely different story, but yeah, the pitch has been offering assistance and favouring the bowlers. Worcestershire 8 for 2. Porter on his way in for the 3rd ball of his over, and that's outside the edge of Kashif Ali's bat to Michael Pepper behind the stumps.
It's something we've said frequently throughout the 2 days. Even in the Worcestershire partnerships yesterday, which there were 2 or 3 of some significance, at no point did anybody really look comfortable at the crease.
Nothing's looked easy out there for the batters as Porter is in. Cashew Valley jabs the bat down on this one. 4 dot balls so far.
But if a team can get 350, then you can't really say that it's not a good cricket pitch. A pitch which offers assistance to the bowlers but also allows batsmen to play shots is pretty much close to what people would regard as ideal. I'd say it's maybe just a little bit too much in favour of the bowler, but not excessively.
Porter over the wicket to Kashif Ali, who spins on one leg, and that one's down to long leg for a single. 100? I'm getting away with myself and ahead of myself. 8 for 2. 2 to Kashif Ali. Yeah, still looking to stretch for Essex women in that T20 Women's County Cup. They're into 2 overs remaining, and they're well short of their target, 43 runs off it in fact, as Porter is into Libby on the back foot. Back to the bowler for no run. End of the over, a single from it. Worcestershire 9 for 2. The lead is 210. So Yorkshire women earlier made 188 for 4. Essex women 150 for 7 with 2 overs remaining. So 39 runs shy now of that target in the knockout competition.
Jamie Porter, 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 3. Absolutely metronomic in his accuracy in this game, Jamie Porter, as he usually is. It's Shane Snater, the wicket taker from the Diglis end, into bowl to Kashif Ali, who is beaten outside the off. There has been, I can't remember many games, Victoria, where there's been as much playing and missing as there has been in this game from batters on both sides. Even the likes of Dean Elgart this morning, who took 21 deliveries to get off the mark and never looked comfortable before he was magnificently caught at third slip by Ethan Brooks. But it's been hard work for the batters. Kashif Ali drives this one stylishly up to mid-off, but no addition to the score. So we're in the 8th over of this Worcestershire second innings. They've only managed 9 runs, lost 2 wickets. Gareth Roderick out without scoring. Henry Nichols out for 2. And Shane Snater, the wicket taker on both occasions, is in now and bowls, and Kashif is driving this one rather loosely, gets a couple of runs off a sort of thickish outside edge, goes in front of square on the offside, and Worcestershire limp into double figures in this their second innings. 11 for 2, and Snater halfway through his 4th over turns at the Diglis end of the ground and moves towards us, right arm over the wicket. Nice easy athletic run up, and on the back foot Kashif Ali defends back to the bowler. Lovely evening sunshine here at New Road, the ground a picture as we look out from our position at third man at the New Road end of the ground, looking directly across to the sun-bathed Worcester Cathedral, which overlooks this famous ground. Decent crowd in today, not perhaps as many as yesterday when the weather was a little bit better. Snater in again, bowls, and Kashif is forward this time and beaten on the front foot. Almost every over, at least twice, the batsmen have played and missed. Almost, it seems, throughout this game. And with the exception of the second half, I guess, of Worcestershire's first innings, apart from that, first half of Worcestershire's first innings, all of Essex's innings, and so far this part of Worcestershire's second innings, the ball has been dominant. Snater in again, bowls, and Kashif Ali is just steering this one down into the gully. End of the over from Snater. 4 overs, no maidens. 2 for 8 his figures. Worcestershire 11 for 2.
Well, it has been the tale of the majority of the dismissals in forcing the batters to have to play deliveries that then have ended up caught behind, caught in the slips. You'd say that's what we've seen for the most part with the wickets that have tumbled. And Jamie Porter's going to keep hold of the ball at the New Road end. 4 overs so far for him. 2 of those have been maidens. 3 runs from them. Yet to take a wicket has been Shane Snater at the other end, who's taken both as he is into Libby, and that one just jumps up at Libby, takes the bottom hand off the bat as it squirts into the offside. Best part of the day now weather-wise. Sunshine around New Road. Jamie Porter walking back to his mark in it. In he comes past the umpire. Libby waits, and again just the bottom hand comes off the bat as he knocks that one into the pitch. 2 dot balls so far from Jamie Porter. Doesn't mean all the Essex fielders have got their haven't got their jumpers on, so all the numbers visible, which we didn't have earlier on in the day when it was cooler with Worcestershire fielding. As Porter is in, and that's off the bottom edge of Libby's bat, safely into the leg side. Porter still trying to build the pressure with these dot balls.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to do anything else, does he, really, Jamie Porter? I don't know. He's a run miser, isn't he? I would imagine he almost feels physical pain when he concedes runs.
In comes Porter, and that's guided through the offside by Jake Libby, and he will get a boundary for that one. He's had to wait. He's had a couple of difficult deliveries to deal with from Jamie Porter, but he's guided that one through the covers. Jake Libby moves on to 9. Worcestershire move to 15 for 2.
Yeah, a rare. Well, it wasn't quite a half volley, but it was over pitched from Jamie Porter. And Jake Libby, he didn't try and hit it too hard. He made sure, he just opened the face slightly, made sure that he found the gap, and it had enough on it to get to the boundary, which isn't too far.
Porter in to Libby. This time it's defended. It's quite the effort from the Essex women in the T20 County Cup. Joe Gardner 64 not out, trying to steer Essex to victory, but they 17 from the last 3 balls. It looks to be out of reach. 15 for 2. Jamie Porter's on his way in for the Essex men here. That one's defended by Libby. Final ball of the over. No addition to the score from that final delivery.
Another tidy over from Jamie Porter. 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 7. How many more will he bowl in his opening spell? Just having a little discussion with Tom Westley. Fancy another one? Or maybe not. And then it'll be Kasun Rajitha, one would imagine, who is loosening up at the moment with some high kicks. So it could well be that we'll see him introduced shortly. Snater, meanwhile, will continue enjoying himself in this game. 6 wickets so far for Snater. He's in now and he bowls, and Kashif Ali is tentatively forward. He just prods this down on the offside. Worcestershire coming into this game with a slightly rearranged batting lineup. Adam Hose absent on paternity leave. Rob Jones came back into the side, and Ethan Brooks dropped down the order slightly. Kashif Ali Waits now and Snater bowls, and he's on his toes on the back foot and just drops this down on the offside. Worcestershire without a win so far this season, bottom of this Division 1 Rothesay Championship table, but having got this first innings lead of over 200, there will be a positivity in the dressing room, and I hope that they can turn this advantage into something more significant in terms of points. A run here for Kashif Ali as he turns this on the leg side for a single. One thing they can say is that they managed to get 6 bonus points, 3 for bowling and hallelujah 3 for batting, because they hadn't got any at all for batting before this game, but they have managed that, and it means that if they were to win this game, they would have more than doubled their points total for the season. Snater bowls to Libby, who drives into the offside, but straight to Noah Thane at extra cover. 20th over, 19 overs remaining, 18 after this, and the 10th over of this Worcestershire second innings, and they've only scored 16 runs. That's the extent to which the bowling has been both accurate and threatening. Snater again in bowls, and Libby on the back foot plays defensively up to mid-off.
Essex women have lost by 11 runs, but Jo Gardner was caught in the last couple of balls. She made 64 for them.
Good effort.
Absolutely.
Given where they were, I would say a very good effort. Snater again in, and Libby throws the bat at this one, and that's what I was talking about, I think, earlier when I said that the accuracy of the bowling at the other end and of most of Snater's bowling means that when you do bowl one down there that's a bit wide like that one, the batter throws his hands at it thinking, oh, I might have a scoring opportunity here, just loses his shape and doesn't quite get things right, and that's exactly what happened there. So good bowling from Snater, but it is time for Rajitha, who's going to replace Jamie Porter at the New Road end.
So Kason Rajitha in the Worcestershire first innings bowled 21 overs, 1 for 81. It was particularly in the final spell last night he proved to be expensive, and you could tell he was frustrated by that. Just measuring out his run up at the moment, the Sri Lankan overseas. And he's going to turn his arm over with his captain Tom Wesley before beginning this over, so Kashif Ali is just going to have to wait a few more seconds. So Rajitha is now ready to begin. 16 for 2 on the board for Worcestershire in the second innings, and he's in. That one's turned past a square leg umpire. There's a man racing around the boundary to prevent it going for 4. Shane Snater it is who gets there. They'll come back for 2.
Yeah, nicely timed. Rajitha will threaten and he'll run in and he'll hit the deck and he'll give it everything, and he'll bowl some very good deliveries and he'll move the ball away from the right-handers, but he will provide a few more scoring opportunities than Jamie Porter, I suspect.
In comes Rajitha to Kashif Ali, and that one is played and missed.
That's very loose.
You just need to start tallying up these ones.
But update for Hereford and Worcester coming. Last but one, I think. Well, when you were with us last, Worcestershire were just literally in the process of losing their second wicket. Henry Nichols The Kiwi overseas batsman was LBW to Shane Snater for 2, and that meant Worcestershire at that point were 3 for 2 and in a bit of trouble in this second innings, notwithstanding the fact that they had a first innings lead of 201 in the first place. Since then they've made stuttering progress, it would be fair to say, to 19 for 2. Kashif Ali is on 8, Jake Libby is on 9. Neither has looked particularly comfortable. Jamie Porter, who was metronomic in his accuracy for Essex, just given way at the New Road end to the Sri Lankan Kasim Rajitha. So Rajitha is in his first over, but it's Shane Snater, who's taken the 2 wickets that have fallen. Roderick out for 0 and Nichols for 2. Libby 9, Kashif 7, as I say. Worcestershire are 220 runs ahead, then 19 for 2.
Here we've had the 2 runs from the first ball, a dot, a single and another dot from this Rajitha over. As he's into Libby, he's struck on the pads. That looked like it kept quite low, and the appeals turned down by the umpire. Different story in the game between Somerset and Sussex. Somerset making 338 in their first innings, Sussex making 152, and Somerset enforcing the follow-on. Sussex now 100 without loss, having had that follow-on enforced.
100 without loss.
19 for 2 here for Worcestershire in their second innings, as that's just driven into the offside by Libby to a fielder. No addition to the score from the final ball of Kasim Rajitha's first over. 3 runs from it.
Jake Libby 9 off 34 deliveries. Kashif Ali 8 off 20. Runs are hard to come by, but the lead is creeping ever so slowly upwards. 220 now, and Snater will continue from the Diglis end, bowling to Kashif, who is standing up on his toes and from the crease just playing defensively back to the bowler. Likes a long spell, Snater. He's quite fit, moving into his 6th over. Taken the 2 wickets to fall. First innings he bowled 24.2 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 78. Turns now in the sunshine, right arm over the wicket. Good easy run up and beats Libby outside the off stump. Not for the first time, not for the second time, not for the 22nd, well, maybe for the 22nd time. Crystal Palace continue to lead. Eberiche Eze's goal, meaning they lead Manchester City at half time in the FA Cup final. Shane Snater in once more, bowls, and Kashif leaves that alone outside the off stump, and through it goes to Michael Pepper behind the stumps.
I'm off to do an update for BBC Essex.
Update for BBC Essex on the way from Victoria Polly. 16 overs left in this day. Shane Snater from the Diglis end in bowls, and this is a nice shot from Kashif Ali, just given a little bit of room on the short side and punched away through mid-wicket for 2. Takes Kashif into double figures. The first Worcestershire batsman to reach that landmark in this second innings. 21 for 2. The lead 222. Snater in bowls. Kashif drives. Didn't quite quite time it, but wide of extra cover. Just gets a single as Tom Westley moves round to his left from mid-off. 22 for 2. Kashif goes to 11. Seen lots of people caught behind the wicket in this game, which tells its own story. Michael Pepper, the Essex keeper, picking up 5 catches in the Worcestershire first innings, and Gareth Roderick, his Worcestershire counterpart, also picking up 5 catches in the Essex first innings. Snater in, bowls, Libby edges, bounces in front of Critchley at third slip. So 5 catches for Roderick. Also good slip catches by Jones and particularly Ethan Brooks in that Essex first innings, and now in this second innings we've seen a good slip catch by Matt Critchley to get rid of Gareth Roderick. End of that over, 22 for 2. Kashif has 11, Libby has 9. So I think it is indicative of a pitch where there's getting a bit of lateral movement, that you get so many catches behind the stumps. 10 catches by the wicket keepers in the first 20 wickets to fall. Also indicative of some good bowling, and perhaps indicative of 1 or 2 in different shots, but I don't think there'd be too many batsmen sitting in the pavilion in that first innings blaming themselves for their dismissals. Might have been 1 or 2, but generally speaking, people have been got out rather than having got themselves out. I think Kashif Ali just works this one away on the onside, wide of Jamie Porter at mid-on, and they go through for a single, which means that Kashif will go to 12 and the total to 23 for 2. We have 15 overs left in the day after this. It's going to be another fairly late finish here at New Road, as it was yesterday, and the Essex over rate is just -1. Rajitha bowls and Libby pushes out into the covers, and there's no run. Very nice evening here at New Road now. Good smattering of spectators all the way around the ground. And their interest is being held as Rajitha in again, bowls to Libby, and Libby repeats the shot that was played by his partner Kashif Ali earlier in the over, just working this one away on the leg side for a single. Which takes him into double figures. Rajitha in again, bowls, and Kashif pushes out on the offside. Libby, the non-striker, sets off as if there's an easy single there. In fact, has to scamper back, and Kashif Ali, his partner, tells him there isn't. And there wasn't. Good decision. Rajitha again. And Kashif drives down the ground. It won't go all the way, I don't think. He hasn't quite got enough on it. Jamie Porter pursues it back from mid-off, and they go through for a couple of runs. So, as I suggested, perhaps Rajitha offering a few more scoring opportunities now that he's replaced Porter. Not that he's in any way bowling loosely or anything, but just a few more opportunities to score. Robin Das dispatched back to the deep mid-wicket boundary. So Rajitha is in, and that one nips back and hits Kashif on the thigh pad, drops out on the offside. End of the over, 26 for 2. Libby has 10, Kashif Ali has 14. and Worcestershire's lead overall is 227, and Victoria's back.
Thank you very much.
We're going to have at least some help tomorrow. Oh, you won't be here, Victoria.
I'm not. No, it won't be help from me.
Nick and I will be having at least some help because I've just had confirmation that Ashley Giles will be coming on to do a little bit of commentary for us, helping us out. Jamie Porter's changing ends. He loves a bowl. He's only had a 10-minute breather, and he's on at the other end.
And he's on his way in from the Douglas end. And there's a play and a miss from Libby. Did we see Jamie Porter bowl from that end in the first innings? I'm trying to remember.
I think he might have had a little spell at that end. It was mainly from this end. It's not. I don't know. You have some bowlers prefer certain ends, don't they? Sometimes people say there's a bit of a slope from that end. I don't think there is. Really, I think it's pretty flat.
On his way into Libby, and that's down the leg side, and tumbling take from Michael Pepper.
It's not like Hove, where you come down quite a steep incline, or Lords, of course, where the pitch slopes across. It's I don't know.
Yeah, slight
if I said to you there's a hill from that, and you'd look at it and you'd think you'd see it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You kind of think, oh yeah, I can see it. But actually, if you stand over there, I think it looks. I've never really thought of it as much of a slope on this ground.
Libby waits as Porter is in, and that's hit him on the pad, and it's given. Jake Libby departs for 10. Jamie Porter picks up his first wicket of the Worcestershire second innings, and Worcestershire 26 for 3.
There's no let up, is there, for when Jamie Porter's bowling? That's a good shout. Again, just on off stump and nipping back in. Good bit of bowling from Jamie Porter. Just watching it again now. Yeah, it's a good shout. I think marginal, might have just been outside off stump, but if it was only by about a centimetre. I think that's a good shout, and certainly umpire Graham Lloyd in no doubt.
Coming into that, Rob Jones.
And Worcestershire in a bit of trouble, 26 for 3. And Rob Jones coming out to the crease. Jake Libby gone for 10. Faced 40 balls for those 10. And Worcestershire now, this is the point at which you start thinking, well, thank goodness we had that big first innings lead. Surely we're not going to make a mess of it. Surely we're not going to not get this one over the line after getting such a big first innings lead. But stranger things have happened, and Worcestershire were bowled out in a session in their last home game against Durham, having established a first innings lead on that occasion as well. They were bowled out in the afternoon session for just 81, and even though they had a first innings lead, it eventually ended in defeat. Be very keen that with a lead as substantial as this, they can at least take it up past 300 as Porter is in and bowls and Jones is forward and playing back up the pitch. 300 would be a lot to chase, wouldn't it?
Yes.
On this pitch. But having said that, if you get a first innings lead of 200, you'd be hoping that you could put it well beyond the team batting last. But at 26 for 3, that is not a given. Yeah,
so Jones has faced one ball of It's Jamie Porter over, and Porter is in. Jones was getting forward to it. And remember, it was these two in the first innings that rebuilt for Worcestershire after the early wickets fell that time round.
Good news for Essex this time, Victoria, is that we've got 15 overs left in the day. So even if Porter and Rajitha and Snater bowl most of them, they're going to get a nice little rest then at that point.
As Porter is in to Jones, that one's dabbed down to third. Charlie Allison is motoring after it to stop it going towards the boundary, and they will pick up 2 from the final ball of Jamie Porter's over, in which it's produced his first wicket in the Worcestershire second innings. They are 28 for 3.
And what I mean by that is that if there's going to be rebuilding by these two, as you suggested, or the next two, or the two after that, or whatever, if that happens in the middle of a day, you've got a tiring attack and it's probably easier to get on top. Whereas here, even if they stick it out and do okay for the next 10 overs or whatever, next 14 left in the day, then the bowlers go away and come back, and Porter and Snater and Rajitha can start again in the morning. So there isn't going to be any kind of let up in that sense. It's just whether Essex have left themselves too much to do. Rajitha over the wicket bowls, and Kashif is uncertainly playing this defensively down on the offside. I've lost count of the number of times that we've said playing it uncertainly or slightly hurried or whatever.
Or uncomfortable at times.
Just not at any stage has batting looked a straightforward business. Not at any stage. Rajitha from the New Road End bowls. Kashif defends. I think he's banged it down onto his toe. He hops away in a bit of pain. Bends down and rubbing his foot now. I think when you see a batter like Dean Elgar struggle to the extent that he did, you know that it's hard. He played and missed. He was getting ledges, he was mistiming shots, it was difficult. Rajitha in, bowls, Kashif gets a single, just drops this down on the onside. Robin Das running around from mid-on, no Snater running around from mid-on to field. 29 for 3, Kashif goes to 15. How long will it take you to get home tonight, Victoria?
Travel time around 3 hours.
Right. Rajitha bowls and forward comes Jones. Plays out on the offside. Traffic shouldn't be too bad.
No, I think the traffic will be alright. It just probably will. I'll probably need to
have a break,
fill up with some petrol and have a quick stretch of the legs at some point.
Rajitha drops a man out to deep mid-wicket. Got Jones out in the first innings in that way. Essex. Rajitha bowls and Jones is forward, so he didn't bang that one in short. Might well bang one of the next 2 in short. Jones was out, caught at deep mid-wicket for 50 in the first innings. 54. That was however off the bowling of Noah Thane. So last ball of the over coming up. Will it be this one? Will they bang it in? Will he take it on? Here is Rajitha. He's in, and in fact he bowls it quite full, and Jones drives it through the covers for 4. Nice shot, beats the diving Wesley at mid-off, and Rob Jones feel a lot better for having hit that 4 and also completed his little ritual of running up to the other end and touching his bat in and then running back and touching it in again, and now turning to have a chat with his partner. 33 for 3, Worcestershire leading by 234. Kashif Ali has 15. Rob Jones has moved on to 6.
I'll be disappointed not to see out the conclusion of this one. It's been a really interesting, intriguing couple of days, even if it has at times been difficult to watch from an Essex point of view, but duty calls at home. Not be very popular if I missed the other half's birthday, would I, if I decided to stay in Worcester instead?
Although I did.
As Porter's in from the Diglis end, that one's left alone by Kashif Ali.
I did when I was down at Chelmsford.
Oh, now I've made you look bad.
Yeah.
I did say, it would have been good if you'd wanted to come and we could have just had a weekend in Worcester, but I think he wanted to play cricket on his birthday. 33 for 3. As Porter's making his way in, and that one's defended by Kashif Ali, who's on 15 from the 34 deliveries that he's faced. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch at all. And this final 13 overs of day 2. Nick Ledhill will be here tomorrow alongside Frank Watson for commentary. And Jamie Porter is in. Kashif Ali knocks that one into the leg side, takes the quick single, spots the gap and the time that it will take Shane Snater to come across and do the fielding, so he can take the run. 34 for 3. He moves on to 16. As Jamie Porter is on his way in, and that one's left alone by Jones.
Right,
6 runs.
There's a domestic crisis in the Watson household.
Do you need to leave?
Mrs. Watson is locked out of the house because for some reason she's not got a door key on her car keys. So I need to leave in about 2 minutes just to go out and give her a key.
I thought you were off completely, to be honest. You got your car keys and you were going.
No. But I don't know what's happened. But anyway, I shall...
That's okay, we can hold the fort
I shall go
here.
to the rescue in a minute, yeah.
As Porter is in, that's defended by Jones. And we've got one more ball of Jamie Porter's 7th over to come.
Yeah, we keep a car key and a door key on 2 separate key rings, and for some reason, and I can't be blamed because I haven't driven my wife's car, but she hasn't got a door key on her car keys, so it must have dropped off somewhere along the line.
Oh no.
All been detached along with some other keys or something.
Porter's in, final ball of the over, driven uppishly by Jones, back towards the bowler who catches it on the bounce. 34 for 3 at the end of the over. We have 12 remaining of the day.
So I've now just got to work out roughly how long it'll take us to drive down to the ground and nip out and pass my door key on. Simon Harmer is coming on to have a bowl, I think, which I think is going to be interesting because in the first innings Rob Jones decided to be quite positive against Harmer from the start, took him on, hit him for 6 over long on at one stage, and I think thinking here is, will he do the same? And if he does, will it produce a flurry of runs, or will it produce another wicket? 235 is the Worcestershire lead as Harmer prepares to bowl to Kashif, and we have Shane Snater going in under the helmet, or is it Robin Das? Das did it in the first innings, didn't it? It's Das, I think.
Yeah,
going in under the helmet at backward short leg to start with. We've also got a slip in, backward point, extra cover mid off, long on, mid wicket, deep square, and a man on the 45 saving a single. First ball from Harmer is pushed out on the offside by Kashif, and there's no addition. 34 for 3. Harmer in again, bowls, and Kashif drives on the onside and gets a single courtesy of a misfield from Snater.
Very
A rarity.
So, yeah.
And here we go. That brings Rob Jones on to strike. He likes a sweep, does Jones. Also likes to use his feet. Was prepared to attack Harmer in the first innings. Harmer in, bowls. On the back foot, Jones plays defensively out on the offside. Field is the same. No change. Harmer again in, bowls. Quicker one. Jones on the back foot, jabs down on it. Plays it out on the offside. Harmer, as usual, bowling in his sunglasses, wearing the number 11. He's in and bowls Jones, and Jones is forward to this one. Bat and pad together, just drops down on the onside. That could be my call to go and pass the key on.
No problem. Frank will be back in a moment. I'll continue with Simon Harmer's final ball of the over, and that's just turned into the leg side by Jones, who will take a single to keep the strike. Worcestershire 36 for 3 at the end of the over, a lead of 236. Still Crystal Palace leading by a goal to nil in the FA Cup final at Wembley. Ezra's first half strike, the difference between those two sides, have got just over 20 minutes to go of that one. And Essex did have Mackenzie Jones out in the field briefly for Matt Critchley. He's back out there. And Jamie Porter to continue to bowl from the Diglis end. He's on his way into Jones, and that one is, well, he tries to jab the bat down on it. It just pops out into the offside, and it's collected safely between Charlie Allison and Matt Critchley, who then do a bit of mucking about in the field. Jones is 7 from the 14 deliveries he's faced. Cashel Valley at the other end, 17 from 37 as Porter is in. That one's defended by Jones. Two dot balls so far from Porter into his 8th over, 1 for 10. He picks up the wicket of Jake Libby, LBW, for 10. Shane Snater has the other 2 in this Worcestershire second innings. Gareth Roderick was caught in the slips by Matt Critchley for 0. LBW was Henry Nichols as Porter is in, and that was just turned wristed into the leg side by Jones for no run. Nichols LBW to Snater for 2. The wickets falling when Worcestershire on 1, 3 and 26. Essex would be pleased to see maybe one more wicket go down in the remaining 11 overs of the day. They look to contain this Worcestershire lead as Porter is in, and that one's defended by Jones. Just takes the bottom hand of the bat. We've seen that quite a lot in this match. But it is these two who were one of the partnerships in the first innings. So can Essex try and break that before day 2 is over as Porter is in? That one's left alone by Rob Jones, who moves the bat out of the way. It's through to Pepper behind the stumps for no run. There's still a healthy crowd dotted around New Road. As Porter is on his way in, Jones waits, and that one is past the outside edge through to Pepper. Final ball of the over. Worcestershire are 36 for 3. It's a maiden from Jamie Porter. That is his third maiden of the 8 overs he's bowled in this Worcestershire second innings. We're going to see a second over from Simon Harmer from the New Road end, and his figures from the first innings were 10 overs, 0 for 34. It has been really a pitch that has favoured the seam bowlers, although Matt Critchley did pick up 2 wickets, so I do wonder how early we'll see him from an Essex point of view. He only bowled 6 overs yesterday. Will we see him a bit earlier on in this Essex bowling attack at some stage? And Simon Harmer in his sunglasses is in. A couple of shuffles down the wicket from Kashif Ali, deciding to take Harmer on, and that one's going to race away to the boundary. There was really no chance for the fielder, and he'll move himself on to 21, and Worcestershire will move to 40 for 3. You're back.
I'm back.
Do you need a minute to get your breath back?
No, I think I'll be alright. Sorry about that. Crisis averted temporarily. Simon Harmer in from the New Road end. Bowls. Kashif leans forward, pushing defensively down on the onside.
I was just musing about how early we might see Matt Critchley bowl, because he did feel rather late in the day where he bowled his 6 overs, 2 for 13 yesterday.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Harmer bowls, Kashif on the back foot works away on the onside, and they take a single. Tom Wesley's got different considerations obviously here from what he might normally have, in the sense that as Harmer bowls and Jones plays defensively off the back foot, anything that happens in this second innings has to be taken in the context of the whole game. So the fact is, even though you have Worcestershire at 1 for 1 and 3 for 2 and 41 for 3 now, as Harmer bowls and Jones plays defensively again, you've got to add 201 to that, and that will be in his mind as well. You make Worcestershire work as hard as you possibly can for every run. Harmer again is in and bowls. Jones is looking to turn this on the leg side. Whether he got anything on it or not, I don't know. It's gone away down to fine leg for 2 leg byes. 2 byes, in fact. It's turned past Michael Pepper. End of the over. So 43 for 3 at the end of the over. 244 the lead. Essex know that. I mean, if they were to shoot Worcester out for 100, then they might think realistically they've got a chance of chasing 300. They'd have to bat very well on this pitch, etc., etc., but they might be in with a chance of winning it. If Worcestershire bat well and get another 150 or 200, set a target more like 400, then it becomes very, very difficult, and it'll probably turn into a game-saving exercise again, such as Essex had in their last game. I'll just break off as Porter bowls.
He's in, and that one is a waft of the bat from Kashif Ali, another play in the miss, through behind the stumps for no run.
And it's the point at which that changes from one to the other. At the point where it becomes that Wesley is thinking, well, this is a game that we're going to have to save, then you want to keep Worcestershire out there for as long as you can and make them take as long as possible to reach the point where either they declare or they are bowled out. But at this point, you're still hunting wickets and you're still hoping that you can get them out for 100 or so in this innings.
As Porter is in to Ali, that one's dabbed down to third. That's going to race away to the boundary. Charlie Allison in hot pursuit again, but that was too quick across the outfield for him. And Kashif Ali can add to the score, 47 for 3. He'll move to 26.
Is that making sense? Am I
Yeah.
explaining that? Yeah. So I just think at the moment it's still trying to get wickets. It's still trying to knock Worcestershire over as quickly as possible. And although you might say, well, that's obviously the case, but there will come a point if they keep batting at which you think, well, hang on, we're not going to get anything chaseable here.
As Porter is in, that one's tucked off the hips by Kashif Ali into the leg side, picked up in the deep by Kasim Rajitha, just the single to add to the score, 48 for 3. Kashif Ali moves to 27.
But there's still a long way to go in the game. There's 2 days to go. I mean, arguably you could be set 400 and get them. You know, in terms of time, I think it's unlikely because of the way that we've seen the ball dominating the bat.
In comes Porter to Jones. Defends that one into the offside. .48 for 3. Porter turning on his mark into Jones, and that one's squirted out into the field, picked up by Charlie Allison. He's at backward point. Crystal Palace
Still winning.
still winning, 10 minutes to go.
What a day.
I wonder how those Crystal Palace fans are feeling.
They didn't come for an update while I was delivering a key, did they? Or anything?
They didn't, no. As Porter is in, that one's defended by Jones. I would have just pretended
Just
to
as well.
be you had they done it.
I know you would, but that can't always rely on co-commentators to be quite as professional.
I wouldn't have kept silent and not let them do it.
Absolutely. In a way, what I was asking was, did you do an update for me while I wasn't here? I'd do the same for you. 48 for 3. At least they wouldn't have said it was in a Wolverhampton accent, if that was the case. I don't quite know how to take that.
It's a very Essex accent.
And I don't think mine is a Wolverhampton. Well, it isn't a Wolverhampton accent. It might be a rather dull, flat Midlands accent, but it's rather different in Wolverhampton. Harmer over the wicket, bowls to Kashif Ali, and it pops up in the air on the leg side. There's a dive forward by Das at short leg. He catches it, and they're asking, but Kashif is not impressed, and there's not too much fuss out there suggesting that there was an inside edge. I doubt we'll ever know. I'm watching a replay now at the same time as the next ball is bowled. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. What do you reckon, Victoria?
I missed the replay. I was
Yeah.
caught in two minds whether to watch the live action or try and.
Anyway,
oh, here we go. You will get another one.
Get another replay. Oh wait.
No.
No, it's the next ball, isn't it? Or is it? Oh no, it is the replay. It's almost the same thing happening again there as Kashif goes walking down and gets taken on the pad. He's in a bit of a tangle here. I think it was probably just pad. Certainly that's what the umpire thought. Umpire Ian Blackwell, a former spin bowler himself, so he's probably had a few shouts of that kind. Kashif plays this one with the bat down to Das at short leg. Harmer asking some questions now. Nice flighted off spin. Bowls pretty slowly generally these days. It's unusual to see bowlers bowl quite as slowly as Harmer does. Occasionally pushes one through a bit quicker. That one turned on the leg side down to the man on the 45, and there's no run.
Oh, Palace had a second goal. He was ruled out for offside on VAR.
There's Harmer again, is in. Balls, and forward comes Kashif and plays that back up the pitch. End of the over from Simon Harmer. 48 for 3. Worcestershire leading by 249. Kashif Ali has 27. Rob Jones has 7. One of our BBC Radio Kent colleagues will be getting very excited, won't
Yes.
he? A Palace supporter.
I've got a BBC Essex colleague who's a Palace supporter. I'm pretty sure will be at Wembley today. Shane Snater is going to return to bowl. We've got 7 overs remaining on day 2, and the Essex bowler, who's picked up 2 wickets in this Worcestershire's second innings to add to his 4 from the first, is going to have another go at breaking this partnership that's building between Kashif Ali and Rob Jones, who will be on strike to face Snater's first ball of his second spell. In comes Snater. Worcestershire 48 for 3, and Jones defends that one, and in fact he can defend it into a gap that is safe enough for him to take a quick single. 49 for 3.
Good run, I thought. 250 the lead. Smattering of applause. Whether that was for the 250 lead or for the good running, I'm not sure.
In comes Snater. Kashif
That's a
Ali
lovely shot.
has driven that one through the leg side. It's going to reach the boundary before the fielders who are chasing it will get there. He gets 4 runs, 31 onto the board for Kashif Ali, and the score goes to 53 for 3, and they are just starting to settle a bit. We've talked a lot about how it hasn't looked comfortable for the batters out there, but these two, as they did in the first innings, are just starting to find a bit of rhythm at the crease. As Snater is in to Kashif Ali, who's defending, and Snater captures that one on the bounce. Lead's gone to 254.
So what, 6 overs left after this. Going to finish about 6:30ish, probably 6:35 if Harmer continues to bowl. So not too much overtime tonight. You'll be on the road by 7:15. Home by 10, I reckon.
In comes Snater. That one's played with a straight bat.
And then sports programme tomorrow to present.
No,
Day off tomorrow.
No, family barbecue tomorrow.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Yeah, a couple of days off, which I think is does feel much needed after the start to the week I had with the Essex draw against Yorkshire, and then midweek with Southend United's playoff antics in the National League. As Snater is in, and that one's defended by Kashif Ali. 1 ball to come from this over, and then an intriguing contest here. It's been a very interesting week of BBC Essex Sport. I will be back to round it all up on BBC Essex around the wicket between 6 and 7 on Wednesday. Get a little plug in for that. Snater's on his way into Kashif Ali. He knocks that one out into the field, and that's the end of the over. 53 for 3.
So Nick Gledhill will be here tomorrow with me.
He will.
And I'll try my best to rumble up another quiz question. And
he'll like that. He'll probably want to play.
Oh, well, he'll know, won't he? Knowing Nick, he'll know. He'll definitely know. But he'll probably rate my question. He might not know if I do a silly one, actually. He might not know if I do a silly one. But he'll be here. He was with me for the last 2 days of the game down at Chelmsford. Simon Harmer to continue. 6 overs left in the day. This is the first of them. Bright blue skies, lengthening shadows as he is in and bowled, and Rob Jones is on the walk and driving up to long on. Fielded there by Westley. They take a single. Jones moves to 9. 54 for 3. Kashif will resume his little battle with Harmer, and he's been struggling a little bit, getting in a bit of a pickle. On the back foot here, just steers this one behind square on the offside. Rajitha, the fielder, that was quicker from Harmer. Just a very late adjustment when he bowls a quicker ball. Just the arm just quickens up. It's quite well disguised. He's in now and bowls, and that one has floated up very nicely. He's got that masterful art of bringing his arm over quite quickly, but letting the off spinner go at the top of the arc, and then getting that loop and that dip, that drop, which is a sign of a really good off spinner. Kashif plays this one back up the pitch. I think there's always a realisation in a batter's development when he perhaps plays at a slightly higher level than he's played before and faces a spinner who might be of a little bit higher quality. Harmer bowls, and this is defended by Kashif, and for the first time, usually happens I suppose in 17, 18, something like that, and for the first time you face a bowler that gets that drop on the ball. It could be a left arm spinner or an off spinner, and you see the ball in the air and you think it's there, and then suddenly it dips down on you, and it takes a while before you adjust and learn to play it. And Harmer's got that lovely flight and that drop on the ball that he gets pushed out on the offside. Quite an old-fashioned off-spinner in many ways, Harmer. I remember talking, end of the over by the way, 54 for 3, Moeen Ali talking about how bowling off-spin at test level has become something that, unless you're Nathan Lyon or someone like that, the only way that you can really stop them from getting after you and getting under you is to just bowl quicker and quicker and quicker. And he said he was bowling quicker at the end of his test career than he ever did at the beginning, and that's such a joy to see a Simon Harmer who isn't like that, and is able to have the confidence and the control to be able to bowl as he does. Jeetan Patel was a similar, I thought,
and successful with it as well as
absolutely.
Snater is in, and that's hit Rob Jones in the midriff, I think. He just doubled over slightly with the impact.
Have you seen Farhan Ahmed at Notts, the Rayan Ahmed's younger brother?
Not in person.
Again,
only on
and
screen.
Archie Vaughan looks very promising, I think. Nice to see some young spin bowlers coming into the county game.
54 for 3. The Snater is in, and that one's outside the edge of the bat. I like that delivery in the slips. Critchley and Harmer keeping the encouragement going. 2 dot balls from Shane Snater. Jones waits, he's on 9. As Snater is in, and again that's beaten Rob Jones as he was shaping to play it. Can Essex pick up a 4th wicket in the overs that remain this evening? It'll be 4 after the 3 balls of Shane Snater's over. Looking to contain this Worcestershire lead as Snater is in. Jones can tuck that one into the leg side. He's going to get 4 runs for it. He's patient for the shot, and he moves to 13. Worcestershire move to 58 for 3. The lead moves to 259.
Yeah, nice shot from Rob Jones. Suddenly, 259 sounds a lot, doesn't it? 220 doesn't sound so, but 259 suddenly it starts to creep up towards 300.
Snater is in. That's driven uppishly by Jones, back past the bowler for no run. Starting to tick over to the close of play elsewhere around the country. Have a look at some of those scores in a moment. As Snater's on his way in for the final ball of his over, and there's a play and a miss from Jones, who's on 13, and Worcestershire 58 for 3.
Yeah, just I think it's all funny, isn't it? How things can sound different. You talk of a lead of 200 and then you're 3 for 2, and suddenly you think, well, if we get them out for 80 or 100, it'll only be 300 we have to chase, and then there's a bit of a partnership, and suddenly you look and you think, oh, it's nearly 260 now, and they've still got 7 wickets in hand, and we could be looking at 400, and there's just little psychological barriers all the way. But they will be very keen to try and get another wicket tonight. 4 overs left, 24 deliveries. Worcestershire will not worry too much about scoring too many runs. Got 2 men catching now on the leg side, short leg in front and leg slip, and a conventional first slip, and a man going back at long on. As Simon Harmer comes over the wicket and bowls to Kashif, who's forward, prods this down on the onside. I would imagine Harmer knows exactly what field he wants, almost always. Tom Wesley just leaves it to him, I think. So experienced. Comes in again now and bowls, and this is blocked down on the onside. I have a friend who's here who's an Essex supporter, and he thought the other day that Simon Harmer had passed 1,000 first class wickets, and he said, but I couldn't understand it, nobody really made much fuss about it. Harmer bowls and Kashif looks to pull this and hits it into Das at short leg, and anyway, he thought Harmer had passed 1,000 first class wickets, but there didn't appear to be anybody talking about it or mentioning it, and I said, well, I'm certain that if he had, would have known. Anyway, this one driven back to Harmer. No run. He bumped into a few of the Essex lads in town last night, apparently, and one of them was Simon Harmer. So he said, excuse me, Simon, can I have a chat with you? He said, yeah, of course you can. And he said, I thought you'd passed 1,000 first class wickets. Do you know how many you've got? Harmer bowls again, and Kashif plays defensively back at the pitch. And Simon Harmer said, well, no, I'm not really a stats sort of guy, really. He said, no, I'm not exactly sure, but what did you... Anyway, it transpires that this friend of mine, who has travelled up for this game from Cornwall, incidentally, he's an Essex fan, Harmer bowls, blocked by Kashif, and that is the end of a maiden over. Kashif has 31, 58 for 3. 3 overs left in the day. It turns out that the 36 test wickets that Harmer has got are obviously, as we would know in looking at stats all the time, are included in his first class wickets because they're first class wickets. But my friend thought that they were on top of first class wickets, right, which would have taken him past 1,000 because he's on about 980 or something. So that's how it turned out. But what amused me was that, from the sound of it, Simon Harmer didn't even really know himself and wasn't too bothered.
Well, yeah, actually, I'll expand on that in a moment, as Shane Snater's going to begin a new over from the Digless end, and he comes to Jones, who defends that one. Over the winter, well, I say the winter, February was the launch of Nick Brown's testimonial year. He was here on 12-man duties and drinks duties this time round, and so we had a launch event, and I was asked if I would mind hosting it, which I was happy to help out with, as Shane Snater's about to come in and bowl to Jones, who drives that one. It's fielded at mid-on the slide from Jamie Porter for no run. And so there was a lovely 3-course meal and auction. Jeff Miller was the speaker, very entertaining. But there was also a Q&A with Simon Harmer, so I did that. And then Graham Gooch was there and hosted a game of higher and lower. And Simon Harmer was obviously there, and a number of other Essex players past and present, as Snater is in, and that one's driven by Jones, stopped by the bowler for no run, 3-dot ball so far. And so some of these higher and lower stats were about the players that were present, and one of the stats was about Simon Harmer's first class wickets and whether or not he'd passed a particular milestone last year. And I was thinking, I'm not sure. And in that situation, people are looking at the person that the question is about to see whether they're going to go higher or lower in their answer, because surely they must know, as Snater is into Jones, who defends that one. I think Harmer got it wrong. And then, Sir Alistair Cook was there. There was a question about his test runs, I think, and it is. Like you say, there's some players that will count everything and know things down to the T, and others who are just doing it and love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it would appear that he is one who wasn't too bothered, but
4-dot ball so far from Snater, fuller delivery, which just tucks Jones up slightly.
I think my friend probably didn't realise. As I say, you would always know when that first class wickets includes test wickets, but I can understand that somebody who doesn't very often look at statistics and tables like we do.
You probably need an overall column as well as the way in which he's set out in the separate.
But test wickets are first class wickets, obviously, so he wasn't aware of that.
As Snater is in, that one's driven by Jones, who just lost his balance as he drove that one and tumbles to the ground. He'll dust himself off at the end of the over, which is a maiden from Shane Snater. 58 for 3, 2 overs remaining in the day. Can Essex find a fourth wicket just to give themselves a bit?
I see what happened now. He fell to the ground because he drove it. He was slightly off balance. Snater picked it up and went to throw it at the stumps, and Rob Jones turned to try and make sure he was in his ground. Ended up tumbling over. But
he was just trying to duck and went over, didn't he?
Trying to make sure he didn't get hit as well. I was all good-humoured.
Thought maybe we've got some more bees in the ground.
I quite like the idea that someone like Simon Harmer doesn't care too much about stats. I quite like the idea that somebody who's played Test cricket and dominated county cricket in the way that he has for so long is still playing it just kind of because it's a game and he likes playing it. I think it's quite refreshing. And he bowls, and on the back foot he has got Kashifali, LBW, slightly quicker ball. He's gone back, and it might again have just kept a little bit low, not sure, but looked a good shout. Not much doubt in umpire Blackwell's mind about that one. Yeah, well, have a look what you think. It's a back leg, it's just whether it's in line or not. Whether it hit him on the inside of the leg. It's very, I mean, it's definitely hitting about half the middle. Yeah, that's how it is now. It's just in line, I think. Yeah.
I was just about to say how, with your thoughts there about Simon Harmer and not being bothered about his stats, I was about to say what a laid-back character he is, but that celebration there was so much relief at the fact he'd finally got a wicket in this game. He punched the air, he sort of let out a scream as his teammates came to congratulate him on that one, and that is a wicket that Essex would have wanted on the close of day 2, just to give them that extra edge to go into day 3. Ben Allison, more than capable with the bat, making 38 in the first innings, batting in the lower order, is going to come out as the night watchman.
Yeah. I wonder, I was just going to say, I'm just checking this now, I was just going to say, I wonder when the last time that Ben Allison batted twice in the same day, but I think it wasn't that long ago. I think it was probably against Durham when he... Or was it? No, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, Ben Allison batting twice in the same day. He's gone out there. He's got a tricky 5 balls to face from Harmer in this over. And then there is one more over to go, which will probably be bowled by Snater. Harmer just having a chat with umpire Blackwell. I wonder,
As Crystal Palace win the FA Cup.
Wow, Crystal Palace have won the FA Cup. Ben Watts, BBC Radio Kent. He will be over the moon. I'm sure he'll be there. Congratulations to Crystal Palace. My former pupil Will Hughes gets an FA Cup wins medal, but he didn't get on, I don't think.
Did he not?
Which is
double
he'll
check.
be a bit gutted because he's played most of the
He
games.
did. He came on in the 87th minute.
87th minute. Well, he'll at least have enjoyed the celebrations at the end, won't he? Fantastic. Look at this field now for Ben Allison. Silly point, slip, short leg, man on the drive at silly mid-on. And there'll be, I am pretty certain, a little bit of banter out there. As Ben Allison is on strike. Classic situation. Against your old team, sent in as night watchman, he's forward and plays that defensively very solidly. This is the one, isn't it, where Sunday village cricket, 15-year-old boy goes in, surround him with fielders, throw it up in the air, and he tries to hit it straight down the ground for 6 and misses it and gets bowled. Passage, rights of passage, driven by Allison. This one into the covers, Rajitha Fields, no run.
Well, Simon Harmer will know how that feel. He had 7 round the bat when he was on strike against Yorkshire.
58 for 4. Harmer in, bowls, Allison is forward. Shouts from Pepper behind the stumps. I'm sure there's a bit of chat out there at the moment. All be quite good humoured, I would think. And Harmer is in again and bowls to Allison and he's forward. Immaculate forward defensive. 1 ball left in the over. Allison waits. Harmer in. Oh, keeps a bit low. He's got him. LBW. 4th LBW on the trot in this innings. Simon Harmer, 2 in the over. Kept low, I think, that one. He went back. Don't go back, I would say. Against Harmer on this pitch, don't go back. Gone back. Oh, yeah, back leg. Absolutely plump. So the night watchman has gone. We've still got an over to go. Simon Harmer's taken 2 in an over. And Worcestershire, who were bowled out in a session against Durham in the last home game, are now 58 for 5. And although they lead by 259, we now have that scenario that I was talking about before, Victoria, where Tom Wesley's thinking, well, if we can get them out here for 100, which is a realistic possibility now, as another night watchman comes out to bat in Yadvinder Singh. If we can get them out for 100 now, then we've got all the time in the world to chase 300. It's a big ask on this pitch. We've been bowled out once very cheaply, but we have got all the time in the world to chase 300. 2 days left in the game. Well, obviously, and whatever it takes to get the rest of the wickets, but they've got themselves, well, not right back into it, but they've got themselves back into it.
They've given themselves a chance.
Yeah, they've got themselves just a little bit back into it. Stranger things have happened, let's put it that way, and Simon Harmer has changed the landscape with 2 wickets in that single over. And Crystal Palace have now put a huge amount of pressure on Manchester City to get into the top 4, haven't they?
Shane Snater to bowl the final over of day 2. And I'm sure Rob Jones will be keen to keep hold of the strike for this one. As Snater is in, as a player and a miss from Jones even, but it's down the leg side.
Wow. Worcestershire fans are now saying things like they couldn't blow it from here, could they? They couldn't do it, surely. But 58 for 5 is actually the worst scenario that either team has been in the 3 innings that we had so far.
Snater is in. That's driven by Jones to mid-off for no run.
It's hard to know exactly what to make of it, really. We'll be talking to Tom Taylor after the game on BBC Hereford and Worcester and on the Worcestershire stream. So be interesting to get his take on how the land lies. I think they'll still feel they're in a position of real strength. Well, obviously, but maybe not quite so confident as they were.
Snater is into Jones. He's wrapped on the pads. There's a big appeal from Essex, which the umpire isn't interested in. You can understand why they've got their tails up with those appeals after Simon Harmer's success. .58 for 5, 3 dot balls so far from Shane Snater, 2 for 21, his figures. Simon Harmer 2 for 8 from the 6 overs that he's bowled from the New Road end. In comes Snater to Jones, who digs that one out, up to mid-on.
Kashif Ali's made 77 in 2 innings in the game. He'd probably feel that he's done all right, really. There, averaging 30 odd on this in a low-scoring game is decent. Still stick by my idea that if you get 100, you'll win it, even if it's for Essex batting last.
Snater into the left-handed Jones. There's a big appeal from behind, but they feel he's hit that. He took a swipe, but he think
hit the ground. I think there's one of those where bat hit the ground, I reckon. Yeah. So 1 ball left in the day. Worcestershire lead by 259.
Yeah, just seen the angle from behind.
25 wickets in 2 days. It's not been that bad a pitch, has it? Not really. Not 25 wickets in 2 days.
The Snater is in. That one's defended by Jones. Final ball of day 2, and it's been a day 2 of mixed emotions, really, for both sides. Worcestershire finishing on 58 for 5. It's a lead of 259, and that's set up an intriguing contest, as it's been all the way through, really, to begin on day 3.
Yep. 28 overs gone in the innings. Worcestershire leading by 259. Rob Jones is unbeaten on 13. Yadvinder Singh unbeaten on 0. Jamie Porter 1 for 15. Shane Snater 2 for 21. And Simon Harmer 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 8. The wicket takers in that Worcestershire setting innings. Worcestershire 58 for 5, leading by 259. Earlier today, Essex bowled out for 157 in 60 overs. Only 1 score of real significance, Robin Das making 44. 3 wickets for Taylor, 2 for Allison, 3 for Waite, 1 for Brooks and 1 for Yadvinder Singh. And even before that, Worcestershire's first innings closing when they lost their last wicket this morning to be 358 all out. 4 wickets for Shane Snater in that, 2 for Noah Thane, 2 for Matt Critchley, 1 for Kassim Rajitha and 1 for Jamie Porter. And that's about it. Worcestershire will come back tomorrow morning to continue, 259 runs ahead. Nick Gledhill will be alongside me, Frank Watson, BBC Hereford Worcester. Sad to say goodbye to Victoria Polly from BBC Radio Essex. It's been great to have you here for the last couple of days, Victoria. Look forward to working with you again, and I'm sure you'll be tuning in to keep an eye on how
I'll be nipping away from the barbecue or whatever other birthday celebrations are going on to make sure I'm well up to date with what's going on here. But thank you so much for having me.
A pleasure, and thank you for listening and watching and listening, and we hope you'll join us again tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock.